It's turned on, but don't say anything.
We're just waiting to fix the live streaming, so give it a moment or two.
Just act natural, talk amongst yourselves.
Actually, don't.
Audio's
It's like being a newsreader.
It's all on.
Camera and
No action.
Camera, no action.
Everything's on.
Everything's-
Just in case, but we don't know.
Yeah, we're just checking. We'll just give it a minute or two and just find out if it's actually live streaming.
Someone just get on their desk and look at that.
Good morning, Joe. How are you? Didn't see you before.
Good morning, everybody's walking. It's nothing wrong.
It's just still not working. Should we just record?
Sorry, just quickly, have you set up like the schedule for it?
I don't know. We just turned it on. I don't know the sets.
Joe, just suggest we just wait a few minutes. I think we'll get hopefully get the live stream going soon.
I think we need a bigger
You can
table.
claim that the clock's off the wall, so we didn't know the time.
I
rely on that.
Do you?
But there are no other devices with timing pieces on them at all within the room.
Chaos, isn't
No,
it?
you know everything.
It does. I'm with you, Tom.
No, I like it.
That's just
Yeah, I
like
like
my
it.
world. People come and go,
Second,
oh my
close the
God,
meeting.
but I am so, I know where everything is.
2 minutes.
And I'd like to have all the information.
I should have thought about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Still haven't done that one, have I? Where did that one go?
Wrong name on it. General committee.
I still can't find this email about this training we were supposed to do. There's an online tool.
What page is that? This is with conflict or register of interest, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll flick it to
Oh, who sent it?
Kathy.
Oh, Kathy sent it.
So when Kathy sent it to me, that's when I knew it was compulsory.
Councillors, we're now live. So welcome everybody to the General Committee meeting. I declare the meeting open. We begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Cubby Cubby or the Gubby Gubby people. Pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We have no apologies today. Today is also the first day of the introduction of a new range of Belcara reforms involving conflicts of interests. So just a gentle reminder for councillors about the new format for declaration of conflicts of interest, be they declarable or prescribed. We have no deputations or presentations. And the first item is referred from the Environment and Planning Committee, which is material change of use for commercial business type 2 medical involving building work associated with relocation of a building in a heritage character area and reconfiguring of a lot, 4 lots into 2 at 45 and 47A Maple Street and 9 Mile Street, COOROY. Welcome Kerry, welcome Patrick.
Thank you.
Councillors, do you have any questions for the staff? Brian.
So I think Kerry, you're probably the best to answer this one. We've had the heart of this particular application is the implications of the COOROY character overlay in the planning scheme. We've had very similar overlays or provisions starting in 1992 with the COOROY DTP, in 1997 in the strategic plan, in 2006 in the planning scheme, and again in 2020 we included very similar provisions in the current planning scheme. Did we receive any submissions opposing these provisions, to your knowledge, in the 2020 scheme. Did we have any which supported the retention of COOROY's country character?
So to the Noosa Plan 2020, we received 8 submissions regarding the need to preserve heritage character in COOROY. So those submissions were primarily about seeking its protection and ongoing retention in the planning scheme. So there was concern about having additional requirements for heritage character in COOROY, particularly around houses. People noticed that some of the new builds were not in keeping with some of the existing buildings in COOROY, because COOROY has a lot of old Queensland buildings. There was, though, a submission received querying the extent of the Taunton Road character area. So I think that was around whether it, the area that had been identified was the correct area.
So, since that COOROY Development Control Plan in 1992, are you aware of any development approvals that have sanctioned the removal of a character house such as this in this precinct?
I'm not. My recollection, probably prior to 2020, probably not so clear, since I started with Noosa Council in 2000.
So at least for 20 years.
At least for 20 years. But certainly when you look around the character areas that have been nominated in COOROY, there's been no buildings removed from that character area in the time.
And my last question, I think probably Jane Harding, our Heritage Coordinator, might be the right person to answer this one. And basically, as a person whose profession revolves around preservation of heritage, in your opinion, is there sufficient retention of character buildings and streetscape appeal in the medical precinct, in the character precinct, in this area of Maple Street to warrant their continued protection under the planning scheme overlay?
Look, I've been up there and I've done a visual inspection twice while we've been working on this application. I do think that street does very much conform to the description of a character precinct in the heritage overlay. And I think we need to be really mindful of heritage erosion. That's something that's discussed a lot in our heritage reference groups, and members of the community ask me that a lot. How can we protect? How can we make sure that we hold on to those unique characteristics of our various townships, including COOROY? And one way we do that is by having these character precincts in the Noosa plan, in our planning scheme. That helps preserve those.
I've got a few questions. Thanks. Is the proposal consistent use under the community services zone?
Yes, the medical centre is consistent, and the scheme intends that those old Queensland houses be used for medical facilities.
Are you aware of the reason why this house couldn't be used for a medical facility?
The applicant has suggested that it's not suitable for their proposed use because of the equipment they wish to install for X-ray radiology. But the building is in very good condition. As all Queenslanders, there's some improvements that can be done, but it is in good condition and quite suitable for use as a medical office.
If I said to you this assessment determined reuse was not viable due to a combination of compliance with the current National Construction Code, NCC, for medical-based establishments, do you say that's fair? It's been reviewed by Council's building certifier, and the advice is the building could undergo some renovations and be suitable for the proposed use. So there may be some requirements to install disability access carefully. There's some potential re-stumping, but the building is capable of reuse. I've got a question, another question. Sorry, Kerry, I was a bit confused, and Brett says best to ask you. In this email on the 9th of October from you, it says a medical facility is consistent use within the district centre zone, potentially not requiring a development approval where located in an existing building and not involving any new building or expansion of buildings or use area. And the building has already been approved for one of the following uses: office or food and drink outlet or adult store or shop. So can you talk to me about that, about the adult store or shop?
Yeah, so what the email tries to answer is At the planning committee, there was discussion around that there is suitable land in COOROY for this medical centre to locate, and that is in the district centre, our business centre for COOROY, which this site is not part of. So there is land that's zoned for business uses, and what that email is saying is a medical centre could go into an existing building in that district centre, in that business centre, where it's been previously approved for other commercial uses.
One being an adult store.
That's right. So that's comes from our planning scheme, and the idea is to allow ease of transition between commercial uses in our business centre, so they don't have to come in for a planning approval each time.
When you say medical precinct, isn't this site's directly across the road from the Eden Hospital, isn't it?
This site and this area in Maple Street is identified for medical centre uses, but it's not part of the business centre, the district centre for COOROY.
Just a question then.
Sorry, Karen, Joe
sorry.
was waiting patiently. Then.
Sorry.
Can you just clarify, out of the lots that are shown on page 30, labelled 5 and 6, which lot the existing house sits on? Because my understanding is there's a large portion of this site is a vacant lot. Is that correct?
The plan on page 30 is the proposed reconfiguration plan, so it shows the outcome that the applicant's seeking to amalgamate the existing 4 lots into 2 lots.
Where does the current house sit on this lot?
It sits on the larger lot, the lot 5 of the proposed reconfiguration plan. There might be a better image.
On page 14,
yeah.
Councillor Joe, there's an aerial photo.
Yeah, so the property is the one, the house in question is the one in the top left-hand triangle section. So that's intended to be removed, and the one on the other lot, the one's called the balance lot, is the one that is retained. Is that?
That's correct.
Is that correct? So it wasn't abundantly clear from the report as to which house was which, but that was my understanding of where that lot was. So the intent is to remove that house and retain the one on what is now considered lot 6 in their application. All right.
Karen?
Oh, thank you. Jane, thank you for coming.
Sorry, there was a second question.
Sorry.
With regard to radiology equipment and the like, I mean, if additional construction was to occur on the site, i.e. in the balance of the undeveloped portion of the site, there's no reason that radiology equipment couldn't be put into that section of a new building, is there?
That's exactly right. There's no reason why a further building couldn't be built on the site, in keeping with the heritage character for that radiology equipment.
Thank you.
Councillor Finzel. Finish, Councillor Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jane, for taking the time to come today and answer our questions. Firstly, for those of us here and at home that aren't familiar with the Planning Act, can you please define a character precinct?
So looking to the Noosa plan, and we're assessing this against Noosa plan 2006, the wording in Division 5 that defines character area is character area means an area or streetscape identified on the heritage overlay maps and which may include within it heritage sites and character buildings. Character buildings means buildings with a character area within a character area that contribute positively to the identified character of the area and may include buildings that represent periods or styles that predominate within the character area but have not been listed as heritage sites. So I might just add to that a little bit that it's really about a collective. It's not about the individual building as such. It's about a collective look and feel that creates that precinct, or some places call them neighbourhoods. But it is a common thing in planning schemes to have these character areas, and it is that collective look and feel. You know, as you drive along that street, it is of a likeness.
Yeah. So with regards today, with the 8 submissions that came in regarding retention of heritage character, if we choose not to support further this application today, how will that look? an effect if an adult shop doesn't have to go through a process, correct me if I'm wrong, to open up a commercial precinct there?
Yeah, so that it's different. The adult shop can only go in the district centre, in the business centre. This is not part of the district centre, that business centre. This is a separately defined precinct for medical uses, so an adult shop could not go in there.
Excellent, for medical uses.
Yeah.
Okay, so the proposed use is consistent with the relevant overall outcomes as it provides for a medical facility, which is consistent with the health needs of the local community and the nearby hinterland, as on your report, page 19. Down under the heritage listing on that page, you've also reported the proposed relocation of the existing dwelling situated at 45 Maple Street, COOROY, is the critical issue in the assessment of this application. Can you explain to me, Jane, how the removal is critical?
From a heritage perspective, it comes back to what I said earlier about heritage erosion. If this particular street, all of the properties are protected in that character precinct. If we say yes to this one, it is going to set a precedent, and then the next one might go, and the next one, and then before we know it, it's all gone. And I think it was Kim in Tuesday's meeting made the point that heritage resources are finite, like our environment, it's finite. Once it's gone, it's gone. So it is very important that where we have identified something as having a significance, that we do adhere to that and protect that.
Okay, thank you. I've got more, but you can go.
If you're finished, Karen, Amelia hasn't.
I have some more.
Finish.
What process has been undertaken by the Noosa Council with the applicant to resolve acceptable design outcomes with regards to heritage overlays and the requirements for a character precinct area?
For this application, the applicant had a pre-lodgement meeting, and at that time the requirements of the heritage overlay were discussed with the applicant. Advice was also given at that time that it was council's position that the building be retained. During the processing of the application, there's been information requests sent to the applicant. Again, the requirements of the heritage overlay have been reiterated in that document, and also requesting that the building be retained. And there's also been conversations with the applicant throughout the decision-making period to the same effect.
Thank you. And in those conversations, did you discuss the 3 requirements that start on page 23 of this report, S5.1, 13.1, S5.2 and S5.3, the last being a demolition? Where did you arrive in those conversations with the applicant? There is also mention that the approval couldn't proceed forward or explored further due to some breakdown in those conversations. Can you explain?
I wouldn't say there's necessarily a breakdown in conversations. The applicant put forward their position around the planning scheme and the interpretation of the heritage overlay. I think it's quite clear in the heritage overlay that you don't get to choose one of the probable solutions of retaining, removing or demolishing. There's a process that you need to go through, and our position has been that the retention of the building is suitable in this instance. So it was just, I suppose, a difference of opinion. There's no breakdown. I mean, it's a fundamental issue to this application. I'll make reference to that in the report, where it's our position that we feel that the building should be retained, and the applicant seeks for it to be removed.
So in your report, it actually uses the words, there was a fundamental conflict associated on page 29.
Yeah.
And it goes on to say that the proposal of relocation of the existing character building resulted in the applicant unable to resolve an acceptable design outcome, despite the applicant indicating they are generally willing to work with council officers.
So there was 2 issues there. The first was that position that we wanted the building retained, and then the second position was that the building that they're actually proposing to build was not in accordance with the heritage character requirements for the planning scheme. So that fundamental issue relates to the fact that we didn't consider it was worth having a conversation about improving the design of the proposed building when we're not supporting of the existing building being removed.
So you're satisfied that S 5.2 has been come to a conclusion?
S 5.2 being the probable solution that the building be removed.
One of three options, probable.
Well, it's not one of three options. There's a process you need to go through. You need to go through S1 before you can get to S2. And S2 talks about it's reasonable to remove the building when it's practical, and where it's not practicable for the building to be retained. And our position, having been reviewed by our building certifier and also reviewed by Jane, is that it is practical for the building to be retained and used for the medical purpose, for a medical purpose.
Right, thank you. So I have a question for Jane. How does the Noosa Council assess the proposed design when it does not meet the general provision of a heritage overlay code for look and feel requirements of the character precinct?
So a number of ways. Initially, me, so Patrick, or in any of the development team will often send me applications to have a look at for comment. For something of this scale, we'll probably also bring in a heritage architect who has more experience. I'm not an architect, someone who has more experience in designing buildings to go into these character precincts.
And has an architect of that calibre been brought in?
Not at this point, because as Patrick was saying, we're waiting to resolve the initial issue, which is retention of the building.
So we're all here today to make a decision. How come that hasn't happened before this point?
No, just to clarify.
That doesn't arise unless you pass the first hurdle.
Oh, okay then, my apologies.
Yeah, so that's what Patrick was saying before, that forget the number, is it?
It's 5.1.
Yeah, so that's the critical hurdle, and if you don't get over that, then the other issues don't arise.
Okay. I do have a question for Jane. What's the process that needs to be followed for a character precinct to be extended, in this case, to include the balance site?
That's probably more of a question for the planning team or even for our strategic planning team, but in essence it would require some assessment and then an amendment to the planning scheme.
Which includes consultation with the community. So going out for public exhibition of any proposed amendments, receiving submissions and considering their feedback. So quite an extensive process to change those character areas.
So essentially the same process to make any planning scheme amendment.
Okay. And is there any opportunity in this particular application to go out to community consultation?
No, it's not. We're dealing with a development application here, not a planning scheme application.
Okay.
So
All right. I thought it was critical today. This decision was based back to the planning scheme.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Correct. So the application. So the application is being assessed against the planning scheme.
Yeah.
Not in relation to an amendment to the planning scheme. So this is about the current planning scheme as it is. That's what this application is being assessed against.
Okay, but it is noted that the site and the surrounding area are similarly zoned and identified as heritage character area, and consequently a precedent for future development within the zone will be created based on how this application is determined. That says that on page 27 of this document.
Is there a question?
Well, that's why I'm sort of, I guess, I'm bringing in the planning. I don't know, to me,
I guess
it's sort of
what we're suggesting to
parallel.
council that we have a planning scheme that identifies this as a character area, which has gone through consultation with the public, and only as recently as the 2020 scheme we've had submissions supporting this retention of the character area. If council wish to approve this application, it would be contrary to those provisions, and it would be suggested that that we not approve it at this stage. If we're not happy with the character areas, we really should go through that scheme process and not have a development application lead the planning scheme. So we really should look to either put this application on hold or refuse this application until we went through that process with a scheme amendment process.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Lawrence.
I've got some questions, Kerry and Patrick. So just to reiterate what Councillor Finzel has just said, is relocation of the building to an alternative site within the Shire an option available to the applicant, provided they can demonstrate that the building cannot be practically retained? Is that an option? Well, can the applicant apply for the removal of a character building situated within the COOROY Maple Street character area as their preferred redevelopment strategy?
Well, the planning scheme seeks retention of that building. They haven't been able to demonstrate that there's any reason to remove that building. It is in reasonable condition. It's not in poor condition or dilapidated.
But my question is not that, Kerry. My question is it an option available to the applicant?
And maintain retention.
That would be contrary to the planning scheme, that option.
Does council have an implementation guideline for adaptive reuse of character places and pre-1946 buildings located in character zones?
Sorry, do you mind just asking that again?
Just do we have any guidelines for adaptive reuse of older buildings?
Do you know?
We don't have a Noosa Council document, but there would be a range of best practice documents available, and architects who work in this space would be familiar with.
There'd be state guide. One would think there'd be state guidelines, would there not?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a specific reference, but there's certainly best practice out there.
Thank you, Jane. So did the applicant commission a feasibility study of a potential adaptive reuse of the subject character house? And was it thoroughly investigated?
The applicant provided a structural report for the building for its suitability to be relocated.
Yep.
That report found the building to be structurally sound and suitable for relocation and for future habitation. When the conversation through the assessment process went to our not supporting the building being relocated, they provided further documentation to say to highlight the issues around adaptive reuse.
And do those issues include that the character building was not suitable or potentially adaptable for the proposed land use due to practical and logistical issues such as the floor framing cannot support large and heavy radiology imaging equipment?
The report did make those assertions, that's correct.
There was also a risk, I think, in that report that the lead paint beneath the internal and external finishes, there'd be a risk that the external appearance of the building may be substantially altered if that was found.
There was some commentary about that. I'm not sure if you'd like to know our response to that.
And in regards to access and mobility access, did the report also explain that the entire building would need to be retrofit to provide access and mobility access, and that would require external changes to the appearance of the building?
They made that assertion.
Okay. In regards to heritage, has 45 Maple Street been identified as one of the local heritage places within the character areas?
Sorry.
Jane, number 45.
Yeah, no, number 45 is not currently individually identified as a heritage site. It doesn't mean it doesn't have significance, or it might not be in the future, but at this point in time it has not been individually assessed.
So does the inclusion of every house in an overlay change its classification as a heritage place under the planning scheme?
No, it's two different things. There can be individually identified heritage places within a character precinct, but the character precinct is a different designation.
Okay. So the applicant, from my understanding, is arguing a different interpretation of all this. Is it possible that this interpretation could be legally challenged? Can council have misunderstood the relevant planning scheme provisions to this site?
And that's an unfair question.
Oh, okay. I take that back. Sorry,
Yeah,
no worries.
You could rephrase it.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll rephrase it. Is it open to interpretation?
Essentially, as you're aware, under the planning system, any decision of the council can be challenged in the Planning and Environment Court. That is certainly the option. Obviously, what the council gets good advice from our staff in terms of what the issues are. But probably come back to Jane's point, there is a difference between an individual property being heritage listed and a heritage precinct. So what we're talking about here, or character precinct, what we're talking about here is a character precinct. And that's a layer in the scheme, and that's what the application has been assessed against by the staff, to make sure that what we bring forward as staff recommendations to council is consistent with the town planning scheme.
Okay. I've visited the subject site, and the northern end of Maple Street doesn't seem to really retain a lot of heritage buildings. The proposed building is heritage design. Would you agree with that?
It's over 100 years old, so it's certainly so there's heritage
No, the
character.
new building site, Patrick.
Well,
It's heritage themed.
Well, it has that faux heritage appearance, and there's a number of aspects of the design which Jane was able to review and provide comment on in terms of the preferred character of heritage character in COOROY, and there were certainly some concerns with what was proposed. So I wouldn't say that it was consistent.
No, there could be some improvements.
Yeah,
Just to clarify, that's a 100-year-old building subject site, isn't it?
that's correct.
Yeah.
Those improvements are listed on page 29, is that correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor
So
Stewart.
I just want to, I spoke about this and I question this again, but I'd just like for further clarification, I guess, for those people at home. On page 12, refusal of the application for the following reasons, and we talk about its proposed development is not consistent with the desired environmental outcomes, it's not protect the heritage character building, it's not consistent with the overall because it does not maintain or complement the traditional country streetscape. So, I mean, this is the issue, obviously, we're talking about the streetscape, the look and feel of the place. On page 23, a heritage impact assessment, March 2020, and I understand this was undertaken by the applicant, but this was undertaken, and this is an independent impact assessment. As I said, I will acknowledge submitted by the applicant. And it said the house has no heritage significance as it has not been placed on the Noosa Council LHR. The character area has already been substantially eroded by prior contemporary redevelopment. Streetscape analysis supports removal, and there is no longer a residential precinct, and the removal of the house won't impact on the character values. Can you marry up that assessment to the one that we have? And if we're dealing with something as big as this, and we have two differences of opinion, obviously councils and that one, isn't it prudent to get a third?
So the character area has been identified since 2006 with the Noosa plan. So there's been no new development in that character area since that time. There's been no buildings, Queenslanders removed in that time. So the decision was made to identify this as a character area in the 2006 scheme, notwithstanding there's some buildings in the area that don't emulate or reflect some of that heritage character. But the predominant character of that area is of that Queensland vernacular style. So the buildings that are there that not really reflective are the minority, I would suggest. So in terms of heritage character, we have had Jane as our internal officer review this matter. We've also had an external architect, heritage architect, review this application.
I thought we hadn't had
You
that.
said we hadn't.
A heritage consultant.
Oh, heritage consultant,
Yeah,
sorry.
Jane Austin.
Yeah, so that was so we have had that independent review as well. So officers have reviewed it, Jane's reviewed it, and we've had a heritage consultant, external, review the matter. So you will find applicants will obviously lodge applications and seek consultants to support their position when they lodge an application. So it's not surprising that the applicant's consultant comes up with a different view.
Coming back to what Councillor Finsell said about the retention, well, if we move the building, we're still, and the applicant has suggested that is an option, we're still retaining the building. The retention's still there, it's just geographically in a different spot.
Yeah, what the scheme seeks to retain is the character area of Maple Street. So that feeling when you drive down the street of those old Queensland buildings, it seeks to keep that character area intact. If you remove the buildings, then that character area is impacted. It won't be the same again.
Keep coming back to that difference between the individual building and the precinct. So if you take the individual building away, that precinct character changes.
Councillor Stockwell?
I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
I still I've got a list of questions.
Okay, we'll move to Councillor Stockwell. You can ask the question, Tom. You've got the floor.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Kathy, could you pull up the photos that I sent, please? We'll go to that one last.
we could, that would go back. Let's start, yeah. Okay, right there. That is directly across the street, and the Eden Center is very, very big. So that has to be an example of the consistent heritage look of COOROY. That it takes up blocks and blocks. So that
Is this a question, Tom?
yeah, well, okay. It is that it's in the heritage overlay. It must be a heritage building if it's in the heritage overlay, and it's been there since way before 2006.
Could you define whether that's in the heritage, the character overlay, please?
It is in the character area. I wouldn't call that it has any heritage qualities at all, but I'll defer to Jane on that.
I think we need to come back to those original definitions, that it's about character. This is about the character area contains character buildings. And if we also go over to section Division 7, section 13.16, subpart F, subpart 2, the COOROY, which discusses the COOROY Maple Street character area, it talks about that character area on Maple Street being comprised of business, community and residential buildings from the early to the mid 20th century, which influenced the character of the area. So it comes back to my earlier comments about the collective or the cumulative. It doesn't have to, sort of character area is not about all exactly the same, it's about a collective look and feel.
Be fair to say that the character, the older character of the area was lost when a building of this nature was built in that vicinity. Would that be a fair comment?
Sorry, Joe, can you repeat that?
But the old Queenslander style character was probably lost to some degree when a building of this nature was built, where residential properties may have existed.
I think we're getting a little bit focused on specifically the old Queenslander. To me, what the Eden Hospital represents is the development through that era of COOROY's history. It would have been a much more traditional building in its early days. The Eden Hospital had its 100th birthday last year, I believe. So this demonstrates the development of the town and its need for a slightly bigger facility at some point in time. I'm not exactly sure of the date of this building's build, but I would suggest it's still back to the 70s or early 80s.
It's also the case that within a heritage character area, that one of the reasons the overlay is put there is because there is concern about gradual erosion. So it does not mean that within a heritage overlay area that every building meets that test. And in fact, the heritage overlay seeks to protect further erosion of those areas which have been deemed to be of character significance.
Thank you.
And it's the sum of the whole rather than one or two individuals.
If I could just follow on question, part of the reason to include those that don't retain the same qualities in terms of the aesthetic would be that if these sites are to be subject to a future application, then that would give staff the lever for them to require the applicant to consider design elements that respects the character. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to the next photo.
Tom, is this a presentation?
No, it's questions.
Okay.
So just looking down the rest of the street, we have a building there, and then you have the entire COOROY, the Victory Hotel, COOROY Hotel President, which is also in the same overlay. Is that
Tom,
considered?
I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you there because this is making the same. I think you're making the same point, and this is for questions. So feel free to present these photos during your presentation, because I think Councillor Stockwell has photos he'd like to show us.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry about that, Brian. Okay. Yeah. Next, we'll go to the next photo. So one thing, it says that...
Actually, Tom, I don't think you understood what I said. If you're making presentation, this is a presentation. It could be part of your speech, your debate.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, but if you have specific questions you'd like to ask now, please feel free.
Okay, let's go to, I do have a question.
Next one.
So that's...
sorry, we're still proceeding with the presentation.
All right, okay, well, I'll do the presentation again.
Can I just ask a question in relation to your photos? Can you just answer me, is the Eden Hospital a heritage building or not?
No, it's not individually listed.
Not individually, but it is within the heritage idea of keeping buildings that have been built, for example, even in the 70s. It is still considered a heritage? Or
It's
not?
within the character precinct, which what we've addressed is you know,
Yeah.
that collective and the point Kerry made around putting things into that character precinct
Yeah.
helps us to protect against further erosion of the heritage.
So we could keep in the feel of the character precinct if a building across the road replicated the 70s style, for example.
I might sort of throw this to
Sorry,
Kerry and Patrick as well, but I think any development in the precinct needs to conform with the principles of the heritage overlay, and it talks about certain looks and feels in the heritage overlay.
So the 70s building wouldn't fit in with the heritage overlay?
Well, can I just, you might, I think it's important to go back to the definitions that we spoke about at the start. And character area, again, means an area or streetscape identified in the heritage overlay maps and which may include within it heritage sites and character buildings. And the character buildings means buildings within a character area that contribute positively to the identified character of the area and may include buildings that represent periods or, and this is the important bits, for me, buildings that represent periods or styles that predominate within the character area but have not been listed as a heritage site. So those sporadic buildings that may not be consistent with that predominant character don't denigrate from it being a character area or the fact that it is filled with character buildings.
Do we have a seconder for the motion, please?
Yeah,
Councillor Jusovic, Councillor Stockley, have the floor.
So, councillors, the decision in front of us today is a really simple one. Do you support the Noosa plan that has been backed by the Noosa community and the provisions that relate to this area since 1992? Do you think that you should accept the advice of a development consultant over the advice of our staff with respect to the proper interpretation of the planning scheme? Councillors, reflect back on your training. When we're considering development control, we are statutory obliged to follow the planning scheme. We don't get to influence our decisions by our own personal policy. We must respect the provisions of the planning scheme. In this case, the 2006 planning scheme. I believe it's really important to understand that in the development control plan that came after the term I had in council back in 1988 was because we did see applications that were starting to erode the character of this particular street. It drove the development, amongst other things, of the development control plan. And that was the first time that this residential area back then was nominated for medical premises. So we're getting a little bit tied up in knots. The purpose of the planning for the last 30 or 28 years was to protect the built form, and one of the objectives or one of the levers to do that was to allow a variety of use in a previously residential area for medical premises, noting that the hospital is across the road. I think it's also important to understand that we're looking at a streetscape, and yes, it's easy to pull out those things that don't apply. So that we have to go back and look at, in 2006, what was the character statement. And I've also got a few photos, I've got it in the video so I don't talk for too long, about the character statement, which is page 6, it might be section 634, and this is what it says. Roofs are pitched and ceilings are high. Stairs rising up from the front yards. Eaves, awnings and sunhoods protect external walls. Generally open with no front fences or only low fences. Okay, so that's the site we're looking at. Houses are generally square or rectangular with verandas wrapping part away round the house. New buildings that respect the character of the country town. And it's importantly, originally, to protect and enhance existing town character and thereby encourage a sense of community. And this is what we've been provided with to respect that. Councillors, 05, the valued streetscape character within the characters are protected through retention of buildings. Character buildings are conserved and protected by adaptive reuse. Development along Maple Street South, the business centre maintains the area. And it's my view that no character building like this has been approved for removal from this precinct for about 30 years. It may be 20. But I think it's really important to understand that this is a character precinct. You do not have the obligation to pick out one or two things that don't meet your view of what character is and say that's reason to let their character erode any further. That is not up to you today. It's up to you to look at what the planning scheme says and come to a rational, logical decision whether the staff have interpreted their planning scheme correctly. And these are very highly experienced staff that have been here for many years, that are well qualified to provide our advice, and their advice is it doesn't conform to the Noosa plan. So any vote against their recommendation, you're saying you do not support the community, you do not support the Noosa plan.
Thank you, Councillor Stockwell. Councillor Wheeler.
Okay. Can I go back?
You don't need to stand tall.
Oh, I need.
If you want. Please.
This might take a while.
Yeah, that's fine.
Some crackers. Can we go back to the photos, Kathy? So, you leave that one there. That's great. I love the Queenslanders. I love the Queensland. I love the Queenslander look. It is a beautiful thing, the Queenslander. It's a beautiful thing, COOROY. But when we say that, okay, leave this, we're very quickly saying, well, you can add on to this building. You could gut this Queenslander, leaving a facade, basically, of that Queenslander, which is nice. But there'll be a lot of adding on in the back. And what will that other stuff look like? Because it's a huge block. It's a big, massive open block there. And that's the reason they want to take this big facility and put it on this giant block, which is mostly empty right now. I kind of feel, well, I do feel that you're leaving that house there and saying, okay, well, let's put a couple more buildings on it. What are they going to look like? We're going to have the same argument within the year, probably. I think we should be creative, be a little bit more creative on this one, I think, and I have a different interpretation of the plan. One thing I would like to do is see this house right here. As you drive into COOROY, it is an eyesore. It's on the same block now. There's 4 blocks that are being merged into 2 blocks. That's the same block. I look at that and I say that's an eyesore. That does not fit in to the heritage overlay. It's an anomaly for COOROY. Why don't we move that beautiful Queenslander, slip it over 40 meters and put it on that block, take that house out, and make this as a condition for putting the medical center there. Because the medical center, clearly the area is zoned for medical center. Our policy is high value, low impact. We want to make that a medical center area. Across the road is giant, and the Eden is growing as well. It just seems to be getting creative here and saying, okay, well let's put this as a condition. And I don't know if we can or not, but it seems to me just an obvious solution, because the gateway, we talk about this heritage so much, and the gateway has a colossal eyesore there that shouldn't be there, shouldn't have been designed like that. So I think that there's I doubt that the architect and the business that wants to put this in is welded to that design of the business space. I would suspect that if you said put this facade on it, maintain the character, yes, they would probably do it. I would suspect. That's what I'd love to see, a negotiation around this, about getting creative, about going a different direction than either refusing or accepting. But there's a middle ground, because I don't think either is a real good solution. And I would like to see that. Yeah, so 1, love Queenslanders. 2, let's move the Queenslanders, get creative, let's not lose that. 3, let's make sure that the building that goes in fits in with the character. It doesn't have to be a Queenslander, because as we just realized, the building across the road and all the roads, they're not all Queenslanders by any stretch, but let's make it look really great. Thank you.
I have a question.
Question, of course.
I've got information here that says that the question is that the proposed development is consistent use with the community services zone, which you have said it is. Does it comply? And it also says here it complies with the Heritage Overlay Code. Is that correct? It complies with Council's Heritage Overlay Code.
No, so the Heritage Overlay Code seeks to retain the existing building and reuse that for the medical centre. So officers have recommended and advised that it doesn't comply, and that's one of the reasons of refusal.
So, okay.
I have a question too. Councillor Tom suggested that we need to get creative and he might not be wedded to the design. My understanding of your previous response was in fact that you came with this similar design right at the very beginning at a pre-lodgement meeting where you advised that it's unlikely to be acceptable and continued and on with that same proposal of an industrial scale medical building. So in your opinion, a statement that he may not be well to design may not be accurate?
Sorry, council's up. The staff can't.
Okay, so I suppose that's a question. Did the design we've got at the end look very similar to the design at the pre-lodgement meeting, where there was a number of opportunities where you have suggested it's unlikely to be acceptable?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, a question. Well, on page 29, doesn't it say that the applicant has indicated they are generally willing to work with council officers to resolve the acceptable design outcome?
They have expressed that they're willing to work with us. They haven't expressed that they're willing to remove
or retain the building.
Well, to retain the building or to relocate it to the site that you've suggested.
Has that come up?
Well, they've had the opportunity to advise where the building is going, and they said they have no site nominated at this point.
Could we, if on Thursday, could we make a motion to say, well, we want Queenslander moved to here and Bob's your uncle?
That's where my question was alluding to.
I don't think
is that something the council can condition?
No, I would think that's an unreasonable condition to impose.
That's what I would have suspected.
And if council wanted to have that discussion, we'd have to defer the application so we could discuss that with the applicant.
Just one more question. The house on MYALL Street, which Councillor Wagner was voting, to my understanding, that's outside the character precinct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Just a question. We've all been furnished with information from the applicant. The last one statement was that the proposal complies with the Heritage Code. You said it hasn't. There's a statement in here that the character area has also already been substantially eroded by prior contemporary redevelopment. That's a statement from the consultant. Is that also not true?
I suggest it's false because nothing's changed in that area since the character area was identified.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Joe.
Further to Councillor Wagner's suggestion there, if the developer proposed relocating the property to within the character zone, would that be an acceptable outcome if it was retained within the same character zone?
That would be an improvement on what we have at the moment, but the proposal, the planning scheme really seeks to retain that house in place.
Brian?
Question of Jane Harding. While it's not an individual heritage place, it's over 100 years old. In standard professional practice, relocating of a heritage or character building to another location, does that reduce its heritage value?
Absolutely, Brian, thank you. Yes. Buildings have the most, or any sort of heritage site has its most significance when it's intact and in situ. So as soon as you move it, part of its significance is reduced.
Thank you.
And I imagine that significance, if you have to retrofit it as a medical facility, would be significantly reduced as well.
That's probably a bigger question than maybe we have time for, but it is standard practice to adaptively reuse old Queenslanders for medical practice, and it can be done sensitively to retain the key characteristics and the important elements.
Yeah, there's a number of buildings around Queensland and in Noosa that have been adaptively reused or renovations undertaken sensitively to retain that heritage character or the value of that heritage site. We've got Health Lodge is a heritage listed building, and it's been done in a way that can retain those qualities that satisfy the state and council's planning scheme.
I think I mentioned at the committee meeting on Tuesday as well that there's some really good examples in Brisbane with medical precincts where old historic houses have been refurbished, and Spring Hill's a good example of that.
I'm assuming the most difficult element to facilitate is for commercial use as opposed to residential use, because there would be no issue with residential use, but for commercial use would be disability compliance.
Yes, because I think that's probably the hardest element to get it to apply, because you need to locate a ramp without impacting on those values.
But one of the things that could possibly be incorporated if there's further development is disability compliance to access the building through there and then somehow rather adjoin to this building so that disability compliance is met.
That's right.
Okay. Any other speakers?
Yes.
Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, go on, you go.
Categorically, I stand firmly against the staff recommendation to refuse this application. This application should be approved. In fact, it shouldn't just be approved. We should be jumping with joy at the prospect of providing increased services to our community, as well as the instigation of new jobs for so many in our shire that this development will bring. This application is consistent under Community Services Zone, and we have heard that there is certain debate about the Community Heritage Overlay Code, with applications coming in suggesting that it does conform, which we've noted and been through on the pages in the agenda. This application is for a medical centre for the essential service of providing medical services to nearly 7,000 residents. It has to take precedence over one house, a house which will be kept, maintained and can be simply moved. Councillor Stockwell talked about being for the community. Well, you cannot be any more for the community if you don't provide essential services. And this development provides essential medical services to the people in the hinterland, and they deserve it. Page 23 of this report, we've had an independent heritage impact assessment done, which I won't go over because I've spoken about it. The independent heritage impact assessment concludes that the original traditional character of the Maple Street area, and I understand this has been debated and being negated by council staff, has been progressively dissipated over the years by the introduction of larger scale health services, commercial building types and contemporary residences. I would suggest that anyone, and I think a picture paints 1,000 words, and I think the pictures put up by Councillor Wegner would show and suggest that this precinct is not filled with character homes. It's filled with commercial buildings, and there's definitely no character about a lot of them. Furthermore, the proposal for this medical centre sits directly opposite Eden Private Hospital. It's in the medical precinct already established. This medical centre will consolidate medical facilities in one of our precincts and will ensure the COOROY and hinterland residents have access to the same facilities as those people in Noosaville, Noosa Heads and so on. It gives our hinterland residents access to radiology services and other specialist treatment, life-saving treatments. There are no other nearby sites suitable in size and location that can accommodate this development, and there is no one else putting up their hand to build that medical centre. This proposal is consistent under the planning scheme under Community Services Zone. To keep the character house in the spot that it is and to use it in this medical development is, according to the applicant, simply not feasible. An assessment determined by them that reuse of this house was not viable because of, among other things, does not comply with current National Construction Code for medical-based establishment. I understand that there is a number of houses that have been retrofitted for specialists, but they're GPs, they're psychiatrists. I know of no other medical establishments that have been retrofitted in Brisbane or anywhere else that can withstand the very extensive and heavy radiology equipment that this would require. It's okay for a GP's office, but not for the machinery that a radiology business needs. I believe this application complies. This building in question will be removed and retained. It will be protected and looked after. But what about our residents, our community? Will they be protected and looked after? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Finzel.
Can I just do it a bit later?
Oh, of course, yeah. Councillor Lawson.
We have a proposal by an established provider of medical services to provide much needed medical facilities and a modern radiology imaging service in COOROY. The applicant is entitled to apply for the removal of character buildings situated within the COOROY Maple Street character area as their preferred redevelopment strategy, provided they can demonstrate that the character building cannot be practically retained. The applicant has investigated thoroughly the potential for adaptive reuse of the character house, and it was resolved that it was neither practical nor feasible to retain the building. It's not practical to retain the existing character building because this would require the applicant to retrofit the building to comply with access and mobility access, substantially modify the building to allow access that would change the external appearance of the building. It would require building work to meet compliance with current structural codes, construction, fire rating, and it would also require the applicant to completely remove timber stump foundations. It's not practical to retain a building that does not meet the energy efficiency requirements for the National Construction Code internal room sizes that do not suit the equipment or functional requirements of an imaging and medical centre. It's not practical to retain a building that would not meet acoustic ratings for imaging and medical centre, or is unable to add lead lining to existing walls required for X-ray equipment because of the weight impact on existing inadequate structure. It's not practical to retain a building that cannot accommodate commercial grade specialist solution mechanical systems that are required for medical and imaging fit outs. It's not practical to retain a building with work health and safety issues that would require modification to the existing building. Further, you cannot install, service or replace imaging equipment due to existing roof framing. The electrical system is not adequate for the proposed use. Plumbing and drainage is inadequate and unsuitable, and the list goes on and on. Simply, it's not practical, it's not reasonable, and it's not economically viable for this character building to be retained for adaptive reuse of medical facilities and radiology imaging. The applicant has adequately demonstrated, in my opinion, that the character building cannot be practically retained, and therefore the proposed relocation, not demolition, the proposed relocation of the existing character building is consistent with the objectives and the requirements of the superseded planning scheme. Furthermore, the applicant has explored the adaptive reuse of the existing buildings. In regards to the look and feel requirements required under the heritage overlay, the heritage style building proposed ensures that the valued streetscape character of character areas is protected. And finally, let's talk best interest of the community. The region has a catchment area of over 100,000 people. We are an ageing population, and as such, there is a need of further medical facilities and associated imaging. There is a need for healthcare facilities to co-locate with hospitals. The proximity to Eden Hospital allows convenience and accessibility for patients and practitioners. There is a need for superior radiology centre in COOROY, and more importantly, the need for new services to COOROY. The COOROY Development Control Plan sought to encourage the creation of a medical centre. It states that any new development must be designed in a way that the residential appearance of the street is maintained. This proposed new development, in my opinion, does precisely that, and it will also generate local employment during the construction and the operation of the medical centre at a time that Noosa needs it the most.
Thank you, Councillor Morrison.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Is this our last chance to have a say?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, okay.
Well, no, we can, unless other councillors want to go first.
You're all right. Where you go?
Okay. Thank you everyone for your recommendation and research and the work you've committed to this. As you know, I voted for the new Noosa plan. I made that decision based on the recommendations that came before me and trusted the recommendations from this staff, understanding the amount of work and the time, effort and money that went into it. At no point am I not supportive of a community, as was alleged. I stand behind this community and I believe that the hinterland deserves access, employment opportunities and medical care. The heritage overlay and opportunities for us to amend the plan, I don't know how that all works. We've got extremely competent staff that work in Noosa. And with regards to this today, I think there's some areas that we could perform better, to get really innovative outcomes that provide best services and employment opportunities as this area grows. I'm not sure how we go around this process, but I think there is room to look at the plan, is there not, to readdress some inadequacies that in this case feel that it cannot match the provision of modern services through the health delivery to our people. There is a discord, and I believe that we need to work harder, better, stronger for our community to deliver best on all levels. Thank you.
I'm really puzzled by the discussion around the table. I've read nowhere in this report that suggests that medical facilities of this nature don't belong in COOROY or on hinterland. What I have read in this is that the site chosen by the developer is inappropriate because of the size and scale and the nature of the medical facility that they want to place there. This medical precinct and the allowance of a medical centre could facilitate the GP's surgery, could facilitate any smaller size and scale of activity there. And in fact, the site is large enough to accommodate radiology equipment in any new development on the site, which has vacant land there and capability for it to occur. So I'm just a little puzzled at where it's gone. What we're being told by staff is that that to remove a character building that sits in the street that has value should be retained. And I tend to agree with that. I think the building has some wonderful character, and it would be a shame to lose it. Yeah, sure, there is size and scale of buildings across the road that over the years have been allowed to proceed. That doesn't mean that we should continue to demolish every bit of character and value in the area to allow other development to occur to continue doing what's happened in the past. I think the staff have alluded to what character means. Character doesn't only mean the Queensland style. It is the character that has developed over time, and to retain that character. And of course, as developments come along within that redevelopment opportunities occur, more character can be incorporated. What's before us doesn't have a lot of heritage character. I mean, I think the developer has tried to put an element of a heritage look and feel about it, but it doesn't meet a lot of the character elements of an older style that Councillor Stockwell alluded to. And look, I'm prepared. I support the staff's view on this. To suggest there is nowhere else in COOROY where medical facilities or X-ray and radiology facilities could go is a nonsense. There is a large centre there that has heaps of redevelopment potential in it. In fact, the old Wimmera site is currently being redeveloped into a new and modern supermarket. So there are lots and lots of opportunities there. In not only the eastern side, the western side of COOROY, but also the eastern side of COOROY for opportunities like this to occur. I agree. The people in COOROY and the hinterland deserve facilities of this nature. It's just that I don't support the view around the table that things should be demolished and relocated just simply to accommodate it because the developer has found this site as his ideal site and hasn't looked at the other opportunities. So, I'm prepared to support the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Juricevic. Councillors, this is a historic vote for this council. For the first time, councillors are considering whether to disregard this council's effort over many decades to preserve the heritage and character of our hinterland towns while providing modern services. It's a balancing act that skilled architects and applicants can deliver. In this case, we're talking about a 100-year-old building that plays a critical role in adding to the character of a character precinct in COOROY. We can't talk about valuing this shire's heritage, history and character and then vote to remove an 100-year building when other solutions are possible. This decision is also about whether councillors support correct process. If we have any regard for proper process and the Noosa plan, we support the recommendation. If we have issues with the planning scheme's character overlay, then we put it out for public consultation to see whether changes are supported through an amendment process down the track. We don't vote against the planning scheme just because we can. If we respect the community's value placed on heritage and character, as reflected in the character overlay, which has been supported since 1992 in the Development Control Plan, all submissions received have been in favour. The community, this is a community that lets you know when they don't like something in the planning scheme. They tell you when they don't like an element of the planning scheme. The character overlay has been consistently supported. If we respect the community's value placed on heritage and character, and the work to provide medical services in the street, you will support the planning scheme. It's not one against the other. You can have both. I contend that this development application is deficient in this regard. Although it sounds like people around this table have accepted the developer's assertions that have been shown on reflection to be not entirely true. If you don't support the overlay, don't vote against the planning scheme. Let's have an amendment process and have this changed through a proper process. The planning scheme permits medical centres to be built, but requires applicants to have the skill and the will to submit applications that achieves the long-standing and clearly articulated requirement that existing buildings in the heritage character area are respected and retained. Noosa has a different look and feel because of its planning scheme and the willingness of councillors to support the plan. The hinterland has a different look and feel because of work such as this to retain the character and heritage value of the hinterland towns. At the first opportunity, we can't go contrary to that. The applicant is welcome to submit an application for a medical centre within or as an addition to the existing property, which is part of the heritage character. So heavy equipment, if it can't be contained within the retrofitted Queenslander, it can be contained within additional buildings on site, as we've heard from staff. The community's strong respect for the character and heritage of COOROY was reflected as far back as the 1992 Development Control Plan, which noted that council may consider an application for medical centres, but it will be necessary for an existing building to be designed in such a way that the residential appearance of the street is maintained and buildings are retained. The 1997 Strategic Plan identified that COOROY's rich and rural heritage and country town atmosphere is derived specifically from the Queensland-style architecture displayed in homes such as this one, this 100-year-old one, and that land in Maple Street opposite the hospital be used for low-impact medical businesses, providing that existing buildings are used for these purposes to respect and retain COOROY's character. The Noosa Plan, 2006, is explicit in this regard as well. The former and current planning schemes reflect and value and respect the community's will for COOROY's heritage and character. I believe it's our civic responsibility to respect that in our decision making. We all have personal opinions, but there's a bigger picture here. There's undoubtedly many skilled and well-informed building designers or architects who would be aware of and be able to meet these requirements in a subsequent application. Or, if we want to still have what we've been presented with on the site, the appropriate time to do it would be after the planning scheme has been changed through amendments. It's about correct process. I look forward to more innovative development applications from this applicant that reflects and respect COOROY's character and heritage in this precinct. We also heard opinions from a consultant, the development applicant's consultant, that disrespects the heritage value and character value of this area. We've also had assessments by town planning staff, our council's heritage officer, and also an independent third-party heritage expert that the development's applicant's consultant is in fact wrong and making erroneous and false statements. Of course, the applicant is entitled to apply to remove the building. They can apply to put an abattoir there. That's their right under a very permissive performance-based planning scheme. It doesn't mean that councillors are obliged to approve it or planning staff obliged to approve it. councillors, this is quite it will be a historic decision, and it will have consequences for the character and heritage of COOROY townships, and also the future direction. Sends a signal about what this council values in terms of heritage and history, and it's easy enough for us to say that we value these things, but at the first opportunity, through our words and deeds and votes, show that we have an entirely different understanding of that and intention towards the planning scheme, towards heritage and history as reflected in the planning scheme, and the community's opinions as expressed through support for the planning schemes in terms of the character overlay and submissions made to the planning schemes. It's not about us, it's about the community collectively. This is not the be-all and end-all application for this site. The applicant is free to put in one that conforms, and as we know, between 96 and 98% of all development applications to the planning scheme are approved, because there are many skilled development, building designers and architects and development applicants who understand what we're trying to achieve, what this community is trying to achieve, and can put in applications that comply. And as we've heard, there's been repeat from the pre-lodgement meeting, there's been continued meetings back and forth with the applicant, and they've been continually advised that their application in its current form will not be supported. They've had plenty of time to act on the advice, but they're, in my view, speculating that the majority of councillors around this table are going to disregard the values enshrined in the planning scheme and their own planning scheme. It's a speculative development, councillors. I think I've said enough. Councillor Stockwell, yours to close.
Well, that was an excellent summation. I think it's important to reflect how we got here. Back in 1988, when I was first elected, my slogan was keeping the country in COOROY. Now that might not mean anything had it not been based on a survey I did of that community standing out in front of the IGA, where that consistent message came over and over again from that community. We want to keep the country in COOROY. That was their words. 30 years later, I did the same, very similar questions. And while the words were a little bit different, overarching that input was that sense of pride, that sense of place, that sense of country town character that resulted in people enjoying the place they live. You don't lose character all at once. You do it once, twice, 3 times, and before you know it's gone. So back then, I used to say we don't want COOROY to become Noosa's Nerang. Have a think how Nerang has changed since the 1980s. It's now a suburb. Do we want COOROY to be the eastern suburb of Noosa, or do we want it to be a separate country town with its own character? I understand Councillor Wegner's desire to try to come up with creative solutions, and that was what the option was when staff gave the decision. It's really clear. I've done a little bit of design in my time and I am a planner, and it's quite clear to me that there is enough room on the amalgamated lot to retain the 100-year-old house and build a sympathetically designed annex to contain and house the medical machinery that requires higher load ratings. Any other point of view, I believe, is really open to considerable debate. I think that really is the option, councillors. We are being lobbied by a person with a view that hasn't taken on the advice of our staff, who have come up with a design that is not in accordance with the Noosa plan. There is no way, as was suggested, to call the design forward by the developer as a heritage style building. It has elements of coastal modern architecture and a few screens, but it in no way reflects that character statement that my video showed. I think it's also important to note that Councillor Wegner mentioned it's a giant lot. It's not. As part of this, they're amalgamating 4 lots into 2 to create a large lot and a smaller lot. I did my research, and the design guide for places which underpin the 2006 scheme has design objectives And one of the recommendations in that planning study that underpins the 2006 scheme says this: ensure COOROY's scale and character are not lost when amalgamation of sites is permitted. Councillors, there is no debate. COOROY's scale and character will be lost if this development is approved on this site. And the decision or the recommendation by staff, as Councillor Wilkie has pointed out, and Councillor Jerusalem has pointed out, is about the retention of character. That is really important. No one disagrees that this site is suitable for medical uses and medical uses are essential. Where there is disagreement is there's a multiplicity of sites where it can occur if the developer does not wish to respect or have to deal with character provisions. We sit here to decide applications based on the planning scheme. We don't sit here to respond to individual applicants' ideas about blocks of land on their value. It's really important. I know it's hard to say no, but our job is to get professional advice and make our decision based on that professional advice as to the appropriate interpretation of the Noosa plan.
Thank you, Councillor Stockwell. Okay, I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillors Juricevic, Stockwell and Wilkie. Those against? Councillors Stewart, Finzel, Wegener and Lawrenson. The motion is lost.
Mr Chair, I'm not aware of any other motions coming forward from Council on this. Given that motion's lost, staff have prepared a motion that I think would give rise to that vote, and that is the matter be deferred to the ordinary meeting on Thursday night to enable staff to bring a report forward, giving conditions of approval if the Council wishes to consider that.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
So
CEO.
just get the wording up on the... That would then, obviously, otherwise we wouldn't have any motion before us to consider today.
Yep.
So the motion would be that we bring the matter to Thursday night's ordinary meeting with staff to prepare conditions for approval, and then the Council can debate whether they wish to go down that path. Okay, we have a mover for the motion, please. Councillor Wegener, seconder. Councillor Lawrenson, you wish to speak to the motion, Tom?
I'm still reading it. Can somebody read it out loud for the benefit of those people?
I'll read it.
That you as a mover reader.
I'll read it. That Council note the report by the Coordinator of Planning to the Planning and Environment Committee, meeting dated 6th of October 2020 regarding application number MCU 20/0027 for a development permit for material change of use, commercial business type 2, medical involving building work associated with the relocation of a building within a heritage character area, and development permit for reconfiguring a lot 4/2 situated at 45 and 47A Maple Street and 9 MYALL Street, COOROY, and request a further report to be presented to the ordinary meeting dated 15th of October 2020 with an alternative motion for approval. So that means the motion would recommend approval. So the staff would actually work between now and Thursday to get together conditions if the Council so minded to approve this application, what those conditions would be, because you don't have those today. You couldn't move a motion to approve it because you don't have the conditions.
I don't think we should have approval on the end, shouldn't we?
Well,
approval
if you've refused it,
the majority
of councils have voted against an approval, a refusal. So my bold assumption is that there'll be a councillors want to approve it. We don't have conditions today to do that, so we'd bring that to council's meeting on Thursday with potential conditions. If the council wishes to move an approval motion, you would then have the conditions to be able to do that.
Would those conditions be worked in with the applicant? Would you work together with the applicant in regard to those conditions?
There's not a lot of time between now and Thursday, so if council wishes to approve it, I guess I'm keen to hear from councillors as to what sort of conditions they would like. If there's any particular conditions or changes they would like to make to the proposal plans.
Mr. Chair, question please.
Yes, question.
What would be the situation if we deferred it till next month's meeting? Is there any refusal?
Yeah, so we are already outside the decision time frame.
I'm working on time frame.
Yeah, but the applicant was aware it was coming to today, and we're happy to wait for the decision at this round. The application is an impact accessible application, so it's not one that will be deemed approved if council decides it outside the timeframe. The applicant, if we do not decide it at the ordinary meeting, has the option to go to the court with a deemed refusal.
As an impact,
or has the option to extend time to give council more.
Yeah.
as an impact assessable application, I assume it went out for public
Yes.
notification.
Yes, that's right.
What were the responses to public notification?
Patrick?
Were we?
There is.
That was the 8 that were mentioned. I thought
No,
that was
that's-
they were referring to the planning
It was
scheme.
8 people, that was the
That
heritage.
was referring to the planning scheme, specifically with regard to this application.
Yeah.
There was a mix of support and objections. Those
It's on page 31 of the report.
Yeah, there's a table.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I did read them. Sorry.
Yeah.
So I've a further question. While I don't have any problems with staff assisting councillors to prepare a potential alternative motion, I am a bit concerned that the motion requests staff to write a report. I suppose it depends on what's in that report, but there's no suggestion there that staff will be providing advice to the contrary to what they've already provided.
The whole process is staff have made the recommendation, which is to refuse the application, but as always, staff are happy to prepare conditions if the council wishes to approve it. That's no issue at all, but staff won't be changing their recommendation. Staff still recommend that we refuse the application, but we'll prepare conditions which will set out if the council wants to approve it. These are the conditions that would make sense to apply.
One of those conditions include keeping the house on the...
Well, that's not what I understand council wants to do potentially. They want to approve it as proposed by the applicant.
Yeah.
Would one of the conditions, well, removal of the house and not destruction of the house?
That is a condition.
That is the condition. Okay.
It's got to be relocated.
So, I mean, I guess removal, where does that mean? That could be outside the Shire, anywhere. I mean, that's something we need to think about in terms of conditions.
Can we impose a condition to relocate the house within the COOROY precinct?
Yes.
That's what I would ask to be included.
So I was asking around for land where it could be relocated. Of course, you have Fillmore and there's various places.
There might be various places, but the
Okay,
person...
we've got to move.
the
Sorry,
owner
we've got
of
to
the
move.
applicant's away in
Councillors,
the
we've got a
property.
mover and a seconder. Tom, you want to use your? You want to speak to this, and you can
Speak to the deferral
about the deferral.
To be honest, I don't actually really know enough to talk about this. This is new to us, the new councillors.
Well, the motion's just to defer till Thursday. So, with the staff to bring conditions for approval, and when would we have that before us to consider?
Well, I have to have it finished tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have
So,
Should we? Anybody else have any other ideas?
So again, I'll reiterate the question I asked. If this is not completed and we offer an alternative time frame of going to the next meeting of the council, that would give you more time to
that would be better, yes.
to arrange that. So
we'll also need the approval of the applicant.
Yeah.
And we'll know before Thursday whether we have that. My advice to council is we go with this motion, and if we are not able to finalise that report before Thursday, we would also know whether or not the applicant's happy to defer it to next month and bring forward more detailed potential conditions, which will be considered in the next round of meetings. So that would be my advice, is to go with this for the moment. And if we are unable to achieve that before Thursday night, then in consultation with the applicant, they may agree to provide another 30 days and we'll bring it back into the next round.
Okay, I would have gone for the different time frame, but...
Okay. Councillors wish to speak to the motion? Okay, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Councillors Finzel, Stewart, Wegener and Lawrenson. Those against? Jurisovic, Stockwell and Wilkie. The motion's carried. Thank you, Kerry. Thank you, Patrick. We'll now move on to item 2, which is the Community Grant Program Funding. Community Grant, Project Grant Equipment, and that's from the Services and Organisation Committee. And I need to first up declare a prescribed conflict of interest. I am an executive member of the Noosa Arts Theatre, that's president, and they are a grant applicant, and therefore will leave the room.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Just wait till you leave the room, then I'll talk through the process. Councillors, this is amazing. Here we are, 12th of October, the first day of the new legislation, and potentially one of the trickiest, matters to deal with in terms of the new processes. I'll just outline, if you like, a bit of the background and how we work through this process to make sure we're compliant with the new legislation. Because the new system actually starts today, and I think we're probably the first council in Queensland to have to work it through. It's a bit of fun. So firstly, just a reminder that it's okay to have conflicts of interest. If you live in a community, you will have them, and it's how we deal with them, how the process of dealing with them. And certainly the language has changed. We now have a new system, so instead of MPIs and perceived conflicts, we now have a system of prescribed conflicts and declarable conflicts of interest. The process now is that the chair has left the room. What we'll need to do will be to put a new chairperson in for dealing with this matter, and that person should be one of the councillors who doesn't or isn't proposing to declare a conflict of interest. And I understand there are a few more to come, so I think the appropriate thing would be, I understand Councillor Finzel may be the anointed one, that we need someone to nominate, and I think, Tom, you don't have you're going to nominate Karen. Is there anyone else who's not going to declare a conflict of interest? So do you want a second?
I'll second. For
Councillor Finzel to become chair. So only those councillors who are not going to declare a conflict of interest should vote on this, which I think would be Councillor Finzel, Councillor Wegner and Councillor Juricevic. So do you want to vote for the motion is that Councillor Finzel chair the meeting for the consideration of this item. All those in favour? And the other councillors don't vote on that because you have an interest you need to declare. So if you like, Councillor Finzel, I can talk through the process from here.
Sure, thank you.
So I understand there's 3 more declarations, and my suggestion would be that you do those one at a time, and then we deal with all of them one at a time. So whoever wants to go first, it doesn't really matter. Maybe Councillor Stewart, as me. Sure. Would you like to go through yours first?
Thank you. I, Councillor Stewart, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter in relation to the application by the Sunshine Coast Sports Aviators, as one of the club members, David Cookman, donated $500 on the 17th of March 2020 to my 2020 election campaign, and also put up call flutes for me during this campaign. Mr. Cookman is not the applicant for the grant, nor is the grant being issued to him. As such, there does not appear to be any personal benefit accruing to Mr. Cookman as a result of the grant to the community organisation. He is simply a member of a community organisation that is receiving a grant from council. Mr. Cookman is not a current committee member, although he has been a committee member in the past. I understand that he is a life member of the community group. Although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias, because I believe Mr. Cookman does not stand to receive a personal benefit or loss in relation to this application. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting room. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Thank you, Councillor. And I think we just go through all 3 and then we'll make some decisions at the end. So perhaps Councillor Lawrenson, you would like to go next?
I, Councillor Lawrenson, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter in relation to the application by the Sunshine Coast Sports Aviators. As one of the club members, Mr. David Cookman, approached me after a Meet the Candidates nights and asked for some election campaign posters to advertise on his properties. I did not know him or have any relationship with Mr. Cookman prior to the meeting him that night. Mr. Cookman is not the applicant for the grant, nor is the grant being issued to him. As such, there does not appear to be any personal benefit accruing to Mr. Cookman as a result of the grant to the community organisation. He's simply a member of a community organisation that is receiving a grant from council. Mr. Cookman is not a current committee member, although he has been a committee member in the past. I understand that he's a life member of the community group. Although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias because I do not consider that I have a close personal relationship with Mr. Cookman, and I believe Mr. Cookman does not stand to receive a personal benefit or loss in relation to this application. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting room. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Thank you. And I understand Councillor Stockwell also has something to say.
Yes, I wish to inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter in relation to the application by the COOROY United Football Club as I have donated a total of $600 between December 2016 and December 2019, should read to that club. This was both a junior bursary and general goodwill. Although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias because of the community nature of this donation. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting room. I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Thanks. Not just for councillors.
Sorry, Mr. CEO, before that goes on, can I just clarify a situation where I declared at the previous meeting? I had, at the previous meeting of the Service and Organisation Committee, believed there may have been a perceived conflict of interest. I have since received advice from the CEO in relation to the relationship in regard to the person that I was concerned about, and I believe under the conditions that we now that we have before us and we had previously, that there was no perceived and no declarable conflict of interest, and so I have not declared that conflict at this time.
Thank you. Councillor, just particularly for those who've been around for a while, you might recall that under the previous legislation, before it came or changed today, where we had a number of councillors where you got below a quorum to actually make that decision, there ended up being a delegation of the CEO to make the decision, and luckily over the years that's not had to transpire. The legislation's made a change, and I didn't cover this in the training I did for you over the last couple of weeks, because I never thought it would arise, and here we are on day one. The provision now is that the remaining councillors who haven't made a declaration, even though you are below a quorum, or we're down to 3 in that situation out of the 7, you can still make the decision in relation to whether the other councillors stay or go. That wasn't the case under previous legislation. So section 150, E capital T, actually makes a provision now that the remaining councillors who don't have a conflict of interest, even though they don't form a quorum for the meeting, can make that determination whether or not the other councillors stay or go. So that's what the process we'll work through now. So that will be Councillor Finzel, Councillor Wegner and Councillor Juricevic will now consider each of the 3 declarations and make a determination about whether you would stay or go. So perhaps my suggestion, if you're happy, that we would take Councillor Stewart, who made the first declaration, and it's up to the... I'll move the first resolution that we note the declarable conflict of interest by Councillor Stewart, determines it's in the public interest that she remains in the room and votes on the matter, because Council believes that Mr Cookman will not receive a personal benefit or loss in relation to this application, and therefore a reasonable person would trust that the final decision is made in the public interest. That's moved by Councillor Juricevic. You can't second it. You're one of them. Yeah. So only Councillor Karen. So Councillor Wegner has done that, and you can now call whether on the vote whether all those in favour.
All those in favour.
Which would be, so it's 3-0, 3 councillors who.
Unless somebody wants to speak to the matter.
Yeah. And now we move on to.
I'll move the second one as well.
Councillor Lawrenson. In the same vein, the Council note the declarable conflict of interest by Councillor Lawrenson determines in the public interest that she remains in the room and votes on the matter, because Council does not believe this is because Council believes this is not a close personal relationship and that Mr Cookman will not receive a personal benefit or loss in relation to the matter, and therefore a reasonable person would trust that the final decision is made in the public interest. We need a seconder. Either Councillor Finzel or Councillor Wegner can second that. Councillor Finzel second that. And same thing whether anyone wants to speak to it or then take the vote.
Does anyone want to speak to the... We're ready to take the vote. All in favour?
Same 3 councillors. Thank you. And the last one is Councillor Stockwell.
And I'll move the third one in the same vein. The Council note the declarable conflict of interest by Councillor Stockwell and determine that it is in public interest that he participates and votes on the matter, because Council would trust the final decision is made in the public interest.
We just need a seconder for that. Seconded by Councillor Wegner. Same thing.
Would anyone like to speak to that? If so, can we have a show of hands if you're in agreement?
3-0. Okay. So that covers the conflicts of interest. What that means now, the point we're at, is that all 6 councillors are able to participate in consideration of the issue, and the matter is the recommendation to approve the community project grants. So it's up to, for anyone would like to move that we've...
So moved.
Moved by Stockwell.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Juricevic. So just call for whether anyone wants to speak to the motion.
Would anyone like to speak to this motion? then we'll take a vote. Do we take a vote?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
All in favour?
Unanimous. Thank you. So that item's completed, and I'll go and get Councillor Wilkie back next. Councillor
Short and
Finsell.
sweet.
Short and sweet. Thank you.
Who would have thought the very first day we the new legislation starts, we get something a bit tricky like that. So well done. And I was doing that training with you over the last couple of weeks, and I thought this will never arise. I won't worry about covering something so obscure.
We never have a pandemic.
Glad we got it out of the way early.
Yeah.
Okay, we're up to item 3, Go Noosa Peak Period Traffic Management 2021. Referred from the Services and Organisation Committee meeting. I asked that this be referred. I had a different motion that I wanted to test with councillors. Let's put it up there for people to consider. It's a signal at the Service and Organisation Committee meeting that we may want to consider the implications of having the full gamut of free bus services for councillors to consider. Anyway,
I'll second.
Question.
I'll second.
Oh, if you want. Okay. Right. We're into it straight away.
Well,
So,
question.
yeah.
Can I suggest that you read out?
I'll read it out.
Yeah,
So
just as in what's in the agenda and then what the additional issues that you're bringing forward are.
Okay. So, in the agenda, page 16.
I'll go back up the top there, please.
So, in the agenda, the recommendation was that the council approve the use of the 065 Go Noosa Loop bus servicing Wyber Road, Noosa Parade, Hastings Street and Noosa Drive from the 12th of December 2020 to the 26th of January 2021, with the authority for the CEO to cancel, stand down and recommence the service based on advice from Council's COVID safety team. B, approve the use of the Noosa AFL ground, the J car park, Noosa Junction Transit Centre as park and ride locations. C, approve the use of variable message signs at key entry points to Noosa from 12th of December 2020 to 26th of January 2021 for the purpose of informing motorists of car parking availability. D, approve the use of traffic control in the Hastings Street precinct and surrounding areas to manage vehicle and pedestrian movements from 12th of December 2020 to the 26th of January 2021 as required. E, approve the use of Noosa Heads Lions Park for the paid car parking on the 12th to 13th of December 2020, 19th to 20th December 2020, 26th December to 17th of January 21 inclusive, and 23 to 26th of January 2021. F, approve the use of wayfinding signage in the Hastings Street precinct, Noosa Junction and Noosaville from 12th of December 2020 to 26th of January 2021. G, approve the temporary conversion of 8 parallel car parks on the southern side of Hastings Street from the Hastings Street roundabout to 28 Hastings Street for other uses including loading bays, bicycle and scooter parking and increased footpath from the 12th of December 2020 to 26th of January 2021. H, approve the investigation and trial the promotion of the Noosa Ferry in Go Noosa marketing as an alternative mode of travel. And I, approve the installation of 2-minute drop and go areas on Noosa Parade and Noosa Drive. The changes for those who may be listening at home. J, approve the use of the 064 Perugian Beach to Noosa Heads bus from the 12th of December 2020 to the 26th of January 2021, with delegated authority for the CEO to cancel, stand down and recommence the service based on advice from Council's COVID safety team. And K, approve the use of free travel on TransLink bus services on routes 626, 627, 628, 629 and 632 from the 12th of December 2020 to 26th of January 2021, with delegated authority for the CEO to cancel, stand down and recommence the service based on advice from Council's COVID safe team.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I've just noticed something in J that I just wonder whether we need to clarify. I'm assuming that refers to the shuttle service from Brisbane?
Yes.
Should we state that in the
Previous
for clarity?
064 Perugian Beach, you should say shuttle service.
I'm just wondering whether
bus,
to include
Perugian Beach bus to Noosa Heads. Or shuttle bus?
Shuttle.
Would that be
As opposed to bus?
As opposed to the TransLink bus service.
Shuttle bus. Okay, happy with that. Thanks, Joe. Councillors, I've put this here for your consideration because the trends suggest that restrictions are continuing to ease, not tighten, and that by Christmas visitors from interstate may also be coming, perhaps in strong numbers due to pent-up demand. We've heard that passenger numbers on regular TransLink services have been reduced during COVID. It's not clear how much is due to greater numbers working from home or out of work and not needing to commute or due to health fears. But if we only achieve 50% of the passenger numbers of last Christmas on these free buses, that's still over 120,000 passengers using the service. From surveys, we know that passengers state they would have otherwise driven their cars, so even this would mean significantly less traffic and fewer vehicles on the road network. And this motion also gives staff sufficient time to notify TransLink to secure the extra fleet to provide the bus services in addition to the paid services that will be circulating on the network over Christmas and New Year. Yeah. It also gives the flexibility for staff to respond should Queensland Health risk warnings change. And I'd also just state if we always operated on a value for money or purely financial return on investment proposition, there are many council facilities would never open, and our much loved aquatic and leisure centres would be in jeopardy. And we make general comment about, we did, even though we're in COVID times, we did make a statement and commitment that public services would not be, we will not reduce public services as much as possible despite COVID, and this honours that. Councillors, for your consideration. Councillor Lawrenson.
I'd like to move an amendment to item A.
Yep.
I'd like that item A be amended to read, approve the use of the 065 Go Noosa loop bus servicing Wyber Road, Noosa Parade, Hastings Street and Noosa Drive from the 12th of December 2020 to the 26th of January 2021, with authority for the CEO to cancel, stand down and recommence the service based on advice from Council's COVID safety team, Noosa Chamber of Commerce and Tourism Noosa, who will use advice and information from the Queensland Government recommended COVID safe public transport plan as to suggested best practice and policy guidelines as their primary terms of reference. And do you want me to speak to that?
I'll
Second, Councillor Stewart.
Okay. I've just added that because I think it's important as a council that we support the right of our community to participate in decision making that affects their future. We've got a role to engage with our community and we have a duty to make decisions in their best interest. My amendment aims at giving stakeholders the opportunity to participate in a decision that impacts their industries. It also aims to strengthen trust and goodwill between council and community. It demonstrates that as a council that we are listening and being informed by a broad section of the community. And just finally, just businesses and communities should always be able to rely on council to make the right decisions, and this has never been more important than right now when our livelihoods and businesses are under threat.
Okay, Councillor Stockton.
So I've just got some questions, probably linked to the reference there about there being a COVID safe public transport plan. Are there any current social distancing requirements on public transport?
You've got the details.
Yeah, so I've actually got the COVID safe public transport plan, which is issued by TransLink. So they talk about adjust your travel, consider options to adjust your travel, including travelling outside peak times, catching an earlier service or waiting for a later service, walking or cycling between home and work. They talk about leaving a gap at platforms and whilst leaving space between you and the person in front of you as you enter the vehicle, sitting away from other people, waiting for a later service if required in busy periods. And they've got fact sheets and a whole range of things.
Okay, so there's no specifics about having to be within the 2 square metres like the internal space?
No, so when I spoke to them on Friday, it's basically the patrons have to manage themselves.
There's no requirement on the bus driver?
So the bus driver will not stop the bus and then tell people to adjust how they're sitting. That's up to the patrons to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's nothing like, because generally these can be sardines, can't they? It's quite thin like sardines.
That's
So
right.
if there is any high likelihood of transfer, it's going to occur here.
Yeah.
Is there any requirement to wear masks on public transport in that COVID safety plan?
No.
Is there a requirement for hand hygiene?
Yeah, so the buses will have a cleaning process. We haven't seen the full detail of that, but I think they talk about
at the end of each day
end of
it'll
each
have
day.
a full sanitisation, and they'll be sanitising at key touch points throughout the day, but it's not every run or anything like that.
Okay. And what about hand sanitising and people getting on and off?
We haven't given the details of whether that's on each bus or anything. I don't know if that exists.
If that's not the case, is it possible for, on the loop circuit or each of the stations to put hand sanitising?
So the loop bus, it's something that we could manage easily. But if you talk about all the other buses on all the other bus stops, that would be too difficult because the Sunbus network goes all down to Sunshine Coast, etc. So the way they do their shifts, we don't have the same buses here doing the same services.
The most crowded bus that would have been utilised during the last holiday period would have been the loop bus?
Yeah, so the 66, the one to go across east-west one. Yeah.
So so that's the Tewantin to Sunshine and Tewantin to Sunrise.
So can we, therefore, if we do progress with this, can we clarify from TransLink whether they provide hand sanitizer on the buses, and if not, whether we could provide hand sanitizer on the buses, perhaps?
Yeah, we can answer that.
Thank you.
I have a question about just the amendment. Generally, you're quite comfortable with using the COVID safe public transport plan as suggested best practice, and would do that as a matter of
that is what we refer to. So TransLink as the service provider, and they control the public transport, so we can only really refer to their COVID safe plan. We don't have any other. I mean, we can talk to our internal team, but the advice that we'll refer to is that's prepared by TransLink.
Yeah. Thank you.
Question probably to the CEO. As part of the motion with regard to our interim policy on events, there was to be a consultative group that featured a mix of community and business. Has that been established yet?
I'd have to check. I'll take that on notice. I'll be able to answer that. Michael's been looking after that. He's been away. I spoke to him when he got back. I just need to get an update. I'll be able to answer that on Thursday night.
I've just got to have a question.
Karen.
The route 631, is that in this?
That'll be in the 5 TransLink service. Oh, that's the external one, isn't it?
Any route that travels outside the Shire, if it ends in, say, Nambour, we're unable to include that in the free.
Okay.
So the 632 is the one that
the Maroochydore service and the Nambour service.
Yeah, we can't do those ones that go outside the Shire.
And the reason is that their ticketing system doesn't allow them to, sort of charge people till they get to the Shire border and have free or from there on. So
that's what we
just doesn't.
That's why it's not in there.
Yeah, and that's why we have the 064. That's why we have the Peregian one, because it has to overlay the existing 620 service, which comes from Maroochydore. So it's
Thank you.
We'll speak to them.
Any councillors apart from Councillor Lawson wish to speak to the motion?
Amendment.
The amendment being done. Brian.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the desire to have some form of consultation and decision-making process. I'm uncomfortable that only business groups are represented. The consideration of COVID safety is for our community. Businesses are a small part of our community, important, but in terms of risk, having just one element of the community I can't support. I like the concept of referring to the guidelines, but so without knowledge of whether we have got an alternate, one that had a mix of both business and community representatives on it to use as I suppose it's really just to bounce off. I can't support the amendment in the current.
We do have the working group.
Steering group. Yeah, could we engage with the steering group?
And there are representatives on there from the Chamber of Commerce and also from Tourism Noosa.
No, that's not what the representatives on the Transport Working Group are Hastings Street Association, Noosa Junction Association, Tourism Noosa, and 2 other community groups.
Zero emissions.
Zero emissions is one. But the motion before us is about
Chamber of Commerce
the amendment.
Just a process question, Mr. CEO. If this is accepted and becomes part of the motion, another amendment could be moved that includes, say, Noosa residents and ratepayers.
Correct.
Yeah.
Or a reference to
We
the
could-
tourism
Yeah, could
working
we
group.
Or alternatively, we could amend this.
Yeah, you can't amend them.
You can't amend the amendment. It has to become part of the motion.
So the ways forward are either this is passed and then someone could move to add
Add to the
other consultative groups.
Yeah, once
or
it's
alternative, this is lost and
yeah.
someone puts forward an alternative. So either way.
One question, would, say, we have a small group within council that makes decisions, something goes wrong, what is the process to engage the business groups to say, pull the plug on it, to say, okay, we're gonna stop? But hold on, do we have to, we know there's been a couple of COVID cases here, do we need to all of a sudden get them in the room all at once? It seems like speed and efficiency is of the, really important in a COVID potential outbreak situation.
I could probably answer that, given that you're giving me the authority to make that decision. If we have a COVID case, you can be assured that speed will be it'll be very quick, and it'll be done, virtually or whatever it might be. But I would have to, under this resolution, consult with all these parties and make that decision, and it'll be a very quick decision.
Check the CEO's not planning to go anywhere over the Christmas period, is he?
No, he's not.
Adam, I've got a few questions for you that you might be able to answer. The Noosa Chamber of Commerce, do you have, just from memory, how many members are signed up, and what industries the Chamber of Commerce?
That was something only the Chamber could answer. It's not something the staff would be able to answer. So
where I'm going with this is that I think between the Chamber of Commerce and the Tourism Noosa Board, Tourism Noosa Association, that they cover a very wide spectrum, a broad spectrum of our community. And there's
Mr. Chair, I think you're speaking to
I can speak to that. Excuse me, Frank.
Yeah. Chair, I'll speak to the amendment. I have to agree with Councillor Stockwell. Whilst I appreciate the intent of broadening the area of consultation, the CEO has at hand, I think that this is a bit one-sided with regard to business users only, and the broader community could be consulted here. So whilst I don't agree with the wording of this amendment, I do agree with the intent, and I think a broader spectrum, should this be approved or refused, be looked at with regard for the CEO to consult with the broader community.
Yeah.
I'll speak to it.
Councillor Stewart.
I support this motion because we're looking at the 065 Go Noosa Loop bus servicing Wyber Road, Noosa Parade, Hastings Street and Noosa Drive. The majority of people and organisations in and around that area are represented by the Noosa Chamber of Commerce and Tourism Noosa. This is only a group looking at not the whole transport steering group. This is a very selective particular group. It's looking at the Go Noosa Loop bus, which will impact most heavily upon both organisations that have been noted above. So I stand behind and agree with this amendment.
Excuse me. Would you wish to speak to the amendment?
No, thank you.
Karen, would you wish to speak to the amendment?
Just a question, has this been discussed at the business round table meetings, the Go Noosa strategy around what we're discussing?
No,
it hasn't.
Not yet. Not as yet.
And is
it has been discussed at the Transport Working Group, which includes the business communities, Hastings Street, Noosa Junction and Tourism Noosa.
So there is a process underway by which this information is fed back to those groups. Okay. And any point is this information fed back to community groups? How is that? Is there a process for that?
It'd be the council decision.
Once the decision is there, one would assume that the process would be then to go out and advise the community of what has been approved.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Karen, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
No.
Okay.
Question: just how does it change? How does the amendment really change in practice?
Well, in practice, if something started to go wrong, then I would be consulting with the Noosa Chamber of Commerce and Tourism Noosa, and those two organisations, before I made a final decision about whether to can it because we've got a COVID outbreak. That's in a nutshell.
But regardless, the final decision would, regardless of their opinion, the final decision would be yours?
Correct.
And Queensland Health's opinion would probably carry a significant weight, wouldn't you say?
Well, in fact, Council, just for info, I made this decision back in March when we had the Easter buses going, and I had that delegation in between the two councils. I made the call that we would can it then because there was no one on buses.
Look, councillors, I'm happy to support this amendment. I appreciate the intent of it. I also acknowledge the comments made by Councillor Stockwell and Jerusalem that if this is passed, there may be another amendment made. When this becomes part of the motion, maybe another amendment where another group is added or a more consultative group is included in this. But I'm happy to support this amendment as it is. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Lawrence, you please.
Yeah, just in closing, just to reiterate what the Mayor said, that the amendment is only in reference to item A, which is approving the use of the 065 Go Noosa loop bus, which is a retail entertainment and business link, and it's connecting visitors and residents to our business centres. So my amendment is therefore directed to the business groups and the industries that are represented by the Noosa Chamber of Commerce and the Tourism Noosa group. And just in closing, I just again want to reiterate that making the right decisions for our community and businesses and community requires genuine and open dialogue and genuine collaboration with business representatives and community organisations. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll put the amendment. Those in favour? It's Councillor Stewart, Regner, Lawrence and Wilkie. Those against? Councillors Jerusalem, Stockwell and Finzel. So the amendment is carried, becomes part of the motion. Councillors wish to chance an amendment. Joe.
I'll move an amendment, and I'll just ask the CEO for the correct wording of that group that we are referring to there, that we're planning to create.
Who made this motion? It's me.
Yes. And Joe said you can't move it.
I can't move it. Joe,
sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a go.
Okay, Councillor.
And I'll stop when I want a good word. So, as per the clause A, as is up there, with where are we?
Sorry.
Stand down and recommence the service based on the professional advice Council's COVID safe team and seeking the what's the right word?
Consultation input.
The input from now a broad-based cross-section, or do we use a particular group? You think?
My suggestion would be that you tell me if this is not what you're intending.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get so there's community business in there.
Yeah, so I think that you leave what's there at the moment, and then after Tourism Noosa, add the Transport Strategy Steering Group, which includes that broad-based group.
Okay, and the Transport Strategy Steering Group?
That probably covers what you want.
Yes.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that, please?
Can I add something to that?
Sorry, can we see? Sorry, I'm just looking. Who will use, including advice and information, rather than who will use, just including, and that who will use.
Who will use?
Yeah, advice and information. Yeah.
All right. So Karen, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, do we have to accept this before I add to the amendment the inclusion of hinterland business associations or interested people? Because the bus loops do travel. I know it's approval of the 065, but people can feed from other buses to the hinterland. The reason I didn't support the original amendment was because I'm concerned that there's not broad enough consultation across the Shire.
I'm happy for you to include and if it's not in the transport street, and a hinterland business representative.
Yeah, thank you.
Do we not have a hinterland representation on the transport? No.
So does that still read okay? The professional advice from Council's COVID safety team and seeking the input from Noosa Chamber of Commerce.
Can I put a comma there instead
Comma.
of and? Yep. Instead of and, after comma is a cat, with a comma. After Noosa Chamber of Commerce. Take the word and out.
Tourism.
And then after Tourism Noosa, put a comma and take the and out.
And the
And then that's fine.
question for the CEO. Is that becoming unwieldy and requiring a great range of consultation in the event that something?
If push comes to shove, this won't be invite people in for a meeting next week. This will be around the phones or email, and it'll be done very quickly. So it doesn't. I don't have any concerns with it.
I'm just wondering if you had any concerns. If you don't have any concerns,
Councillor Finson, happy with second.
I've just got a question about the word input. Is that the correct word?
Yep, it is. The final decision under that's proposed will be mine, and I'll take that input on board. But ultimately the decision's got to be mine.
Right, they don't have a decision making an element in the decision making process. That's whole the CEOs. He can seek the input or advice from.
Yeah.
And personally, I hope this debate never comes to fruition.
So we need a seconder for this amendment, and Tom and Karen have not seconded.
It's the only people who can't second this are Councillor Wilkie and Councillor Drewsby.
Because we moved the original motion.
Because they moved and seconded the original motion. So anyone else can second this.
Seconded Councillor Finzel.
Yeah.
Councillor Stockwell, you wish to
Yeah, I do so. I think it's really important that we're going to get the views of the community, that it is broad spectrum. I do think it's also important to understand that we have people in this organisation who have international level of professionalism in handling pandemics, and that advice is different to the input we're seeking from the community groups. I think that's important to understand.
Okay. Joe?
Yeah, I'll agree. I support. There's a broader range of consultation here, but it's also it will facilitate the means by which to communicate changes as they occur from the CEO to the broader community as well. So I think that's if in the event that they are needed. So I support the broader range of references there.
Yep. The councillors wish to speak to the amendment. Look, I'm going to support the amendment. It was said around this table that it's important that consultation is genuine, open and inclusive, and this reflects that. Yeah. So I'm supporting the amendment. Do you wish to close, Councillor Stockwell? No. Okay, I'll put the amendment. Those in favour? Yeah. That's carried unanimously. Amendment's carried, becomes part of the motion, and only one councillor has spoken to the original motion, so that's myself. Councillor Gillespie.
Yeah, I'll speak to it. Can we go back to the points of reference there, Kath? The reason I support it is the COVID restrictions are starting to ease. We were looking at restricting the use of the buses, but I think from what I'm reading, with restrictions easing, the level of the level suggested that bus commuting may diminish is as high as 15%. So that means we'll have a fairly strong patronage. Councillor Wilkie suggested 50% would be sufficient. I mean, if we get up to 85%, I'd be delighted. It will continue to ease the need and continue to educate those that come to Noosa of the opportunities to take alternate means of transport as opposed to motor vehicles being the only means, which would happen if we didn't facilitate these buses and encourage people again to get out of their cars and go in there. We've also included some new parameters this year with regards to the investigation, trial and promotion of the Noosa Ferry and the Go Noosa marketing, the trial of the 2-minute drop and go areas on Noosa Parade and Noosa Drive, and there was a third one in there that I thought was in there, but I said all those additional provisions in there I think add to our Go Noosa strategy, and I think they will be better facilitated being in there rather than being missed. So I congratulate staff on on their initiatives and their caution in suggesting to councillors that we do think twice about the buses, but that was before restrictions were starting to ease, and now I think even staff agree that there's merit in looking at the bus. And of course, if anything changes, the CEO has the option there, as he did over the Easter time, to pull the plug.
Frank,
yes,
I'd like to move another amendment to the motion.
Yep.
I'd like item D to be amended to read, approve the use of traffic controllers in the Hastings Street precinct only to manage vehicle and pedestrian movements from the 12th of December 2020 to the 26th of January 2021 as required.
Could we just ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Where are they? How does this affect? Where are they currently used?
So the intention of that original one is when we didn't have all the buses on, so we were expecting a worsening of traffic situations so that we may need traffic controllers in the junction. If we have more people on buses because we're having more free buses, theoretically we can come back to the original core of the Hastings Street precinct, which aligns with that.
So to clarify, that was only an option to do that if necessary?
Yes. Yeah, we would only bring them down to the junction if it was necessary as required. Because we had a worse traffic situation than we had previously.
Right.
So I would be comfortable
Can we
with
go
that.
back and read the original D, please, Kathy?
That's it.
That's
That's
just deleting the surrounding
okay.
areas.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a seconder for that, please. Councillor Stockwell. Okay, Amelia.
I just want to speak, thanks for clarifying that, Adam. Noosa Council's provided a cost estimate of $75,000 for traffic controllers in the Hastings Street precinct. I'd just like to see a reduction in traffic controllers and the use of traffic controllers only in the Hastings Street precinct. I've got two reasons. The first is that the funds that were intended to be spent on traffic controllers, I'd like them used to fund more essential services such as extra lifeguard services over at our beaches. Also, I'd like to recommend that Noosa Council gives perhaps the Noosa Head Surf Life Saving Club an opportunity to provide traffic controllers in the Hastings Street precinct. Just a thought. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
What would be the legal implications of that?
Yeah, you need to be qualified and have a lot of certification.
And public liability insurance.
But able, if the surf club was on board,
We can investigate whether they have the
qualifications.
Yeah, we can investigate if they've got qualifications. I'd have to check that because I know we have contracted services to do traffic control, and there's probably quite a few hurdles to get through, but the intent I understand.
Yeah, just give them an opportunity and offset down the track, if we do put on extra lifeguards, just offset some
imagine
costs.
the public liability insurance would be prohibited for the community group doing that.
Oh, okay.
There's other sort of complementary roles like marshals, and there's some other complementary roles that might be able to work with that, but they're not the ones doing the stepping out in front of traffic where there's a safety risk.
And it would be terrific also as a tourist sort of initiative to be greeted by beautiful young lifeguards, volunteer lifeguards.
I made through the chat. We had volunteers in the past. We had Tourism Noosa volunteers doing a similar thing.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Could we suggest that instead of the Hawaiian shirts and things, someone that could be dressed up as surf lifesavers? In surf lifesaving.
No, that's where dressed up.
No,
I don't think so. That confuses.
Other councillors wish to speak to this amendment? Joe?
I'll speak against it, purely simply because of the fact that what staff had envisaged was the opportunity, if required, and only if required, to take those traffic controllers to the junction or other areas where they may be required at a moment's notice for a short period of time. Given that we've got an additional volume of traffic in the region, and we've also got now free buses travelling as well, there may be a need. And it's only an if. It's only an if. It's not a must do. So that would restrict us from using them anywhere else but Hastings Street.
Councillors wish to speak to the amendment?
Can I close?
You'll get to close if there's no other speakers.
So just
Questions?
I have a question. Just to clarify, so you will only, the currently D, you will only use it, you'll only engage if necessary.
Yes.
Right.
Generally, in practice, what happens is I'll be talking to the Hastings Street Association. How busy is it? You know, we'll have agreed days. Maybe in practice, some days it's quiet, and then we stand them down and they go home. So, if we see a trend where it is getting worse and worse, and under the original one, maybe we need to put them down at the junction. That dialogue would happen, and maybe we introduce them. And does that improve it? Yes. No, it's a very operational matter. So it's hard to sort of say, we will just do this and then we'll just do that. It sort of fluctuates depending on the situation, on the day. We have the arrangement set up that we have that flexibility to respond to what the situation is. So that's what we want to try and do, is give ourselves the flexibility depending on the situation. So I definitely understand restricting it so we don't go and spend too much money on trying to control the Shire. That makes sense as well, but also depends on the situation if it does get worse. But
okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can I also ask a question?
Yeah.
With regard to the financing of traffic controllers, the amount that was allocated is adequate to do surrounding areas if required, or was it just enough to do the Hastings Street precinct originally?
No, we tend to keep a keen eye on it. We've always brought it in under the budget that we've allowed, because we do call them, stand them down if we need to and things like that. So
there is flexibility. There's flexibility in
some
the use
flexibility
they're used already.
Yes.
And this just gives you a greater flexibility as to where you may be able to potentially use them.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should be able to broaden it out, not limit you. If the finance is managed, you're coming in under budget, and it gives you opportunity to move staff where required, I think that's beneficial. I think otherwise the wording on this one is too restrictive in terms of having that flexibility for you guys to do your job well.
Councillor Stewart?
No.
Tom?
I have a policy. I don't like to micromanage staff. Avoid that when all possible.
Amelia, you wish to close?
Just in closing, I think I just want to reinforce an opinion that traffic controllers don't, in my opinion, manage vehicle and pedestrian flow all the time. Sometimes I think they're a hindrance to flow. I also want to restate that there's a cost. We've just approved free bus services throughout the entire Christmas and New Year period. I think, again, money spent on traffic controllers is better spent, in my opinion, on what I consider essential services. I don't believe traffic controllers in the junction and outside the Hastings Street precinct, I don't consider that as essential service.
Put the amendment. Those in favour? Councillor Lawrenson. Those against? Councillor Finzel, Stewart, Wegener, Jurisovic, Stockwell and Wilkie. The amendment's lost.
Congratulations on your first 6-1.
We go.
No, it's not my first one. I was the first to have a 6-1. Yeah.
So I've got a question about the motion more generally. Have we had the conversations, got the quotes, etc., such that the returning to a business as normal Christmas period is on track? It's not something that
so we still have some quotes to obtain, in particular on the loop bus. That still has to come back, but we repeated from the previous one. So there is a chance that they may have a higher cleaning cost involved in that. We're yet to see that, so we're negotiating with Transit now to try and get that. So that's a potential extra cost. But the other things, like if we were to look at traffic control, we have a contract for that. We repeat that. That is essentially called business as usual. The video boards, that's a repeat type function. That's almost business as usual. The way, so many of the other items are repeatable. It's the buses, and that particularly the loop bus that we're waiting on, that has some question yet on what those costs are. But we also do apply a contingency within the amount here as well. So that generally covers that. And to date, we haven't gone over the budget that we've reported to Council on any of the transport initiatives. So we're relying on some contingency within what we've nominated that we won't exceed that.
Is that right, Joe?
Yeah, just with regard to traffic controllers, the criteria for the implementation of traffic controllers is not just volume of traffic, but to facilitate pedestrian flow.
Yes, correct. Yeah, so we've actually measured...
Not to facilitate car flow, but to facilitate pedestrian flow.
That's right.
So, so the use in the junction would be if, or elsewhere would be if, under that same criteria, only if there was pedestrian need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Well,
well, it's across pedestrians and vehicles, and that include public transport. So we've measured the travel from the junction down to Hastings Street, and with the traffic controllers, it's 5 minutes faster by having traffic controllers. And that 5 minutes from the junction, in my personal opinion, 5 minutes to Hastings Street, is that tipping point of, you know, saving 5 minutes between a frustrated visit to Noosa versus something that's acceptable. And I do appreciate as well that there's a high cost to do that.
I'm just trying to wonder what the trigger for use in the junction may be.
I think it would be if we're seeing the roundabout blocked down at the junction there. So if we're impacting on flow there, then we would have to consider whether traffic control. To date, we haven't had to, and we've had some pretty busy days. Yeah. So in practice, I'd hope to think it's unlikely, but we've got that flexibility.
You just got that option, okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Bryan.
Yeah, I suppose to the CEO, it's probably a question that can't be answered. In terms of the liability, there's one thing of saying we're offering public transport. There's another thing of saying it's free, which encourages crowding. Have we turned our mind to any additional liability, etc., or are we just relying on the fact that we believe there is an unacceptable risk, we just put a halt to it?
So in talking with TransLink, there is an expectation on us to not over-market that actually cause a conflict with their COVID safe plan. So we have to be careful that we're not overly promoting the services, which is unfortunate. Like, we'd love to see people standing on buses. That we thought that was great success in previous years. This year we can't get to that point. Can't be our objective. So under their COVID safe plan, we have to respond carefully on how we promote. So that's the expectation that TransLink are going to put back on us, which I think is a reasonable expectation given the COVID and their COVID safe plan that we have to comply with.
And just to clarify, there'll be other paid buses operating at the same time on the network?
There'll be buses that come from the external, the 631 that was mentioned, yes.
So you're suggesting we won't be saying free holiday buses, we'll just be saying holiday buses?
No, we will. To be honest, I haven't worked out the marketing plan yet.
So we've got to work on a marketing plan.
But we have to be creative that gets people out of their car, doesn't put them at risk, complies with TransLink's requirement to comply with their COVID safe plan. So that's the work we've got to do.
That's going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
Glad you're doing it.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
While we're looking at this motion, the cost of this is quite pertinent. And
yes.
You've got amended figures.
We do.
The impact on the transport levy reserves, please.
Yes.
Yes, so we've got a document which will make it easier for everyone to see.
Yeah, because there was a question raised with regard to at the planning and.
So the question is, will there be sufficient? If we go for this full gamut, will there be sufficient funds to run the Easter? Full range in the Easter holiday period.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other question, the question raised at Services and Organisation was whether there was, because there would be reduced capacity, and TransLink are expecting reduced capacity, we usually pay based on their return on the service, whether there be any reduced return and a reduced fee as a result.
I have asked you a question and they'll get back to me on that one. Okay. Yeah. So the other condition, given talking finances, if we are to pull out of the free buses, the 5 services, TransLink.
What's the latest date?
Yeah. So 2 weeks prior, we can cancel at no cost. If we cancel within that 2 weeks or later, I'm negotiating with them to try and get that fee down as much as possible. But their staff have said, we will not just close the books of where you paid up to and the rest is back on us. Yeah. So they see that we've promoted a network that's free, and that's not something that you can necessarily turn on and off for their buses. Yeah. For our buses, we call the 064 and the 65. That's a negotiation that they allow us to negotiate with the contractor, which is up to 3 days. So we can say, whoever the operator is, the COVID situation is this, we'd like to cancel the service. They may be able to cancel it on that day, but there may be a 3-day penalty.
Okay.
With that,
I can look at that.
Okay. Yeah.
Any other councillors wish to speak to this particular motion? I will say, just point out that the figures differ to what was in the report because there was a large sum taken out for the transit centre of Mississippi.
That's right. As I understand it, from looking at the levy balance, there was an amount for 1.132 million for the Stockwell developments that you council would be aware of with that land. There was a recent council decision on that.
Yeah, the transit lot of
Yeah.
Yes, so that's hit the levy at the moment, which is different from when the report was first written. So, yeah.
When does that land purchase have to occur?
It's at settlement, so it'll be a fair way down the track.
That's what I'm saying.
It's
Yeah,
not
so
now, but yeah, just
okay.
making provision for it, that it's
Okay.
constrained to that extent.
So it may be that whilst it's in there, we may have a negative balance potentially.
It's still a positive balance.
Yeah.
So we're still a positive, yeah.
Still a positive,
Yeah. Okay. Any other councillors wish to speak to this motion? Tom.
I'm just really proud that we have the vision of a better transport system, more efficient and Zen approved, less emissions transport system, and we're going that direction. And through the COVID mess and miasma, we're still marching that way, and we're giving it our best. So I'd like to congratulate you guys on doing that, hanging in there.
Yeah, I'd like to congratulate you too for how you've worked closely with the Hastings Street Association in regard to this. And look, it's not an easy job, and so you both should be really commended for all the work you've done and bringing this to us. I think it's a really good plan. So congratulations to you both.
Thank you.
And thank you.
My pleasure.
I'd just like to add, Adam, good work good work. But I'd like to also add that I think that as a council, we need to be a little bit more visionary because the issue of traffic congestion and parking is a big issue and it's not going to be fixed with just some free buses. We've got to start dreaming big. It's a problem that I think will just get exacerbated over particularly the next 2 years. So as a council, I think we just need to make a commitment to really start thinking big and talking seriously.
Just in adding to that, I do think the promotion of the Noosa ferry is a great step forward towards thinking big and innovation. So thank you for the work you've applied to that, and overall back to you guys and your staff for the commitment and the work you do towards a better visioning of transport in our Shire. So thank you.
Pleasure.
I've spoken to it, haven't I?
Yeah. The only councillor who hasn't is Brian.
Because I'm on the fence, I'm not going to speak.
Okay.
And you got 2 o'clock physio.
Okay.
I'll cancel that.
Yeah. Now look, in terms of visionary ideas, new councillors, bring them on.
Yes.
Bring them on.
Here.
Let's put them on the table.
Absolutely.
Well, and then we can assess them for their feasibility and merit. Yeah.
Yes, that's right, exactly.
Yeah. And I do note that this has been a continual process of introduction of a new initiative, a review, a refinement, an addition, review, refinement, continually building up over many, many years to get to this full suite of 10 different initiatives that integrate and work together to help improve access and move people, not vehicles, around the Shire. And I think we've got to the point where congestion, we're not trying to necessarily solve congestion, because congestion can be seen as a sign of a very popular precinct. And apart from blocking Hastings Street off from traffic, congestion I think is going to be part of the picture for a while. But innovative, new, visionary ideas, bring them on.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Oh, sorry, and those against? Sorry, Brian Stockwell. And councillors, would you like a break? We've been going for 2.5 hours. We'll call them
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
No, I got Park Road.
Thank you.
Oh, no, pleasure.
Thank you,
Adam,
guys.
thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Oh, didn't you?
Thanks, Carl.
Yes, sorry, Adam.
Yeah.
For a couple of days.
Yeah. Social distancing.
That's right, that's what I thought. No, I was really happy with your friend's motion. It's just one of that, so I just wanted to just the conversation.
Oh,
Yes, thank
ever
you.
ready.
Just wait for the CAF to start.
Hang on a minute.
How could it be?
I just can't. I couldn't
All good?
Back again. I think so.
Okay,
Okay.
right, up and going again.
Councillors, welcome back everybody. We're up to item 4. We're about halfway through now, ladies and gentlemen. Park Road Temporary Pathway Upgrade referred from the Services and Organisation Committee meeting, and we have a couple of declarable conflicts of interest. Councillors.
I, Councillor Lawrenson, informed the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter due to my relationship with Andrew and Catherine St Baker, who reside in Park Road adjacent to where the pathway is located. My family have holidayed once with Andrew and Catherine St Baker, and my husband is close personal friends with Andrew, and one of my election signs was located at Thomas Surfboards, and Andrew St Baker is a joint owner of that business. As a result of my conflict of interest, I will now leave the meeting room while the matter is considered and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrenson. Councillor Wegener.
I, Councillor Wegener, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter due to my association with Andrew St. Baker, who owns a property in Park Road adjacent to where the pathway is located. Andrew St. Baker contacted me in May about the pathway in question, which runs on the north edge of his property. I went to meet with him and looked at the path, and he told me the history of his dealings with council. I contacted the project officer and passed on Mr. Baker's concern. Later, I informally met with the project officer on the boardwalk, and I believe he told me that it will eventually come before council. I have a perceived association with Mr. Baker as I'm a surfboard manufacturer and he is an owner of the Thomas Surfboard Factory, Thomas Surfboards at the Thomas Surfboard Factory. I believe Mr. Baker has had a fantastic influence on manufacturing in Noosa. In council, I have often congratulated the Thomas factory, and I have discussed the emerging enterprise business zones which Mr. Baker supports. During the campaign, Mr. St. Baker allowed me to put an election core flute at the Thomas Surfboard Factory. I occasionally meet Mr. St. Baker in the surf and have had 2 discussions of the Noosa biosphere, the history of Noosa, and the Bring Back the Fish campaign at his house, which is obviously right above the surf break. Although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias, because I believe I do not have a close personal relationship with Mr. St. Baker. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting room. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in this decision.
Councillor.
Yeah, I'm happy to move that council note the declarable conflict of interest by Councillor Wegener and determine that it is in the public interest that Councillor Wegener participates and votes on this matter, because council believes that Councillor Wegener does not have a close personal relationship with Mr. St. Baker, and therefore a reasonable person would trust the final decision is made in the public interest.
I'll second that.
Seconded, Councillor Stewart.
I do so. Quite a number of the elements of the declaration there were actually Councillor Wegener trying to tell us how good a councillor he is, because he keeps on talking to me about all the things he does. They're perfectly normal parts of being a councillor. In terms of the level of relationship, it is not one as defined by in my opinion, the current legislation that started today constitute a close personal relationship. The fact that he's a surfer and Mr. St. Baker and a surfboard manufacturer, they're acquaintances, they're not close personal relationship, and therefore I believe it's appropriate for him to stay in the room.
Can I ask a question, Tom? You mentioned that you're a surfboard manufacturer, and Andrew St. Baker is owner of Thomas Surfboards. Does he carry your surfboards? Do you have a commercial relationship with Thomas Surfboards? Do they have your surfboards for sale?
No commercial relationship on that level whatsoever.
Yes.
I have had boards go through there over the last years, but almost nothing, like very, very, very few, and no boards have ever sold in a shop of mine.
Okay, thank you.
How long have you known Mr. St. Baker?
Oh, just since he opened up the Thomas Surfboard Factory. That's the first time I met him.
And never been to his, like, never engaged socially, like been to his house for dinner or vice versa?
No, I've never been to their house for dinner,
Yep.
never been invited to a party, never been travelling.
Thank you.
But you have been to the property to discuss,
Sure, we will.
Yeah, but I
discuss
haven't-
matters of interest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm happy.
Yep.
Any other councillors wish to speak to the resolution? I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
You can't
can't
vote.
vote. That's Councillor Finzel, Stewart, Juricivic, Stockwell and Wilkie, and Councillor Wigner did not vote, so that's carried. Okay, councillors, we have a report before us. Do you have questions for staff?
I think we asked them the other day. Let's go back and have a quick look.
Maybe for the benefit of those listening at home, could you say what we're talking about, where the path is, and why you've recommended that it remain and be upgraded?
Okay, so this is a temporary path that was associated with the Park Road Boardwalk project. We worked out there's about 600,000 people, pedestrians, would walk along that stretch. And so in order to allow those pedestrians to get from sort of Little Cove towards the National Park, we had to find a really suitable way to get them to that. We'd looked at locations going down Middy Street, but as you know, that's a one-way street, very narrow, there's no footpaths. We had to rule that out. We identified the land on the southern side of Park Road. There was a wide road reserve. We thought there's an opportunity there to actually create a temporary path that would allow pedestrians to walk down there. The original intent, so this is a project that was going to last sort of 9 months, so we had to deal with this almost as if it's permanent. So, and the pathway down there, originally we'd thought that we would make it really temporary, scaffolding, gravel pathway, etc., etc. So the idea is that we could, pull this out as quick as, as we sort of finish the project. However, the contractor of the day said no, and they have their safety experts, and they're the principal contractor, so they manage the safety of the site. So we can't dictate. So we had a provisional allowance in the contract to deal with the temporary footpath. They've come back and said, no, a temporary solution such as scaffolding, etc., is not going to meet the safety requirements of us as the principal contractor. We recommend, or we basically will be putting in a temporary concrete footpath that will ensure that we have, adequate slip, we have temporary timber handrails, etc., etc. So you got a temporary footpath that has the materials of almost a permanent footpath. And the great thing out of that is, the safety of people who use that, as opposed to if we'd had gravel footpath and scaffolding, we would have had accidents, and there would have been an issue that we would have had to deal with and other liabilities on the contractor and council. So for the life of the project while it was under construction, it was a perfect solution to build that. Unfortunately, however, it wasn't the representations of the original intent, which was to make it temporary, which was the dialogue with the adjoining property. So once we have to now obviously consider what are we going to do with this temporary footpath, because we have a facility that people have become used to, because we've had 2 years of defects liability period, so it stayed in place during the construction and 2 years after. So we have a 2-year defect liability period in case something happens, defects with the construction. The contractor, under his contract regulate rules, is to go in and repair or do whatever he has to do. So the temporary footpath has stayed in place for 2 years. But it's now at the point where it's no longer, it doesn't have a life longer than what we've got now. It needs work to either remove it or upgrade it to a standard that it can be used further. So while it was in use during construction and the 2 years since, it's actually gained popularity. That wasn't the original intention. The original intention was purely as a temporary footpath. However, by having built it and people use it, and we now see the potential that if we do need to close Park Road Boardwalk, we know the issues. You can't get people down Middy Street. This is the only other option, and we have seen trees fall within that area, and we have seen the old boardwalk damaged. So if that situation were to occur in the future, we'd have to revisit this and go, how are we going to get the pedestrians from Little Cove to the National Park? So it's a possible scenario. We can't predict when it's going to happen, but we're now afforded the choice of whether we want to use that as a temporary path or not.
Adam, you got a sense of how well used it is and what support there is for
Anecdotally, I have happened to come across people who are living there or staying at the properties above, and I understand anecdotally that it is used by the broader community that lives at Park Road there. Rather than crossing the road, they use it. I'm also aware that joggers now use that path because it has a set of stairs, and the term that was referred to me is the locals use this one while the tourists use the other one, because if they want to run and get out, they don't want to have to run in amongst the visitors. So
it's also got stairs.
It's got stairs, which is what they're after. And our intention wasn't to put stairs in for people to exercise, but that's obviously the use that's come about. And we have had letters written to council to say wishing for it to be retained.
Have we had objections? And insisting that these removed because it was a temporary structure?
Yes, we have been. Yeah, we have had correspondence that they requested it be removed.
Do we have numbers? The number of objections versus the number.
I'm only aware of one objection to remove it.
Well, I'm happy to move the staff recommendation.
Move Councillor Jurcevic. Seconded Councillor Stockwell. Joe, do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, just for the benefit of those on board, the staff recommendation is recommendation 5, which is to retain the path in place, the concrete path, which was, as I understand, built to Australian standards as a more permanent structure rather than a temporary structure to facilitate the safety needs and all the rest of it, and replace all the timber handrails with aluminium handrails and to protect the concrete footpath and batters. I see this as an asset for the community. I see it being a safety facilitation as well for the residents of Park Road and that area, meaning they don't have to cross what is a busy Park Road, particularly during those holiday times to get access down to the National Park. I see this being a benefit for the community in the long term, and I support the maintenance of facilitating better use of the path and safer use of the path for the longer term. Also note that the recommendation is a significant cost saving over removal, which would also involve a lot of heavy vehicles and traffic in an area that doesn't need to have all those heavy vehicles in there again, particularly with holiday season approaching.
Yeah, just a question on that, the point that Councillor Jurcevic made. Could you explain why it would actually cost ratepayers more to remove this footpath than upgrade it to be a permanent?
To upgrade it, it's basically you would be carrying in handrails that are pre-manufactured off-site. They just come in, they bolt them. They're sort of very localised piecemeal work. To go in and demolish the concrete, and some of it's quite thick, and obviously there's all the vegetation that's to be protected there, so it's quite labour intensive to demolish that length of concrete and carry it out, or use small equipment to carry that out. So it's a lot more complex. That's right, and traffic control and all those other costs associated with doing that. So it's more intensive to actually pull it out than it is to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With the maintenance, you said that this path is really loved by council because it allows for maintenance of the weeds and so forth, weed control and so forth.
Yeah.
If you didn't spend this much money, could you still actually use it as council uses it for maintenance or plant maintenance?
If you took one of the lower sort of options, but you wouldn't have the handrails that meet safety, you'd have to somehow control people so that they weren't using it. It would be a deficient solution to sort of pare down the option.
Just no handrails, kind of the do nothing option here.
Yeah. As you know, the site, there's quite a significant drop in some places down onto Park Road. So I wouldn't be recommending that you didn't have handrails on a lot of that if you were to retain the footpath.
And what is the ongoing cost? I mean, with the, the 100,000 right off the top to pay for that, to get it going. And then, as we're learning that there's a continuous ongoing cost of
whole of life cost.
Yeah, the whole of life cost. So that it's made as if something happens to the main walkway, then if we have to keep maintaining this one, it sounds like it's actually quite. Will it be expensive to maintain this one as well as?
No, so this one is concrete footpath, so concrete surface with structural aluminium handrails. So next to no maintenance would be required on that. Obviously there would be inspections and other things would occur, but it's not like there's a timber boardwalk where it needs lots of attention, there's not lighting, etc., etc. So it would be low maintenance. The cost would be much higher if anything would happen to Park Road boardwalk. The cost to re-establish something to deal with the pedestrians would cost more than it is to maintain this low maintenance feature of the concrete footpath and the aluminium.
Are there any trees or tree roots of concern within proximity of the concrete path?
Oh, there's always potential because we're in a very vegetated site.
So that it may, you know, it has a potential to crack in the future?
Potentially, yes.
So we have the $100,000 now. We could keep throwing money after this pathway.
I wouldn't tend to think that you're going to be spending 100 now and then 100 again in another 5 years. It wouldn't be that type of asset.
And the expected life of a concrete
25
asset
years.
of this
25 years is what we're aiming for.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In your opinion, is this the safest route for people?
This is the safest route. If we're going to have some facility there, this would be the safest route to have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With regards to like the design elements,
Mhm.
because it was temporary,
Yeah.
how do we proceed forward around meeting those requirements?
So we've already worked with engineers. So it was a certified design originally, and we've worked with the engineers and the certified to get it from the temporary construction and 2-year to the now 25-year life. So we've done that work, and that's the sort of cost that's within there. So we know what to do to it to make it meet standards and get it to 25 years.
And will that be tendered out?
So we've already gone to contract with the contractor who built Park Road and who built that, and so we're still within a contract period with them, and this is a quote from that contractor. So they would construct, the intention is that they would construct that.
Okay, thank you. And then with regards to funding through the Capital Works program, there's a lot going on in that department with all the money we've got to spend. How will that impact the staff with this extra potential job now rather than a temporary fix?
So the funding process will have to go to the BR3, which is next calendar year, to work out secure the funds for that to do this work. And obviously with that BR process, there'd be the resourcing, allocation, everything that came with that.
It's been designed.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to go through a tender process because we're going back to the original contractor. So there's probably just some reporting that needs to be done on a project management level. So it's probably, you know, low in terms of the impacts on resources to the department.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Good question, by the way.
Oh,
yes.
Thank you.
I would have asked the same one. Yes.
Right, that's good.
So the case to keep it is quite clear. That it's consistent with our transport strategy. It's actually facilitating local pedestrian usage. I presume the case against is that it has put more people in front of houses at the, perhaps Mr. St. Baker's house. Is that the main concern? It's just about having more people in front, or are the other concerns?
I believe that's the main one.
What Mr. St. Baker's concern is that the path went in as a temporary path. So in his property, he says, okay, fine, that's great, it'll be gone in a few years. But as now there's people that when you walk up the path and jog up the path and run up and down the stairs, you're looking straight into his kitchen. And that's the issue.
Tom, did you want to speak to the motion?
We have we're a principled approach, and we have this big, giant, beautiful path down there. That was the focus, and spending. I'd rather see $100,000 spent on making that path right and continuing cutting the trees and stuff. Putting the money into that, and then in evaporating this, just doing as little as possible to that hill. For the yard mates, it's great. The wheelbarrows and whatever can use that path, but it wasn't a part of the plan, and I'd rather just see resources go to the magnificent masterpiece down there rather than this one.
Thank you, Tom. Now the councillors wish to speak to the motion. Councillor Stockport.
Well, it's, the boardwalk is exceptional. It is one of the most iconic bits of public infrastructure in the Shire and in the country. It's about an experience. It's about immersing yourself in Noosa different by nature. when you're doing walking to get to work, or to get to the surf, or to get some exercise, you want a different experience, and you don't want those two uses mixing. So for me, the primary purpose of footpaths is the conveyance of people by foot. And so what we're saying is demand in this location demands a footpath on either side of the road. There are a lot of safety issues for the local residents who would otherwise have to get across to the boardwalk. And to me, yeah, I've only walked it once or twice while the boardwalk was being constructed, and yes, it's obviously a different nature of experience, but one that will promote more people leaving the car in the garage and walking to where they want to go. So that's why I support it.
I'll ask a question with regard to the concerns of the resident nearby. Is there any allocation or any provision to either do some screening, screening or something along those lines?
We haven't allowed for that, but I'm sure we can do some low cost planting and review that.
Would that be something that could possibly be done with consultation with the resident there if he's got concerns about the... If it can be done within the budget, that would be great.
That'd be good.
Look, I support the staff recommendation for this. Mainly the reasons that I mentioned before: the demand from residents living in that precinct. It's well used already. They've become accustomed to using it. There is a safety issue. It prevents people having the need to cross the street, and also the cost. It costs more to remove it than it is to upgrade it to an appropriate standard. I think it's a good addition to the area. Joe, do you wish to close?
No, I think it's all
put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Finzel, Stewart, Jerusalem, Stockwell and Wilkie. And those against? Councillor Wegener is against. So the motion's carried. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Thank
you, everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrenson. Next item is item 5, Mowing and Weed Control Services Tender Acceptance. Welcome, Alan. Hello, Matt.
Hi.
Hi.
Should just wait for them.
Yeah. So, yeah. And this is on page 4 of the General Committee meeting agenda.
Question, if I may.
Question, Councillor Jerusalem.
Is this how we currently apportion mowing and weed services in 2 different contracts?
No, it isn't. The mowing contract, as it stands as one contract. The separate portion actually is part of an arrangement for major roads landscaping that we accessed our landscaping panel to provide. So what we've done is a slightly different strategy on delivering those services, and because essentially a lot of the work is weed control, we've taken the weed control out and made it a separable portion for the mowing tender, with the possibility that maybe the successful mowing tenderer might see some advantages in terms of the traffic control on those major roads to deliver both services. Yeah, that was the intent.
Is there an opportunity here for the 2 contractors, as that hasn't occurred, there's 2 separate contractors, is there an opportunity here for the 2 contractors to work in conjunction with each other and probably facilitate one set of traffic management?
Not the way the recommended contractor for weed control services is proposed, because they've actually proposed to do it at night time, which is an advantage for council because of the lesser disruption to traffic.
And does this provide a saving in delivering both those services to council by doing it this way? Or?
Yes, we expect it will do. The tenderer, recommended tenderer for weed control services is actually the current landscape contractor. And in their submission, they're proposing to carry out some horticultural maintenance work in conjunction with the weed control services as essentially an add-on for value for council. So we're actually achieving a lot of what we were getting out of the previous landscape maintenance contract through the weed control contract at a lesser cost.
Now, I notice methodology is one of the things that's been assessed in here with regard to, and I know a number of the community are concerned about the use of pesticides and herbicides, I should say, not pesticides, herbicides on roadside areas. Is there any provision within this contract for lessening the use of herbicides on roadsides and the use of alternate technologies in weed management?
Matt, do you want to?
Yeah, look, the tenderer for weed control services has outlined a range of options. Obviously, use of herbicides kind of the most cost effective, and we've been through a number of exercises internally with looking at alternatives to herbicide, and at the moment there's not a lot of viable ones that can be used on a scale like what we have in this particular, the area that's attached to this particular contract, which is our major roads areas. We have a relationship with the contractors where we can introduce anything that might come on the market or to that effect.
So that scope is in there within the...
Yeah, it is in there, yes. Yep. So, and we often discuss, and they do change their products as we go. They're not like literally limited to one type. It's not specified that you must use this particular type of product or methodology for the length. Things can change throughout, and we'll just go with as technology advances in that space.
Just
to the point of being cost effective.
Yes.
Yeah, but just to add to that, any weeds that are within the landscaped areas have to be hand pulled.
Okay.
Anyway, so we're not using herbicide everywhere.
Yeah. So
we want to use herbicides where plants are growing anyway. So.
Yeah, because we don't want to kill the plants.
Generally, how they do it is they hand remove anything that's they can grab onto and pull out of the ground. So, and then they'll just spray stuff that's emerging as small seedlings.
As you said, I assume being our landscape contractor as well, a roadside landscape contractor, they'll be using those opportunities when they're doing one to be doing the other at the same time.
Well, what I was saying before on that is they're currently the landscape contractor. The scope of the services has been reduced to weed control, but they're offering to add in some horticulture maintenance as well.
Okay.
So in terms of our roadside weed management, it's got a couple of different objectives, like any declared weeds, I don't know what we call them now, would
environmental
be,
weeds,
environmental or
noxious
listed weeds. Yeah. There's also the other aspect in terms of safety, isn't it? It's about growth around delineator posts and things like that. Is that the major reason why we do it? Like in terms of if we're looking at innovation or reducing pesticide use, we'd have to find alternatives, particularly for that safety issue. Is that right?
Yes, it is. But the main objective for this arrangement is maintenance of our landscaped areas. Because if we don't manage the weeds will take over the areas that we've landscaped. And I was driving along Linny Creek Road this morning and noticed that some of the weeds have started to grow, and they are growing very quickly. So if we don't keep them under control, the Ghost Gardens will get infested, and a seed bank will develop, and it'll be a tremendous cost to get them back into a maintainable situation.
It's about breaking that seed cycle. Getting on top of getting ahead of that, and that reduces the need for the frequency, so the frequency might change over time.
Does denser planting also assist in that?
Yes, it does, of course.
We make it so dense that the weeds can't get a hold, so we're looking at the practices, our landscape practices too.
Yeah, and we also have a separate mulching, it's not annual, it's about once every 2 years we'll mulch, and it's on a bit of a rotational basis, but that suppresses weeds as well.
A good mulch, a good suppressing mulch to prevent weeds. Thank you.
Is there the ability, it says mowing and weed control, so focusing on the mowing, there's flexibility. Like we get a lot of calls from Noosa Banks, is a good one, where they say, hey, can someone come down and we need this mowed, or they haven't done this. Is there flexibility to engage with this contractor that, we can put those calls in, that they may do those additional works if required?
Yes, yeah, there is. there's provision in the contract to provide ad hoc services and also additional services. Even in terms of as we get growth in our asset base, where we need to mow, say, an additional park, then they get added on to the cycles, and so that's the combination. We do ad hoc and we can increase as we get extra assets.
I'm assuming those additional services go as rain facilitates more mows being required, so the reciprocal would apply. In a long dry we do less.
Yes. Yeah. So the contract provides the contractors with indicative levels of service, but it's always up to council's discretion to provide what's required. So if it's wetter, we can add on. If it's drier, we can drop on.
Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah, it's very weather dependent, you know, because the worst part is when it's really dry and those weeds, you can't pull them out, and then that actually would be much harder to do in a dry situation.
Yes, but I was talking about mowing, particularly there, but yes.
It's a growing industry.
Stop it.
Is this same crew that come the roundabouts, in the middle of the roundabouts, or this is a different crew?
That does the mowing.
Yes. Yeah, different. Okay.
Same contractor. I do roads and parks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So another question from me. I know that it has 2 years plus another 3 years potential extension. So it'll extend up just to the shy of our zero emissions by 2026. How have the tender specifications factored in any efficiency or technological options to achieve compliance with council strategy, or what? Is there anything specific you can outline in that respect?
Do you want to take that one?
So those provisions in the contract at the moment are under the environment and sustainability. It's like a criteria that they had to address. Most people have addressed that fairly generically, but they've got words to the effect of they'll basically move with any changes in technology or things on the market that would allow for emissions reductions in their equipment. So again, it's a bit similar to the herbicide thing. We as new products and things, technology emerges, because they renew their equipment, because they're using it so frequently. They upgrade and they'll renew their equipment on an almost, I think, rotation through their fleet, but on every couple of years they're turning things over, and they'll purchase things that would have less emissions as those technologies emerge, and they've committed to that in their response. So
I might move the staff recommendation with an additional clause B to follow on from that conversation. So the additional clause D reads that request staff advise the successful applicants that future decisions regarding exercise the option to extend will be reliant on contractors being able to demonstrate alignment with council's policy of achieving zero net emissions by 2026.
You have a seconder for that, please?
Yeah.
Seconder, Councillor Jurcevic.
I do so, and it's probably something that we as councils have to sit down with staff. I think this is for all major contracts. We need to have this in. This is a fairly major contract, up to 5 years, with a lot of vehicles involved and a lot of potential emissions that I think we should bring our major contractors along with us on this journey, looking at both the technological solutions, the efficiency solutions, but also making it clear that by 2026, if we can't get it down to zero by the technology, that there will be offsetting required. And this is something that I'm serious about, having this organisation at zero emissions by 2026 at the latest, and we have to make sure that all our decisions include that as underpinning our decisions, and hence I'm suggesting that. It's not saying we haven't been that explicit in the tender, but we can sort of give them the heads up, and over the next few years we can start that conversation and look what those options are.
Can I add to that? When, because it is such a long contract and they are evolving, as you say, in their business, is there any way that council tracks that for continuous improvement, to have a ratio or percentage of improvement that council would like to see to make sure they are on target with their emissions targets?
No, we don't currently have anything like that. That's something we could ask them. As Matt said, they're supporting our position in terms of environmental aspects. So, and they've got an environmental plan and policy that reiterates that. So, they're the sorts of things we can put to the contractor and get them to monitor.
So moving forward, how could we embed that idea of continuous improvement through, you know, measurements and ratios? How would we do the process to get that across our tendering process?
To talk about the overall process. Probably talk about the mowing one.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, with regards to the mowing, then.
Yeah.
As I said, we can discuss with the contractor some reporting to support what they've indicated that they are doing in their environmental plan and policy.
Is it unreasonable to request to put together KPIs for tender?
No, I don't think it is.
No, so KPIs would then, how I see it is, allow council to monitor again improvements and progress, and not just that, meeting targets. So I had a call from a resident that lives in Pioneer Road, and according to him, he's only seen mowing in his pocket once in 9 months. So it'd be great to have just a list of, you know, duties, what council expects out of the contract, and whether or not they've been achieved.
You might get Alan just to explain how the contract's set up in terms of park hierarchy, how often they get mown and things like that. So and that's different to the roadside sort of issues.
Yeah, so it's important to distinguish this current contract, which is mowing, with our roadside slashing work. So for our rural roads, we engage a contractor via our plant hire panel, and we're currently in the process of packaging that up and taking that to tender. And council's current indicative level of service for roadside slashing is 3 times a year. So it's quite possible that the resident might not have seen that, particularly through the dry period where you know we don't need to mow to slash as often. For our roads and parks, we have a number of different categories which specify indicative number of cycles or cuts per year, varying from 28 per year on our high profile sites.
That'll be Gimpy Terrace and things like that, you know, the really high profile ones.
Down to around, well, Matt, the lowest is around 9 or 10 for the majority of our sites, isn't it?
The majority of our sites in Noosa are actually cut at 18 times a year.
Yeah, that's the category 2.
Yeah,
that's better than most of them.
And just a question to that, question to the CEO, the service level of service catalogue, which itemises all that sort of detail, is that likely to be presented to the councillors in the 21-22 budget process? I don't think we did it this time.
Yeah, we did it in the last budget. It was pretty hurried because everything was this year in terms of that process. So yeah, certainly the intent would be that we'd go through that in a lot more detail. And you know, councillors be happy. You can dial up the level of service or dial it down. You can spend more money or save money. And the staff can say, well, you know, if you want to cut the number of cuts in whatever park it is from 28 to 24, this is what it means. We did that 2 years ago, 3 years ago. We looked at, you know, what the level of complaints were in some parts. It was very low, probably over servicing. We can bring it back to what it should be, and that's what we can look at through the budget process through our service catalogue.
Question for the CEO with regard to that fourth point or that additional point. How do we, or how would we get that into the evaluation criteria for tenders with regard to achieving either zero net emissions or other criteria based on council policies for reduction of emissions or other targets that we have?
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice, Joe, because that, you know, it's related to our overall tender process. I haven't given that too much thought, to be honest, in terms of where we go there. So,
given that we've got a target of 2026 for our
it also depends on what's our emissions and what's someone else's emissions, and whether we're trying to control ours or infer control into someone else's second emissions.
If we generate a contract and they're our tender, would they not be a consideration of our emissions? Because it's,
Yeah,
it's
I
a
can't
service,
answer that.
for us to live.
I can't answer. There's
So if you come back
formulas
to
that determine how those emissions are calculated.
If you could come back to us at some stage with that, that'd be great.
From memory, it's primary and secondary. I just can't recall all the detail.
Yes, it'd be interesting to see it as an actual criteria, so that some of the questions that have been raised today within that evaluation look towards, you know, what are their future plans and targets towards, and have that as a, you know, a 5 or 10% element within the evaluation criteria.
Perhaps a KPI for councillors as well.
So can we add something to that wording then?
I mean, those of us that have emission reducing vehicles.
Karen, your question?
Yeah, can we add somewhere into that wording then to say that with reporting or KPIs or measurements for continuous improvement, how could we word that to put that in?
Move an amendment.
Yeah.
That would be so this is a motion, so that would be an amendment. Yeah.
Can
We haven't voted on it.
That's why she could move an amendment.
Yeah, you can move an amendment. You've got to explain what you're trying to achieve and see if I can help you with the wording.
Okay. Instead of just being, you've got future decisions.
So the way that
D
reads at the moment is that at the time we come to exercise the option, and that option is at council's option in 2 years' time, that they would need to have demonstrated that they are doing something towards zero emission.
Yeah.
I would find it difficult to specify on the fly what that would look like.
Okay.
Can I ask a question of the councillor before we go down that path? Are you only considering that to be applied to this tender or to all tenders?
To all tenders, but even here now, can we put a check balance it in 1 year time?
I don't think you can move an amendment that deals with all tenders, because this item's about the mowing contract, not about tenders generally.
I realise it'd be specific to this tender, but whether that was an intent and whether you want to specifically deal with it just as this tender, or look at it in the broader picture in the same way that I just did with regard to...
Yeah, we could do it today on this specific one, and then we could go through CEO to look at how we put these things into the organisation.
In the same way that Brian's raised the issue in...
Now, Alan, can I ask the question? Do you think that, I suppose, is it reasonable to make this request on to the people that are successful with this mowing contract? This is.
I think it would be useful to engage with the contractor and see what capacity they have in this regard. I think it's reasonable to expect them to do something, as I said before, because they did indicate in their environmental policy and plan that, you know, they monitor their impacts on the environment and have a desire to reduce those impacts. So a reasonable question would be, how are you doing that, and how are you monitoring?
That's probably why I struggle to work out how you set a KPI around it at the moment.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
Need to
Can
look
we
at what
just
they've
use
committed to.
reporting? Can we put the word reporting back to council, or? Just when we leave the meeting today, how do I know that this is being measured towards the outcomes we're trying to achieve?
Well, the answer is if they haven't shown what they're doing to align with council's policy of achieving a zero net emission, tongue-tied there, then they won't get the option to exercise. So there's a pretty strong incentive for them to do so.
Okay.
And like, I don't think it might be reasonable to put on because we've already gone out to tender this.
Okay.
But the simple thing, if you're adopting more efficient technology, it's hard to measure the emissions. It's easy to keep a track on how much petrol you're buying.
Yeah.
Easy. And if that's going down by 5, 10, 20%, you're going to get that.
Or if they're buying the latest technology, that's all they can do.
Or increasing the use of cordless equipment and charging via solar means or something along those lines.
I just have a question contractually. These people tendered based on the criteria as provided. Are we subsequently imposing something over and above what was being asked of them?
I think it's just about accountability.
Regarding the zero emission stuff, we didn't.
Is this consistent with what they've
committed to already? We didn't specify the type of equipment that they need to. It was more performance spec, so it's around you shall perform these works, not you shall use this equipment to perform these works. So we leave it to them. They provide us a list of all of their fleet, We make sure that it's adequate for the means of what we're trying to achieve, and we leave it to them to make those business decisions around what sort of gear they use, and as I said before, within that we can ask them to go down the road of trying to reduce their emissions through there as they upgrade and renew their equipment. So I think the 2-year period's a good one to get them on that journey, and then we can, as we said,
reasonable ask.
Exactly, yeah.
This is what the expectation will be for renewal.
And obviously for them to be at that point in 2 years' time, they really do have to start relatively soon so that they can demonstrate an improvement.
So do we think D covers that sufficiently without having to amend and say something like?
My advice to council is D would cover that.
Okay.
And the reason is that I think if you start to go more specific, you actually start to get into questions about whether we're trying to change the nature of what we tender. Whereas we keep it generic, that they have a commitment to look at what they're going to do to improve their environmental outcomes. It's flagged for them they need to do something on that in the first 2 years if they want to get their contract option exercised.
Would the suggestion be that in future tenders that a list of KPIs or expectations be provided as part of that tender,
that's the separate question.
I think we're going to pursue that. Do we pursue that then through the CEO post this meeting?
Yeah. That's already been raised with me.
Yeah.
I said I couldn't answer at the moment how we deal with that. Have to get advice from our tender team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, Councillor Stockwell's the only councillor spoken to this motion. Any other councillors wish to speak?
I like the vision, again, to looking forward. This is what we stand for. Putting it in words like that's powerful. That's good.
I'll concur with that thought. I actually like where Councillor Stockwell's going with this, and I think if we're giving targets of zero net emissions by 2026, we should be taking everybody on the journey with us, that are providing services for council, or at least requesting them to look at their own operations to see how they can improve and enhance.
I'd like to add that I don't think the addition is overburdensome for the small business. And I think that's got to be part of our discussion and consideration. How can we help small business and help ourselves?
Councillors wish to speak? Councillor Stockwell wish to close?
Yeah, we'll close. I think it has been a healthy discussion. I think it was probably a couple of years ago we started talking about the concept of corporate social responsibility and the development of a social purchasing policy. There's been lots of other things keeping us occupied since. I think we do have to start looking not just at what happens directly in here, but the things that are embedded in the services we're requiring to do the job we would otherwise done. And then the next step after that is that the emissions embedded in what we buy, which is once again the next step away. I do think that giving a clear market signal like this is really important. I think about the commercial conference market, the business sector conference market. A lot of the big end of town started saying we're only going to have our conference if you can demonstrate the same values as us. And so all of a sudden the market changes. So if we're in this area, fairly big purchaser, if we're sending out signals to the market, then we're going to start change. And in that respect, in terms of, I don't keep my eye on the electric mower market, but I was looking for an electric motor scooter the other day, and the local provider here said he expects about 30% or more in the next couple of years will be electric. So we're in this phase of rapid transformation.
You walk into the hardware store, electric mowers are more and more visible.
I know, I drive my car to here and powered by wind power. So,
and these issues were raised at the street sweeping tender as well, and I'm still waiting to hear back from staff, but I think overall we're heading in the right direction. We're heading towards the green and monitoring that. So thank you.
Right, so Brian's had his right of reply. Councill's had a
I've
little
voted
add-on. Rounded off nicely by Councillor.
Joe made a bad joke.
I
think we're all heading in the same direction.
We're all playing the same. Yeah. Those in favour? That's unanimous.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
Item 6. MCU,
agendas.
minor change to multiple development approvals for 47 multiple dwellings, entertainment and dining, type 1 food, beverage and retail business, type 1 local and type 2 shop and so on at 71 Hastings Street, Noosa Heads, otherwise known as Netanya.
I'd like to move an amended motion.
Councillor Stewart would like to move a motion. Okay. And
so the only
just go through and probably identify the changes that we need.
The only change, it's a long one. The only change I have made is on page 10 of 84, which says, yes, roof terrace pergolas. Pergolas on the roof terraces may extend from unit to unit and must be a setback of 1 metre from the northern roof terrace edge, balustrading, maximum of 9 metres squared in area and a maximum of 2.7 metres in height. And then I have also inserted the deletion of H, advise the owner of sales restaurant with the structure within Beach Parade on public land must be removed within 2 years of the date of this approval. I have asked for that to be deleted.
Okay. May we have a seconder for this, please?
I'll second it.
Seconded, Councillor Wegener. Councillor Stewart.
Look, I think, as have most people around this table, had the opportunity to visit Netanya. Oh, is there any questions?
No, you've got
okay.
Questions can be asked at any
Okay,
time.
all right.
Yeah.
Have had the benefit of actually attending on site to look at this proposal. It's a big one. It is it's a $10 million investment into Noosa. It's a substantial investment. This will set a precedence for continuation of investment into Hastings Street, jobs, growth, opportunities. The Netanya are spending $2.5 to $3 million in compliance. They are spending $75,000 towards car parking contribution. They have worked closely with all residents over the past 24 months to remove rooftop spas because of the environmental impact of discharging waste, contaminated water directly into the stormwater system and excessive water use. They didn't have to do this, but they chose to do it because it's good environmental practice. The unit rooftop pergola sunscreen battens are set back more than 8 metres from the building perimeter measured at ground level. They're positioned 6 metres back from level 3 balcony perimeter. The rooftop pergola frames are positioned to align and hide the existing plant riser ducts. They're aesthetically far more pleasing. The residential properties on Park Road have offered overwhelming support for the improved proposed visual improvement. They have to be fixed because of weather conditions. Now, a number of us have been up there where it's been blowing a gale. These pergolas need to be fixed for safety. Have to be a continuous line for the very same reason. They have to be reinforced for weather conditions. If they were 6 metres back, as the recommendation suggests, they would fall off the back of the, I've been advised that they would fall off the back of the building. They're simply not feasible. As I said, the new design is far more aesthetically pleasing than the current one. Put simply, these proposed designs and the amendment I have made will achieve a uniform, polished and aesthetically pleasing finish to the rooftop, and it is in line with the approved development, in my opinion. Would you like me to talk about H?
Yeah, of course.
In regard to the deletion of H, this is one that has made me really cranky. As Brian knows. This business received an outdoor dining permit in 2002 for the use of 28 metres squared. They needed a stronger structure in 2007 because umbrellas didn't provide much shelter and had a habit of blowing away. It was, I am led to believe, the instigation of a council employee who suggested that they put up an awning. In 2007, an architect and an engineer designed this awning. It was to be retractable, with the superstructure to be able to be dismantled, and as such, a building permit per se was not required. Since 2006, sales have been paying council fees for the use of this outdoor dining space. We've all received it. These costs amount to $6,307 a quarter, so over $25,000 a year sales paid to council in fees for this usage. That is money that goes to the benefit of the ratepayer. In 2006, $100,000 was spent by the owner on sales to make this awning look aesthetically pleasing. You can barely see it from the beach. In fact, I was there yesterday and 5 pandanus trees stand in front of it. It's a Category 1 cyclone area. It needs to be stable. If we put up the umbrellas, which was the original feature, they could potentially kill someone. They could impale someone. In 2016, we all have evidence that council approved a like-for-like replacement. It's been approved. They've paid their fees. Sales have never taken advantage of access to public property. They do not hold wedding ceremonies at the front of their restaurant. They pay for all permits and they keep the grass in pristine condition. This is a business that employs 50 people. It's an iconic restaurant, perhaps the most significant in the country. The jobs and the employment and the income that this business brings to our shire is significant. To throw this additional condition into an application, which I believe is very unnecessary. I am at pains to understand the motivation for the recommendation at item H, and that is why I've actually asked for it to be removed. We should, now more than ever before, be helping, not hindering our community. And we should be saying thank you to people like Lyndon Simmons, who provide jobs, generate income to this community, and provide a service and a venue which is incomparable. In light of the recommendation brought to this table in regard to an earlier application about Bistro C, I am again at pains as to understand why this one isn't seeking approval, and in doing so, not even engaging in number H. We must focus on this from all levels. We have to look at the continuity. How can we, in this area, how can our businesses have a focus and a trust in this council if we turn over decisions such as this? This is someone who has paid his fees in good faith. In good faith. There has been no complaints, no problems, and the awning is in compliance. And all fees over $25,000 per year have been paid for a period of nearly 15 years to this council for the betterment of our ratepayer, for the betterment of this community. This awning oversees outdoor dining, which is imperative. It's iconic and it's consistent with all outdoor dining across the Shire. This restaurant injects huge amounts of money into this economy through weddings, functions, and day-to-day trading. As I said, it provides employment for over 50 people. People with husbands, wives, and children, people who depend on this income. If we take away the outdoor dining, we cripple this business. We can't do that. This is an institution and we should be seeking to help it, not hinder it.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. Is the recommendation seeking to take away the outdoor dining area or to do with the shade structure primarily?
So the recommendation is to remove the structure that's on public land, not to cease outdoor dining there.
Okay, follow-up question. One of the pivotal points raised by the Mayor is about the Council's involvement in approvals, or perceived approvals given for the shade structure. There was reference made for a like-for-like replacement of a shade structure. Apparently with Council approval, can you help us, can you just clarify what happened there, please?
Yeah. As the report indicates, the sale, from what we can tell, was built, the awning was built around 2003 without any council approval, without building approval. Was erected by the owner at the time. There's been some modifications to it over time, with the last modification done in 2016. And as the report indicates, at the time they went to a building certifier to seek approval for that awning, and council gave consent as landowner to that application being lodged. But in terms of approval, the awning was originally built without an approval. The outdoor dining permit is clear in what it approves, and that's only outdoor dining, no structures. So it is relevant for council to consider now.
Further question. There's a comment there that this is consistent with all other outdoor eating areas across the Shire of the area. Are you aware of any other outdoor dining area that has a structure like this with a big top down as part of a footpath dining permit?
No, the policy on outdoor dining is. Sorry, I'll get that. The policy on outdoor dining is about umbrellas and lightweight structures, which you'll see in Hastings Street. I am aware, though, of one in Quamby Place, which was built during Sunshine Coast times in the park adjacent to some of those restaurants.
A bit controversial.
And it went through a process under the Land Act, which is required by the Land Act to gain such an approval. But yeah, so it's the only one I'm aware of. And sorry.
No, I would. That was the one I was thinking of. Kerry, I mean, this is a Cyclone 1, Category Cyclone 1 area. It's a little different, and you need something that's pretty secure there. Would you agree with that, rather than necessarily umbrellas?
I think the council needs to consider what goes there. We've never made an assessment about this piece. I mean, what was assessed in 2016 was done by a building certifier. So there's never been a council approval as such for this structure to be there.
I've got, sorry, just on this is from Noosa Council, and I'm not sure about who's who, but this says, your request has been approved as long as the sales are identically being replaced like for like.
Yeah, so that was landowner's consent that was given, and unfortunately it was given on the basis of wrong information.
Has there been any complaints about this awning?
Yeah, there has. So the owner of the unit just above or not far has complained about this awning on an ongoing basis because it blocks their views.
One complaint?
That's what I'm aware of, yes.
So question, we've got the landowner's consent, and I think that's important to recognise that the landlord here is our community and we're the rental manager. But it related to replacing a structure that was back in 2006 and 2007, and the Mayor's kindly given us the history there, but I look at the locality plan and it shows that it thought that this structure was actually within the property boundary. Is that how you read the locality plan presented by John Norton Associates, working drawing 04175-1A?
Yeah, so some of the plans previously provided to council when they were asking for owner's consent for the replacement of the awning actually show the awning within the site and not on public land. So there has been some confusion in the past when council has consented as landowner to this awning.
And I suppose
is this referring to the 2003 or 2000?
No, that one's 2007.
Yep.
So I think what happened in 2003, there's no documentation. In 2006-07, there was then a process of replacement where someone from Building Services was making comments, but that's just one of the things that when I looked at it, I found out.
I'm confused by those dates because those dates don't appear in.
I think it's been replaced twice.
Okay, so it doesn't appear in there. Okay.
Yeah. So the next question, like the statement by the Mayor, which I totally agree with, is the other proposals that we're actually dealing with this material change of use have a very high level of architectural design that suit the site, that improve it. Would you suggest that plastic awnings and plastic drapes equally meet that high level of design and what you expect from the premier spot in Noosa?
Yeah, well, I would expect in Hastings Street, in Noosa, exemplar development, and this awning is not that in any way. So the proposed renovations to Netanya are outstanding, and I think that this, as part of those renovations, they should be addressing this sale.
On that, this sale has been designed by Stephen Kidd, who's a premier architect, and had an engineer design it, and in 2006 it cost $100,000. I would suggest that that's pretty premier.
Question.
Is that a question? That's a question. That's a question. I mean, we've had an awning and we've had an architect and an engineer. Would you agree with that?
No, I think the design's quite poor. So Stephen Kidd is, I'm not going to criticise his work, he's done some fantastic work. He's not an architect, he's a designer, and I think there's some further work to do around this structure if we're to allow one on public land.
So just another question, I suppose the other element that I'm trying to get my head around is in terms of rooftop terraces. So the implication of moving back 6 metres, is that a requirement that relates to a probable solution or something in terms of rooftop terraces? Or is that an assessment of sightlines from the beach? Can you explain why you think 6 metres is preferable to 1 metre?
So the 2006 scheme, which this application is lodged under, actually seeks no roof terraces to be provided on any building in Noosa. The 2020 scheme seeks, similarly, no rooftop terraces. These terraces, though, do exist, so it's relevant to consider going forward what we might allow on the roof terrace, if anything. And those provisions, the 6 metre setback, are based on the 1990 scheme, when roof terraces were allowed, but their requirement was about ensuring that the roof terraces were integrated with the roof line, did not give the appearance of a storey, essentially could not be seen. So the 6 metres setback requirement, which officers have recommended, is to reduce the prominence of those roof terraces when viewed from the beach and from the promenade, because they will be a very prominent addition to the skyline.
Have you been up there that if they move back 6 metres, I've been told that the end of the pergola will fall. Have you actually been up there and 6 metres back?
Well,
if you put that they're right at the back and they could potentially fall off the back of the building?
I've been there, yeah. So that's not accurate. They would actually be able to fit something at that 6 metre mark. It would be probably smaller than what they're proposing, and it would be right to the rear of those terraces, particularly on the right hand side of the building. So the building's in 2 parts. The right hand side of the building, those terraces are smaller. The left hand side, they'd have a little bit more room, but they would fit. They would be able to get those. They do have.
Where were the spas located?
They were on the left hand side, I believe.
They're gone now.
Do we have any dimensions?
They're not there now.
They've gone. They chose to move those, didn't they? They didn't have to, but because of the environmental concerns, staff moved that and worked closely with residents to get them all to approve that.
I'm not sure of the relevance in regard to what we're talking about here, but do we have any dimensions of what the actual overall rooftop areas are? So where the 6 metres, because I haven't been to site. I'm intending to go to site to have a look. But I have no concept of what the size of the rooftop terraces are and what 6 metres would set back.
It's supposed to be 9 metres squared.
Yeah, I'm asking staff, thanks. Yeah.
All right, so I think what might be useful, if we look at page 28. Is that the best one?
The plans.
Oh. The attachment?
Yeah, does everybody have the attachment?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be this one.
Unfortunately, the drawings that we often get are so very difficult to stand on. They're often very small, so detail's very hard to.
Yeah.
So Kathy, do you mind going to the
and
attachment?
the attachment doesn't work electronically. It takes days to load. So I've got that. So I couldn't view the attachment.
We'll just bring it up here on the screen for everybody, so we can talk through it.
So it's plan number 11. It should be the 11th one. It's got an annotation on it by council.
If we go down, about
page 11,
yeah, around 11. That's okay. There's a lot of detail on the plan.
Yeah, they take a while to load.
It takes a while to load.
Okay, here we are.
So
this shows you the layout of the roof terraces.
Do you want to go down one more page?
We'll go down one more. Okay.
The beach is at the bottom of the screen.
No, the beach is at the
top. Beach is at the top of the screen.
Sorry, I've just got to point to the ones behind you, Frank and Brian. But this plan shows you the roof terrace. The building is set back in accordance with the scheme requirements at the time, which was about stepping back the building, which we all thought about with distress at the time. So this is your entering the roof terrace. It's about 4.5 metres to here. Okay. The roof terrace, the roof goal is 1 metre at the moment. That's about 4.5. So 6 metres. This is probably coming back about here.
We'll get right back in that area.
So you've got a roof terrace in here. There's a shower proposed there at the moment as part of this redevelopment plan. So
Alright, so there's ample space for 6 metres.
yeah, so it means pushing the roof pergola back, which would reduce its prominence and visibility from the beach.
So I just wanted to know if there was enough room up there for it, to try to clarify, because of the statement made earlier that the amount of room where it would fall off the back. Normally we talk about setbacks, we talk about from the boundary. Why are we talking about from the roof line here? Purely and simply because of that?
Yeah, because the requirement under the former 1990 scheme was about setback from the roof line, because the roof and the building itself helps provide that screening when you're down below, makes it difficult to see when you're looking up at the building. So it's about from that roof line.
If you're in the beach, you're going to see it anyway, so it's only going to be...
At long distances, you will, but as you're closer and you're sort of down
below,
below,
have you got a perspective of
up,
whether you need to be in the water to see it or whether you be on the beach to see it? I mean, what does that 6 metre setback?
At 6 metres, you will still see it from the beach, but the prominence will be reduced.
Okay, that's right. So let's just clarify that. Just want to clarify a couple of other things here with regard to the report as to, and something that the Mayor asked or stated in her opening there. The area of outdoor dining that they pay for, or pay a premium for, is the 28 square metres?
Yes.
And yet my understanding is the outdoor dining area is 40 square metres.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So whilst they may be paying for an outdoor dining permit, they're only paying for a portion of the land that they're actually using.
Exactly.
And that's been going on for some time. One of the things about, I said, I know the Mayor has alluded to the use of umbrellas versus hard structure, but I mean, one of the things about utilising, and I assume in our outdoor dining permits for use of umbrellas and furniture along those lines, is the fact that in the event of high winds and that, it can be readily brought inside.
Yes.
The other point raised was infrastructure. When we were talking about Bistro C the other day, that infrastructure that we did approve, that was all on private land, as I understand it, and not on public land.
That's right. For Bistro C, we didn't approve anything on public land. It was all on private land.
So apart from that one restaurant that you mentioned in
Quamby Place?
In Quamby Place, there is no permission for hard structure of any sort on public land.
Not that I'm
for
aware
any dining
of.
establishment.
No, if you walk down Hastings Street, they're all sort of umbrella, very lightweight structures.
What about Seasons?
Seasons is on private land.
It's all on private land.
It's not on public land.
I mean, like, I understand, Joe's just said the umbrellas, but we're in Queensland. People go there for lunch because of the view.
It's a question.
Yeah, it is a question. So my question is that if we put up umbrellas, it's going to significantly take away from the dining experience. Would you agree with this? Significantly take away from people visiting, significantly jeopardise the business. Would you agree with that?
I think officers have recommended that their structure be removed within 2 years. So in that 2 years, there's an opportunity for council officers and council to have further discussions with sales. Now that may mean about doing some works inside the site rather than on public land. So 2 years is quite an extended period of time to consider other alternatives.
Are there? I hadn't actually finished asking my questions, but if I could continue on it, do other establishments have awnings that don't necessarily need in the area, that don't necessarily poles that come to the ground, that are retractable awnings that could go out over an area like this? My understanding there's at least one or two other establishments that do. If we think of Grilled, which is in Noosa, that was the one that was
Noosa
coming to
Drive,
mind because we approved it not long ago.
Yeah, that has a retractable awning, but still within private space. It doesn't come over public land, that one.
Just for accuracy, is this a retractable awning that we're talking about?
I'm not sure. I've never seen it being retracted. It looks quite permanent.
Yeah, it's been explained to me as a retractable awning.
Yeah, look, I'm not aware whether it's able to be retracted, but I've certainly never observed it being retracted. It looks quite permanent.
Sorry, Joe. That's all right. I suggested that this isn't retractable because there's structure that's permanently positioned, but I need to clarify that. Yeah.
I've been advised by the owner that it is fully retractable and even the poles can come out. So it's completely retractable. I've been advised it.
Yeah, Joe, your question.
So the implications here, and this is the part that's challenging me with regard to this, is that council consented to a like-for-like replacement of the awning as part of the refurbishment. Somewhere in 2007, according to Brian, I mean, this was first, a retractable awning was first of 40 square metres, was erected in 2003. There seems to be some replacement in 2006-7, another replacement in 2016 that has an element of council approval, or at least a council acknowledgement. Wouldn't it have been, I'm assuming it would have been prudent of council staff to have checked that the structure had approval before consenting to a like-for-like replacement?
Yeah, just to clarify, our understanding is the structure has been replaced on 2 occasions. It was built somewhere around 2003. It was placed around 2005, 2006. 6-7,
according to Brian.
Without any consent of council.
Okay.
In 2016, they sought owner's consent in order to lodge a building application with the certifier, building certifier, private building certifier. At that stage, the officer at the time did give owner's consent to lodge that application, but
for structure on public land.
Yeah, but did so not understanding what was really proposed.
Legally, Kerry, just a question: how would if that was contested in court? How would that stand up? Do you think?
Oh, that's a difficult one.
Owner's consent.
Yeah.
Can't answer that.
I can answer it.
Yeah.
For how much longer has there a permit to use footpaths?
How much
Longer.
longer?
Are they one
Yep.
year by 1 year? Or they have to get approval every year? So
Yeah, they're
a
reviewed
footpath
annually.
permit is only an annual
It's an
license
annual license.
that you can retract every year.
That's right.
Can I ask a question about? May I have a turn, John?
Yeah, please.
I ask a question about the roof structures. Is it true that there can be umbrellas on the roof?
Yes. If the owner wishes to put them up, yes.
Is it true that there can be fixed sail structures on the roof?
If the sail is of such a size that it requires building approval, it would need council approval for it to be there.
So it's unlikely to be approved?
Well, I wouldn't recommend it unless it was in line with what we're now recommending about
So
setbacks and
you
so
still
forth.
require a setback for a
Yes.
sail structure?
Yes.
One of the possible solutions, given that you're looking at not having the appearance of a fourth story, and you don't want something that has a visual impact from the beach, is a possible solution the slats of a pergola be light in colour?
Yes, I think they are light in colour.
So the
Well, I think
original,
they're brown, aren't they?
well, the original one they were brown. After some feedback, they came back with an updated proposal where they lightened up the colour.
I beg your pardon. So what colour are they proposing?
They're white. The beams are white with a timber look on the roof. Yeah.
So the
what's
colour.
your feeling about that?
Well, the colour certainly helps. It does make a difference. Helps to make them less prominent. But the setback of them 1 metre from the edge still means they'll be very prominent. You'll be able to see them from the parade as well as from the beach. And we've been down there, we've taken photos with one person up on the roof and the officer down at various locations along the beach. They'll be quite obvious. And when you walk along Hastings Street, there are a small number of sites that do have a roof terrace that is visible. Most of them you can't see it at all. The ones that you can see it, we've looked at the setbacks, and there's setback 4.5 metres from the edge. So this is at 1 metre from the edge, so it'll be highly prominent compared to other structures.
Kerry, can I ask, so we're talking about visual improvement, visual amenity. It was a key design decision by the architect Noel Robinson to include the pergolas because they improved the visual appearance of the rooftop. That it's at the moment got an existing duct system, which is quite an eyesore for the neighbouring residents in Park Road. So if the condition is for the setback to be 6 metres, that's going to interfere with a key design decision, and it's also going to expose the mechanical rooftop plant equipment. Isn't it preferred for council to clean up the visual eyesore? I know we're looking at it from beach side, but how about for the residents that are looking down onto it?
So just to clarify for you, Noel Robinson is the architect that we engaged, officers engaged, to undertake a peer review of the building.
Okay.
Okay, so he has advised us about the rooftop terrace, that it's a very prominent addition to the skyline.
Yeah, that's what I've read.
So not that's.
Okay, that's sorry. Excuse me. So he agrees with me. Excellent. Yeah.
No. Yeah. So Noel was our expert.
Okay.
The architect for the applicant has certainly indicated that's his rationale for including the pergola. I would suggest there's other ways to clean up the top of the roof terrace and provide such a prominent structure there.
Okay. So if we don't approve the pergola, then there's a possibility that the existing situation on the rooftop will continue, which is a mixture of shade sails and umbrellas. Is that right?
No. Well, officers have recommended that they be permitted to include a pergola, but that it be set back from the edge of the building. So still permitting a pergola on the roof, it's just not at the location they've proposed.
Does the existing development, Kerry, without any of the changes, comply with the specific development criteria that we're assessing this application with? So just Netanya, is it compliant with the locality code? I think it is.
Yeah, so Netanya was approved in the 80s, 90s?
Over various applications.
So you have to assess
planning schemes change over time, and it has a site cover of nearly 62%. So today's site cover is much lower than 62. So it doesn't comply in a number of ways with today's requirements. But when you were considering a change to a development approval that was approved a long time ago, you must have regard to the planning scheme that it was approved under at the time, but also what the current policy requirements are for development in that area.
So it'd be fair to say you don't exacerbate a situation that's already that already doesn't meet the current planning scheme.
You don't want to move further away from the current planning scheme requirements.
Even though they may have had provision to exceed the current planning scheme in the past.
Yeah. And so for this one, just on that, the planning scheme sets a lot lower site cover and a lot lower GFA than our current scheme requires. So typically you would see officers recommending refusal of that to increase those site cover and GFA.
It'd be fair to say most of Hastings Street, having been built at the time of a previous planning scheme, would have a greater site cover than what we
exactly
today.
And also, but the renovations proposed as part of these changes are significant. They will mean substantial improvement to the building and are warranted.
So you referred to significant site cover increase somewhere in here. I remember it being a small increase, like 2-3%.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say the site cover was a significant increase. It is only around 2%.
That's what I recall.
But it's still, you've got a planning scheme today that requires only, is it
45%?
45%, and we're at 62. So one position council may take is, why should we allow such a large building to get larger?
I've heard that recently.
Yes, thought you'd like that.
Just a question, Kerry. With the residents of Park Road having and the people looking down on this, there's overwhelming support for these pergolas to be based 1 metre back, because as they hide a myriad of sins, so to speak, of what's already there. So the support is, so if we set them back 6 metres, as Councillor Lawrence still said, the people who are living there, our residents, are looking down upon really, unpalatable sites. And the pergolas go a long way.
Question?
Question. Is that correct?
Well, I haven't seen any submissions from residents offering support from Park Road, so I probably can't comment on that. Okay. Having a look at the roof terrace, it's not the most attractive space, but I would think there's opportunity to improve that without putting up such pergola. And from my perspective, what's important is the view from the beach and beach parade also, in terms of the impact on that very highly public space about what this building will look like, not just the importance from residents looking down onto Park.
Kerry, what's the pergolas made from? Do you know the material?
I'm not sure they've indicated materials.
I think it's lightweight, very lightweight.
Powder coated aluminium.
Powder coat aluminium, so it's not adding to the bulk or mass of the building. So how can that be perceived as another story? Is that again a matter of interpretation, or?
I think whether it's lightweight in construction or not probably doesn't matter compared to what I call the built form. It's the form that you end up with. Is it something that's prominent visually? That's
it adds mass to the built form, not mass to the weight of the building.
Yep.
Yeah. Does the pergola add any extra height to the building?
It is, but it doesn't put the building over height in terms of the metre measurement. I'll just point out to you on page 37, there's some photographs of the only other buildings in Hastings Street that we could see roof terraces from Beach Parade. And it's worth having a look. Now all these are all set back at least 4.5 metres, some are set back 6 metres. So the two that are 4.5 metres are number 5 Hastings Street and number 23 Hastings Street. So set back 4.5 metres. The other two are, and you can see we've had to go take a side view of them. They are set back 6 metres. So they are not highly prominent at all. So if you bring those roof pergolas further forward, they start to look a lot more prominent from the beach and start to give the appearance of a story.
Even the balustrading gives the appearance of a story, I would, you know, at least an element of story, I would suggest.
And so that's, you know, these are the only, all the other buildings in Hastings Street, we could not see roof terraces from Beach Parade. So if we start to approve roof terraces on this one, we will start to change the appearance of all the buildings along Hastings Street to Beach Parade.
So just to clarify, you mentioned the building height permitted. What is the building height permitted? If this is 3 stories in Hastings Street, what are they permitted? 4 stories?
That's it.
Under the planning scheme?
So it's a 4-storey height limit with a 3-storey height presentation to the beach.
Okay, thank you.
In regard to the Sofitel, does that fall under the same?
The Sofitel was approved by the state government.
It was originally owned by the state government when the state government didn't have to abide by council town planning schemes, and they built it without approval, basically.
Not sure they built it.
Well,
I think it was a jovial piece.
Yeah, it was a contract thing to the planning scheme at the time.
So I've got a question. I think there may be some misapprehension. If I look at the picture of the pergolas on page 36, figure 22, I suggest the pergolas that we have concerns about in terms of setback are completely separate to the structures behind them which are covering the ugliness. Wouldn't the things behind there be covering the air conditioning, not the things at the front?
No.
It's the ducts.
They're the ducts there.
Yeah. Sorry, I've got no idea where the ducts
So,
are. Where are the ducts?
Can we just bring up page 36 and I'll point it out for everyone?
Oh, that's it coming up. Okay.
So the dark structures behind are where the shower's proposed.
Oh, okay.
Now page 36, if we can.
Yeah, it's not really evident from that what's what.
And if you go to page 36 with that photo, you'll see like I guess a white rectangular box that goes to the height of the pergolas.
So that's
the duct, and what services might look a little bit unsightly.
There is no picture of what the roof looks like currently, is there?
No, not in the report.
No, but look, it's really, there's a round sort of duct that comes up where that white box is. The white box, I'll just show you.
So what's the setback of the duct? Yeah. Do we have any idea what the setback of the duct is from the front roof?
They vary across the terraces because they're in slightly separate locations.
So given that there's already a structure that comes out at height that isn't set back 6 metres from the roof line, would it be a reasonable compromise to make that the minimum setback to what already protrudes from the roof?
Well, I think, I mean, you can see from these plans, they can easily address the duct in a way if they want to improve the appearance of it and better screen it or hide it and make the upper area a little bit more attractive.
I'm wondering why the duct comes up as high as that.
It's still going to be visible though, isn't it? It's still visible.
And it's there now.
Yeah, so
it's visible now.
Yeah, but what's not there now is the pergolas.
But the ugly ducks are there.
All I'm suggesting.
Ugly ducks.
Those ugly ducks can be screened.
Well, that's what they're doing, screening it.
So would you agree, Kerry, that we're just looking at this on screen, that the proposal provides consistency and continuity for the roofline?
It certainly provides a consistent approach across the roof line, but as would a pergola that's set back 6 metres. So that will still get a consistency and continuity of that roof line. So that would be a consistent approach for all the units developments if they wish to do that.
Kerry, I'd suggest if we had a pergola set 6 metres back, and if we've got these ugly air conditioning ducts, not ducts, then that's just additional bulk. You've got the ducts, and then you go back and you've got and I mean, in this way we're encapsulating all in one, and it's actually a cleaner, more linear look.
Well, I'm not convinced by that, because I've got no understanding of what the purpose of the duct being as high as that. Do we understand why the duct is as high as it is above the roof line? I've never seen the structure of ducting coming out of the roof without.
It's not that high at the moment. I'm not quite sure why it has to extend to that height.
So it's been extended to in these. So it currently doesn't come up that high.
That's right.
Well, that was what threw me. I'm sitting there looking at a 2 metres above the roof line duct to capture what? Outside air. I can't see that as being anything that is.
It's an extraction duct.
They're extraction fans, so it's not air conditioning. It's not ducting. It's an extraction fan ducting.
From bathrooms, the steam and hot air.
Okay, so I was trying to understand the purpose of what they were. So they're not they're not air intakes; they're air outlets.
Kerry,
they could certainly be directed differently.
Amelia,
I'm going to jump to sales. We're going to and fro. The applicants provided us with a paper trail that would appear to have representations that he did in fact receive approval as early as I think 2002 and 2007. And have you looked at this paper trail? And they're provided by engineers, architects, and his recollections.
Yeah.
Are you aware of these?
We certainly spoke to the owner of sales before finalising the report for council, and he indicated to us that there were approvals for sales to be there. So he agreed for us to come down and view his files, so we could make sure that we were aware of everything that had happened, and he gave us copies, or we took photographs of the documents that he provided. But the documents he provided, there's nothing that goes to 2003. And the 2005-2006 plan refers to a plan which shows the sale on the site, not in road reserve. In 2016, yes, council as owner of the land gave consent to that application being lodged. But that's it. That's it. There's no other.
So just to clarify, how far into the road reserve does the sales stretch? I mean, given that the original plans you're saying were shown within the property boundary, is it all within the road reserve, partly within the road reserve?
Page 40, the aerial photograph shows the section that's within council land.
Yeah, so it's about 4 metres that extends wide, that extends into public land.
Yeah, but that's not, so out of the 40 square metres that it covers, how much of 40 metres by 40 square metres, I'm assuming, you're saying it's 4 metres by what?
40 square metres is what's in public land.
It's actually
40 square metres is all on public, so the entire awning is all on public land?
Yes.
Not just in part. So the original drawings that you have showing it within the property boundary, and it's not consistent with that at all, because it's showing, so the actual construction is outside of the property boundary fully.
That's right.
Okay, all right, okay.
With that 40 square metres, is that including any of the grass that they keep in pristine condition? Is that included? Because I don't think that awning, and I know that site very well, is 4 metres wide. I'll grant it might be 10 metres long, but I question whether or not it was actually the paved area was actually 4 metres wide.
Yeah, look, we haven't had a surveyor go down and survey it. We've measured it off aerials and our estimations, so it may be a little bit less, it could be a little bit more, but that's our
I'll take the tape measure tomorrow.
Councillor Stockwell, yeah, so for nothing else but other than to deal with one issue at a time, I have got a deferral motion. So Kathy, if you could bring that up, please. that in relation to this matter, I don't think I need to read all that out. Defer consideration of the matter until October ordinary meeting, which is Thursday, in order for staff to liaise with the applicant and their architect to provide an amended concept design to achieve a consistent design appearance to the whole of the parade frontage of the site.
Just a procedural question, Mr. CEO. Can we had a motion on the table, it's already been spoken to by the mover. Can we jump to this?
Yeah, sure. You can have a deferral motion at any time. Whether it's successful or not, that's up to the meeting. But what this effectively would do would be defer any further consideration of the motion that was already before us, and then refer it to the ordinary meeting on Thursday night in order to get that information. That's what a deferral motion is.
Even for the sake of discussion.
I'll second it for the sake of discussion.
Okay.
Kathy, if you could bring up the PowerPoint presentation, because I think there are some key issues that have been discussed that we need to really understand more fully in regard to this matter. And my motion is about the fact that we have got an exemplary design in everywhere else but the frontage of sales restaurant. The applicant is the body corporate who's responsible for common property, so the frontage of sales, disregarding the footpath, is also a matter of consideration in a development permit. So we have to think about what should guide that frontage. Because the footpath dining, it's on a road, footpath dining, the design principles are actually in the Noosa design principles. And it's really important to understand this. It talks, this is just a comment that's in the publication. It talks about all public structures impact on the atmosphere of the landscape, natural materials, subtle signage and colours, minimising the visual impact of all structures is very important. And then you have the professional down the bottom. The idea that good architecture is in part a response to landscape is particularly evident in a region such as Noosa, where the landscape is revered. When describing architecture in the built environment, the Noosa style is one that puts great emphasis on place, the integration of built form to the natural environment, placed in the natural environment of Noosa. Such structures are inadvertently thinned at their outer edges to create an effective shelter, much like a tree canopy. So that's the overarching aim of what we should be achieving. If we're giving people to use community land for commercial purposes, these are the big picture. So if we go to next, please. It was the Peter Bycroft, ex-councillor Peter Bycroft, and I think it was 82 to 85, 85 to 88, it was 82, that issued in footpath dining. And you see here, his comment there is, Noosa Council was one of the first places to challenge the liquor licensing laws and facilitate footpath dining. This has now become a feature of many towns and villages throughout Queensland, creating a vibrancy that is well welcomed by businesses and patrons alike. And it is, it's a great thing. So next. The area between the roadway and private property is often considered a buffer, with its primary role, and I'll repeat that, its primary role is being for use of pedestrians and the conduit of many services. So it's important that we're still talking about a footpath here. We're still talking about a place where the primary role should be people walking to and from the beach. Next. And when we give the guidance about what the design should be like, there should be different seating styles. There should be umbrellas for shade, okay, to attract people and create a relaxed atmosphere. And there should be adequate clearances for the safe passage of pedestrians on the footpath. So here, previous one, just there, that's the start, just near the Carly there in the French Quarter. That's one that exemplifies that. So let's quickly go through Hastings Street. So yeah, next things. There's the first one as you turn left off Noosa Drive. Next. There's the next one, Aromas. Next. Here's the one down the road, I don't know what it's called. Next. Here's a little one on the end on that side. Cross the street, please. Here you can see the great addition that footpath signage adds. No, sorry, that's not right. Next. Here's one that's more formal, but still within that context. You go out into the beach. Next, please. And here's the Bistro C. And if you just hit it once down, remember there was that debate about what was public land, what's private. Only here is the footpath dining in Bistro C, that one table with the umbrella down. And you remember here, if you hit it again, this is where Tom was going to put his chair because it's on public land. And next, did you see anything different between this and all the rest? Just maybe.
That's a
it
very
is
subjective.
totally, next please, totally inconsistent with the Noosa design principles. Can I say, I mentioned it before, footpath dining is a 1-year permit at the discretion of this council for the community to achieve all those things that were mentioned in the design principles, to create vibrancy, to create a place where both the diners and the public can intermingle. Okay? But we're dealing with a planning application. So next please. Here we just had this conversation. So this is off council interactive mapping. You see that blue line, which I've tried to sketch the boundaries, is about 4.1 metres by 12.4 by 5.8. You see that there's a little addition, I think it's mentioned in the report, of a storage area, and that appears to be that little triangular area. So that's 59 square metres, all up with roof space in public land. If you hit next, there's also this other area where the landscaping's been made to create private space on public land, where we've talked about the barbecue also being requested to be removed. That's about another 30 square metres. Okay, and when you look at what we've been offering in a permit, because there has been some mention that, you know, he's been compliant with the permit, and we're dealing with design here. I agree that's a great restaurant, great location, there's no comment about its value to the economy. So if we hit next, you can see that yes, 6,300 quarterly, and to sales restaurant, if you hit next, you see in big black bold lines, a statement says, please take notice that by paying the permit fee by the required due date, you are acknowledging that you are proceeding with the approved quarterly payment schedule for the 2019-20 permit year, and confirm that the below permit details are correct. The permit details say 28, not 59. Okay, so how many years has that been happening? So then we have to look, if we've got guidelines, we've got conditions, the market has to operate that we treat all businesses the same. So if we were to look at what another business who didn't have that 59 square metres, what would they pay? Next please. So I just did a quick look. So Wasabi Restaurant, you can lease it at $205,000 per annum, which is about equivalent of, for the 40 square metres, about 42,000, for the 59 about 62,000. But if you look at a Hastings Street shop, that goes all the way up to about $200,000 to lease commercial area that they're getting for 24,000. So the argument about substantial contribution has to be balanced against the argument that we have to be consistent. We have to make it such that if we have rules, we have design guidelines, that we enforce it so everyone's competing on equal footing. Next please. But also look at this. This is the new design for the parade frontage. Do you see any inconsistency? Do you see on the left, other than the mother-in-law's tongues and the caliphans and other assorted exotics which are totally inconsistent with our landscaping guidelines, do you see something that says this is the highest priced piece of public land in our shire with the most fantastic views, or do you see something that could be in the Logan Hoperdome? Next. On the right is the new outdoor dining area as part of this application. Notice the style, the class, the mix of battening and the rounded, whether it's timber or faux timber. Do you see the difference in the design criteria? And to me, we would be remiss of not asking the applicant to apply the same level of design excellence to the whole frontage of the most significant frontage of any lot in this shire to our economy, and hence why I've asked the deferral.
Can I ask a question, Kerry? I know the fact that that's a roll down clear blind, it's not a permanent fixture. When that's rolled up, Brian, and I walk past this restaurant maybe 6 times a day, maybe more over the weekend. I walk past there, I drive past there, that's my backyard. When those blinds are drawn up, it's spectacular. Correct. It doesn't offend anyone, and it sits beautifully within the built environment. You don't even notice it's there. Correct. So I actually disagree with your line of argument. I think if you're going to take on that argument, maybe the consideration should be maybe to replace the roll down blind, the clear blind, replace it with a newer model. But the structure itself, we're talking about $100,000 structure that's been custom built. In fact, I've got some details on it. So remember, in 2016, the applicant spent $100,000 for a custom built and designed awning that was designed to conform to the requirements of sidewalk dining designs after council officers approved it. Okay, so I agree, looks a little bit, 2006, it's 4 years old, maybe needs a little bit of replacement. But the actual steel structures are spectacular, are actually spectacular. That's you know, your eye, my eye, but that's spectacular. The blinds, yep, need to be upgraded, but I totally disagree. It offends no one. It's been sitting there for 14 years, and it's part of the landscape. And yeah, and it fits in with the $10 million refurbishment of Netanya.
Any other councillors wish to speak to the motion?
I thank you for all those photos, but every single photo put up was not in a Category 1 cyclone zone. It's lovely to sit out in the junction and have an umbrella. It's not a Category 1 cyclone zone. This needs a secure awning. In 2006, as Councillor Lawrenson said, as I've said, $100,000 was spent on this by a designer, Stephen Kidd, who is a very prominent designer. He has designed many houses in this shire. He designs to the weather and to the flair of this town, and it was designed by an engineer. You can't have pedestrian walk-through access in regard to this. It's on the corner. I mean, to say that to get to the beach, you don't walk through Sales to get to the beach. It's on a very corner position. There's been one complaint. Now, if we listen to one complaint in regard to the roadside walkway, well, we wouldn't have gone ahead and approved it in regard to the one we just approved. There's one complaint because it affects their view. It's a smaller footprint. Sorry, it's and if we go back to that, Kathy, go back to the picture that.
Chair, can I point of order?
What's the point of order, Joe?
I believe we're not talking to the procedural motion before us. I believe we're re-prosecuting the actual motion that is before us.
Well, look, I'm allowing it because in moving this procedural motion, Councillor Stockwell went to great lengths to put an argument which has been rebutted. And I think it's a natural process to allow other councillors to respond to that. But you're right, we are.
But we've got someone that's already spoken to the motion. Continue.
No. This is no. Every councillor is free to speak to this procedural motion. But we are deciding whether to defer.
We are re-prosecuting
to Thursday night or not as well. But Councillor Stewart, you've got the floor.
Just a final picture with the. So that grass on the front is maintained by Sales at their own expense. They never use it for any weddings. They don't use it for functions. They're very respectful of it. And if we go back to the picture with the awning down, yes, in very windy conditions that helps, but in most occasions that's up. And also those poles, I'm understood to believe, are fully retractable as well. If you go, Kathy, to the next one perhaps. That one. Those poles can actually come out of the ground. So it's on a corner position. People can't and don't access the beach to and from that position. It's not a thoroughfare. It's been there for years. It's iconic. And that is a huge part of this community and economy to this community. It generates so much income. And there's no reason. It fits in. I mean, yes, that's not a great picture, but when that's up, that is, as Councillor Lawrence said, a spectacular view.
Kerry, have you ever just been down at Main Beach just on a normal windy day when the northerlies are hitting Main Beach? I'm not talking extreme weather events, I'm not talking cyclones, just on a northeasterly. Have you ever been down to Main Beach?
I'm not sure the relevance
okay,
of
so
being
where I'm
down
sorry.
there.
So my point is that we don't.
Oh
no. My point is, I've patrolled Main Beach over the years, and
so if you make
is there a question?
Oh, okay, you're right. I am. Yeah. I'll keep it to my closing.
Yeah.
So I grew up on the Sunshine Coast.
Oh no, Kerry.
I've been here 50 years.
Visited
Hastings Street for a lot of times.
Can I just clarify with a question?
Yeah.
So an element of what we're discussing here, that there's a relative point made there. Footpath dining is what they pay towards because the area, the paved area that the outdoor dining is on road reserve, but it doesn't actually impede on footpath or any access of any sort. There is a significant setback from the pathway, but that, my understanding, what road reserve, but it's all utilised as parking. Is that correct?
Used as?
Used as parkland as much as it is footpath dining.
Okay.
That was the point being raised, that area is maintained by council, by the mayor, that it's a green area maintained out the front. So the perception, so there will be a perception that that is actually not public land or footpath area.
Yeah. Well, certainly, I'm not quite sure of your question, Councillor Joe.
Well, the question was that they have an outdoor dining permit, not a footpath dining permit. Is that correct?
It's one and the same. So what you would obtain for the footpath.
So regardless of whether it's footpath dining or outdoor dining, it's the same permit. So it doesn't necessarily have to impede on footpath traffic.
Well, certainly that's one of the criteria that's considered in giving those permits.
Okay. Councillor Tom, you've been very patient.
I'm very excited about the facelift of Netanya. You know, that overall, nobody's complaining about that or has an issue with that. Is there a way to split the sales issue from the much larger situation with Netanya? Because it seems to me, you know, apples and oranges, like two different issues there. And with the deferral motion, could we pass the Netanya issue and then struggle with and get more information on the sales issue on Thursday?
Thank you for that. So the procedural motion that's before us at the moment is that the report has been deferred to Thursday night's ordinary meeting, and you'll have the joy of debating it again then. But that covers all of the issues in the report at the moment. So that's what the deferral motion we're considering deals with.
So would there be a chance of cutting it off and in-game voting?
Well, there's two ways this could go. One is that if the deferral motion is successful, then on Thursday night you can move motions that separate the two issues if you wish to. If the deferral motion is lost, then you can choose to do that today as well.
Can we separate the issues today before we go to the referral?
Well, what you have in front of you is the deferral motion. You need to deal with that one first.
Look, I'll speak to the deferral motion. Yeah, look, I'll support the deferral motion because I think it does give us a bit more time to review, to consider, and ask those sort of questions that Tom's doing, and how you might present that rather than try to do it on the fly here and now. I agree with some of the comments made with regard to the elements, the architectural elements, and the improvements being made to the property as a whole, and what's not being addressed is what's here. Although, you know, it's a relatively new development and appears to have had an element of acknowledgement rather than approval by council, and acceptance by the community and council over the years. So I'm need a bit more time to make up my mind. So I'd actually like the deferral motion to actually go back on site and have a good look around and have a chance to make up my own mind before Thursday night rather than here and now.
Thank you, Councillor Jurcevic. The only councillors who haven't spoken to this deferral motion are Councillors Finzel, Councillor, and myself. Councillor Finzel, you wish to speak to the motion?
Well, given the all the elements and what has been brought to this meeting today is quite considerable, and the debate, I guess, does need further rigour. I'm not satisfied that how it's landed here, as it has today. We are talking about a place that a precedent has been set. Councillor Stockwell has brought design principles out, and thank you for sharing with us today. This site we're talking about with sales is iconic. It's the jewel in the crown. It is quintessential Queensland dining. Where else can I get a spanner crab, watch the sun go down, and have a champagne? I am pleased to support this procedural motion to move it forward, because this deserves a really rigorous debate and pull apart the elements that are being rallied around the table today, and I would like to see more supported evidence as to the reasons why it's been knocked back. And I want to support the council in whatever way we can to achieve equitable outcome for all key stakeholders, because it appears to be a complex planning issue, design issue, and outdoor dining permit issue. So there's quite a few conversations to be had. So I support the motion.
He's spoken. So
I've got a question, Tom? Question?
Yeah.
If we approve, or if we do not approve this, then what happens to all that planning and so forth that went into Netanya?
Can you just clarify when you say when
there's been so much effort, and I understand that the owners are under a time pressure to get this running, because if it doesn't pass this time, then they might lose all the work that they've done into to get the money to get each and every one of those individual pieces. It's not a body corporate deal; it's every single individual. And so I'm actually worried that by fussing around with sales, that we might lose the much bigger picture of having Netanya be refurbished. I know it's only Thursday, but you know, just the thought. I'm worried about that. Can you ease my anxiety here?
Don't know. Certainly, the applicant has indicated to us that they have a time frame. You know, they wish to complete these renovations after Easter next year. So because they need to close the whole building off in order to undertake these renovations. So they were very keen to see the application be reported to this round and then decided at this round.
Just a follow-up question. The actual original motion is for approval.
That's right.
Of all this $10 million worth of works, but there are some sticking points regarding this, the public land and also the pergolas.
Yeah, so officers have included a recommendation around sales as part of the report, because the proposal is to refurbish all of Netanya, the whole development. And to me, sales and the structure on the road reserve forms a large part of that. So we think that it's relevant to consider this issue now for that reason, because the development is about all of Netanya, that they are proposing increased gross floor area and site cover, and so we should be looking at the whole development as a whole at this time.
Mr. Chair,
can
I ask a question which may alleviate Councillor Wegener's anxiety? If the staff recommendation went through as is, there'd be nothing for the applicant to come back with amendments or changes to those elements that weren't approved to rectify them in the future, would there?
The application that's lodged is for a minor change to the development approval. So there's no period of negotiation as there is with a fresh new material change of use application.
But they
would have to relodge a further change application.
Yes, a further change. So nothing to come in with a further change application to rectify the elements that staff don't have.
All right, councillors, we've spent more than an hour on this already, and we're no closer to a final consensus or decision on it. And so for that reason, I do support the deferral motion. I think a lot of us would like to do our own individual research on various aspects of this development application, also explore various solutions prior to Thursday night, and which is bound to be prosecuted again in some depth. So for that reason, I do support the deferral motion. So Councillor Stockwell, wish to close?
Yeah, I do. I think it's really important to understanding from all around the table that the overarching thrust of the minor changes are excellent. And from my perspective, the difference between my position and that which was recommended by staff is I believe we should address the design elements on sales now, rather than just suggesting something has to be removed. I think we have to have a consistent design philosophy on the site, which then allows us to make future decisions about footpath dining. I think getting the applicant, who is probably the owner of the rest of the structure, it's probably mostly buildings in a group title, whether a community title, are owned by the corporate, not by the individual owner. I think getting them to say, hey, yeah, this is what we want the whole site to look like, and then we've got the process of doing the development to resolve the other issues. To me, as a premier site, I do think that we do need to see that thinning of the edge. We do need to feel natural. There's probably stuff that council and development can do around landscaping. It's unlikely that people will want to walk through it, but it has to be an inviting public space where diners are sharing it with the public, to me, and that's quintessential. So I think I'm hopeful that with the design calibre of Sprout and our own staff and our own consulting architect, then maybe within a few days we can come up with a concept that everyone will be happy with.
Okay, put the motion. Those in favour? It's Councillor Finzel. Oh, that's unanimous. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Kerry.
Thank you.
Item 7 is outcomes of the community budget consultation. Welcome, Michael. Councillors, how are you travelling? You need a toilet break or anything?
Yes, please.
Okay, 5-minute break, please.
try as chair.
Everyone ready?
Ready, councillors?
Yeah.
In use of long words. It's just a dodgy self.
Councillors, we're back.
Unbelievable.
Declare the meeting open.
Mind-warping how expensive.
Councillors, we're back. We're live again, and we're up to item 7, which is outcomes of the community budget consultation. Welcome, Michael Shave, Director of Corporate Services. So, Michael, you want to just tell us about the process we've just been through for the benefit of people at home, and anything that jumps out for you in terms of what the community is wanting, in terms of how to spend our money or save our money.
The councillors recall there was a previous report to council on the in terms of the previous decisions and looking at community consultations part of the 2021 budget, which was due to obviously COVID and other emerging issues that couldn't happen. So as part of that report, councillors actually then requested that if we go out for consultation on the community's priorities in terms of any additional funding or further funding constraints with the 2021 budget, but also what model would the community see as working for them for the next budget or future budgets for consultation. So that's the basis of the survey that went out it was advertised through council's website, through Your Say Noosa, I think even through the 2-page monthly spread in the local papers.
Yes.
And so that was open for I think a period of 20 days, 7th to the 27th of September. Look, the responses we received were overwhelming, 156 online responses, and look, that's, however, possibly given the content and the topic, it's maybe not unreasonable either, so not unexpected. So that's sort of where we're at today, bringing back the responses. Interestingly enough, the community, in terms of any potential funding that's available through the next few budget reviews this financial year, there was on average preference for funding of infrastructure and services, so roads, parks, bridges and that type of maintenance. Fire breaks and controlled burns was up there as well in terms of the average preference. And interestingly enough, reducing the deficit wasn't high on the priority list for the respondents. That was lowest. So,
were you surprised?
Possibly not, given that you know, if the community is actually looking at what's happening at state and federal level, you know, deficits are, you know, they're not being. There's no talk about reducing them. There's actually talk about how do we invest in, how does the government invest in keeping the economy driven. Keeping people employed.
Infrastructure projects.
Correct. So if there's capacity to do that, then I think that's what governments are looking at, and probably including us.
I read the report and looked at your infrastructure, went on the graphs, went, it's the exact opposite of what I thought.
Yeah, so it was obviously one being the highest priority,
they want us to
being the
rotate
lowest.
to reduce the deficit. What?
Yeah, a low score is good.
Yes.
I did write that one, I said look at the graph.
And look, it's probably if council did have further funding constraints in terms of the budget, if we did have further problems, then probably the majority sort of response there on average was to delay capital works upgrades, maintenance and upgrades. The lowest priority was further increases to rates and maintaining current levels of service. So that's not unexpected either, because that would create an additional burden on ratepayers to pay for that when they're already, you know, as we know, there's constraints on people's ability to pay for things at the moment. So
can you just clarify what that means? Maintain service levels and increase general rates. Why
so
are they locked together, those two?
So if councils, if we had if we lost additional revenues through the year, through potentially second, third waves or other economic impacts,
we shouldn't be so hung up on maintaining the same. They're saying giving us permission to cut services.
Correct. So the community is saying, look, the last thing we want is you to be rating us more to maintain services. So actually, possibly look at cutting things. Okay. In a nutshell, that's what they're saying.
But it'd be fair to say an element of that would be the potential loss of jobs. I mean, to maintain services, you have to employ people. That sort of contradicts some of the elements that you were saying earlier on, from what I can understand.
Well, you know, there's different ways and means. You either go deeper in the deficit, maintain your service levels, or potentially look at other mechanisms to maintain it without impacting the pocket. So.
But eventually someone has to pay.
Yeah. Michael, there seemed to be a clear mandate for, as we've alluded to, infrastructure and community spending. So roads, bridges and parks were high on the list of priorities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's, again, that's when you're looking at on average, that was the average that came out on top in terms of the averaging. Just over half of the respondents had that in their top 3 priorities. So that's that was interesting. So.
So given, you know, the breakup of the budget better than most, Michael, so that would that be a vindication of the direction the council's heading on already, with 36 million dedicated to capital works this year? That's where the bulk of our spending goes already. So that's reflecting that we're on the right track there.
And that in the capital, correct? Even the operating, a lot of our operating budget spend is in that. Obviously the outdoor, you know, roads, rates and rubbish type spend. So that's probably consistent with our current proportion of where the budget goes. So.
Just looking at this in terms of budget review 2, which we're preparing for, are we more likely to be having to worry about the responses to question 2 scenario or question 3 scenario? Question 2 being having less funds and question 3 having more.
I think probably question 1 was more funds. Question 2 was less. Yeah, look, things are going well at the moment. We, I think you'll probably see in the next report that our facility revenues are going gangbusters, which is great. Our holiday park revenue is going really well. Our facilities, they all opened earlier than we budgeted. So
I was going to say, we look like we're getting
look,
getting ahead.
all things being equal, there will be, if anything, additional funds to invest, and that's a good thing that we need to be thinking about for the next budget review, not the opposite, which is be more painful for us.
Okay, so number 1, the first graph is really the one to look at here, and because it looks like we're on track to have more money than less money.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's a very early position considering it looks like we're coming out of the second wave. Who knows what goes beyond that, and other countries have been striking.
So far, so good.
Yeah, so far, so good. Yeah.
But there'd be also, there's a lot of the additional income maybe through grants which is already tied to specific projects. Would that be true?
Correct. Yes. Yep.
I might as well move it.
Can we have a seconder, please? Seconded, Councillor Jurisic. Moved, Councillor Stockwell. Brian?
Yeah, I do think it was a very useful exercise. I think, you know, question 1, it was quite interesting to see roads and bridges was obviously the highest rank, but then no real statistical difference between parks and pathways, fire breaks and control burns, environmental sustainability, then a bit of a drop off. So, but then that was once again about, you know, if we don't have as much money, you can see there that it's about building new stuff was really clearly the thing to stop, whereas they, you know, far fewer of them say just stop some of the services.
Yeah.
And perhaps the only one that we probably have to deal with some suspicion is the answer to question 3, and that is because we've got sample bias. You're doing an online survey asking people how would you like to be engaged, and the majority of them said online. So the people who don't like being engaged online wouldn't have answered. So we do have to take that into consideration, that there probably is good grounds to have a think that we don't just do online engagement in future budgets. We might have a look at a process there.
Tom?
Yes, Speaker.
Yeah.
What I see is we don't want to cut services, and we want to maintain our standard of living. Pretty simple stuff. But when you look at, you know, if we have extra money, well, let's put it into parks and pathways, roads, maintenance, environmental sustainability. Those are, I consider those sort of standard of living things that everybody enjoys. And then down the list is, you know, business support grants, which less people enjoy. So I see it as a really egalitarian response, and kind of reflecting the way we, you know, kind of, that's what I was hoping to see, I guess, and expected to see, and there it is. That our standard of living is very important to these people. Don't cut services.
Thank you, Tom. I have a process question. When it comes to designing the budget consultation process going forward, what's it going to look like, and how will councillors be involved in shaping that process?
The community engagement process?
Yes. This is a guide to how it may be shaped.
If you adopt the recommendation as is, then we will investigate the online engagement process. There's different software tools to do that, and a number of councils are starting to do that. There's and it can be as you know, you can effectively, you know, it's open-ended. However, we'd probably look at things like if you had $1,000 of council money, how would you spend it? And then it gives them the option of, you know, slicing the pie. And then that helps, again, look at, similar to what we've done here, looks at where the spending priorities are. Possibly also providing our draft capital works program online for review and comment. So there'd probably be a number of things, probably an online survey again, question and answer, and some documentation to review and comment on. Could be our new initiatives, our draft new initiatives that we run through the process.
Thank you. So going to, I think, where Councillor Stockwell was going, given this survey was filled out by people online, and it's given a preference for an online engagement process, that's going to be part of it. But that's not to say we'll conduct a series of community workshops. That's the second most popular proposition as well. So this item C is written. That doesn't preclude a series of community workshops from being part of the process, does it?
No, it's just noting the preference for online engagement.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because councils make budget decisions was the least popular, but we're definitely going to be doing that ultimately. So, yeah, I just wondered how you're going to incorporate a mix of all these different decision-making processes within what we're going to be seeing.
Look, I think the goal of today was to get councillors to agree to start your investigation of some sort of online functionality. Obviously, as part of our, as you're aware, with our budget process, we'll obviously have further discussions in the next few months on how that looks, that engagement piece looks, and then we'll agree on a process which we'll then adopt and implement. So.
Okay, thank you. John.
Look, I will question the value of this. 136 responses. That to me indicates that the community are generally fairly satisfied with the way we do conduct ourselves. When you look at what the focus on council spending in future budgets is, a lot of it is, you know, particular issues relating to areas around a person's residence. You know, some of those, the things that you allude to there, Tom. You know, the value of a path in their area, or the value of a road being sealed, or elements like that. Some more general in terms. I think you know, looking at the elements of waste, or in the case here, a number of submissions from the wedding industry, which happens to be an issue at the moment. So we seem to have been inundated by support for a particular cause at this point in time of asking the question. It's always good to get. Don't get me wrong. It's always good to get input. It's always good to get a thing out. But I'm just, the small sample size is what I'm alluding to. I would have preferred to see a much larger input and a broader cross section of the community giving us input. What happens is typically that when we do have these community consultations, people that have got a particular item that they want to address with come out of. And challenge us with regards to why our spending isn't happening in a particular field. That's what I'm seeing here, and that's what we see when we go out and communicate, or I see when I go out and communicate with the public. There's usually a specific issue that comes up, and again reiterated through what we're seeing here. So for a sample size, I thought it was a little disappointing. I would have liked to have seen a broader input, but maybe that's an indication that we're not doing too much off the mark, and people are generally fairly happy with where the spending occurs out there, and the levels of services that we're providing, and the like. I said I was challenged by the format that the graphs took, because when I first looked at them, they totally made me think I got it completely wrong. But when I read the detail of how they're assessed, I went, no, they are actually the reverse of how the graph is. So it's good. But, you can see the request for the type of services that we're looking to be maintained or to continue to come through.
Thank you, Councillor Joseph. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I think it's an important process. It's one that we promised the community and we delivered upon. I agree that the sample size is a little disappointing, and often, as you know, there are potentially people with vested interests who, you know, issues on the table that, you know, are the squeaky wheel. So I do think, as I said, it's a very important process, but it's just finding that balance between the process, but also gaining that meaningful feedback. And as Councillor Stockwell said, perhaps there's other ways that we could look at besides online. I'm not sure what that is, but it might warrant certainly some discussions so we can get to a wider community and get that larger sample size. But otherwise, I think it's a great process, and it's one we had to do. You know, it's one we promised we'd do and we followed through. So, thank you.
I'd like to. Sorry, Frank. I'd like to thank the 156 people that responded to this survey. And I hope, because I hope that we look at incorporating their positions and their feedback into the next budget review in February. And there were some really great suggestions made, from off-leash dog parks to revisiting wedding permits, to toilets, public toilets. So I hope this information doesn't go in vain. I hope that we use it. And just to concur with Joe, I'm a glass half full sort of girl, and I'm hoping the 156 replies indicates that so far we're doing an okay job.
I think one thing to note too is in the next probably 12 to 24 months, the state's more than likely mandating consultation on budgets in legislation. So this is, you know, we probably, you know, we're getting ahead of the curve. But obviously, if we can get some process in place for next budget, we'll be well placed. So there'll be fairly seamless transition once the legislation comes in that period. So
good to know.
Yeah. I'll ask the guys. Is there anything in the responses that came out there that were a surprise that you weren't expecting, or that anything the council isn't currently doing?
Yeah.
I'm never surprised with what comes in responses from the community. So.
Yeah, there was one of those, supporting business that are beneficial for the community, such as therapy centres for children. When we talk about council providing services that are lacking in the commercial sector, I think it's good to have community give us feedback on things like that, because I think that is something that I personally thought that I would follow up. I know we've got Sunshine Butterflies, but I'm not sure of the age group of the services that they target. So I think something like that is really good if council is looking for a deficit in community that we could look at meeting a need. Aside from that, I'd like to comment, thank you for collating this for us and bring the report today. But I think it's great that we can look at the uptake and investing in tools, online tools, that we can be better equipped to do even a better job at engaging the community. And I think it's important that we do support anything that gives a voice to the community and where they feel valued and relevant, and that they do have a say in the money that is disseminated throughout the community. So yeah, I'm fully support the recommendation today to move forward with innovation, especially in the technological area, in line with our Perugian Digital Hub that is moving forward towards that. So I think, you know, when we're asked to make decisions, how's that going to affect us in 5 years, 10 years, 20? I definitely think this puts us on a trajectory to head towards innovation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, yeah, look, I support the recommendation. I also would like to thank the 156 people who took the time, and perhaps, given that this was at the height of the COVID restrictions, 156 people who is actually quite a good response, given that everything else that was going on at the time. And I just also like to flag that, yes, certainly support improving our online engagement processes, but also that I do enjoy a good series of community workshops, face-to-face.
Yeah,
you can get more nuanced feedback from residents, and they do enjoy that. I enjoy that. I know people around this table also enjoy that as well. So I'd like to think that that'll be part of the process going forward as well. Thank you. Thank you for the work you've done on this. Just to close, Brian.
Oh yeah, I will. Interesting about the sample size. I did an exercise like this many moons ago, and I counted the first 10%, which from memory was about 140 votes with the reference group I was working with. And then we counted the full sample, which was 1,400, which at that stage was over 20% of that particular shire. The percentage breakup didn't vary more than 0.1%. So sometimes, 150 sounds more, but it'll give us a good indication for those relative values. I also think we should reward the first person to respond. Not that I've got any interest, but the first response in order is for more bike paths. And I also think it's important to recognise that some people do like to think about things, and it's really quite amusing that the last entry for the last one submitted, the response was not sure.
Yep. Okay, put the motion. Those in favour? That's unanimous.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for
Item 8, financial report for September 2020. Welcome Trent to join Michael up here.
The graph king. The graph king.
Effectively, no more graph time, please, today.
That's a compliment, by the way.
That's a massive compliment. Yeah.
Councillors, questions for Trent and Michael?
Trent, this is just a question for the viewers. Will Council look to refinance its debt with the Queensland Treasury Corporation?
You'll see we've made a commentary about that on page 70 of the report. Yes, the state government has announced over the last month that they're opening an opportunity for local governments to review with their debt finance position with Queensland Treasury and look at opportunities to refinance their debt. So we will be working with Queensland Treasury over the next 2 months between now and Christmas to understand what our opportunities are, and we'll bring that forward at a council meeting in the new year if there's opportunities there. Obviously, if we can refinance some of our older debt, which is up at over 6% in terms of interest rate, even to some of our more recent debt, which is at around 3%, to refinance that at under 2%, and be able to capitalise the difference in the refinancing cost, may give significant benefits to the ratepayers and free up some operating surplus in the future. Correct. So we'll definitely be reviewing that and coming back to council in the new year, leading into the budget process for 2021.
Any idea of the range of funds that may be saved based on the interest?
I haven't done that exercise yet, okay. But we'll be looking at a range of different scenarios in terms of which debt pools we do look at, and also in terms of what term we reinvest over, whether it's refinance for 10 years or 20 years, and what gives the best cash flow outcome for the community over that period.
So more than likely, the longer the refinancing, the better. So if we restructured our debt and went lower interest rate 20 years, it might cost us a bit more over that 20 years. However, we'll get the ratepayers will get savings now, and that's why they're doing this, because it's to provide relief to ratepayers now.
Yeah. So. And you don't get nothing for nothing, so you might have to pay it on.
But that's a big deal, isn't it? Like what
it is.
Yeah. Saying what would the savings be off the top of your head next July, for that quarter compared to this last quarter in interest payments?
I wouldn't like the staff to throw a number out there when we haven't done the work. We haven't put the foot on the sticky paper work there. Only when we had the actual number we'd make that.
Queensland Treasury are doing that this week for us. They're going to remodel everything out because they've got all the tools, and they're going to come back with a report for us, and then we'll talk it through with them. And as Trent mentioned, we'll bring that back for a discussion, and that'll help then inform the budget deliberations for next year's.
On the box and whisker diagram, it's somewhere between a bit and a lot.
Yellow flags and red flags are always ones to challenge. Capital expenditure below budget at this point in time. The delays in getting started. We're just in a situation where we're not being invoiced at this point in time. Why are we? Where are we at with our capital expenditure?
Councillor, at a glance, it's purely at this point. It's just timing in terms of procurement processes and invoicing. The capital works team have been quite busy, particularly with a lot of the grant-funded Works for Queensland and Unite and Recover capital programs, getting those off the ground as quick as possible, so we meet the state's requirements of acquitting that at 30th of June. And there are a lot of larger projects that are going through procurement at the moment. So. No red flags there at this point in time. It's purely just our estimates on timing.
I didn't expect so. That was the answer I expected. So thank you.
Yeah.
The plumbing application fees, building application fees above budget. That's a sign of healthy activity out there, would you say?
Correct.
In terms
Yes.
of building application,
mix of applications,
renovations,
works, searches, and compliance works. Obviously higher this month, but obviously we're aware that we're running on some interesting cycles with the sector at the moment. So it could change later in the year, but at this point in time, obviously early days, and we're seeing a bit of upside there, which is good.
That's a consideration against in a COVID budget, not against year-on-year increases, isn't it? We're not exceeding non-COVID, last non-COVID year with regard to the sort of figures
we didn't make any adjustment to the COVID budget, but yeah, it
building
is
fees we left as per the original sort of forecast, so that's it's actually booming.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting at the end of the year to see how it compares to a normal year and to see how much the actual what we would have budgeted had it been a normal year compared to what we budgeted as a COVID year, and see how where it actually fits in.
Anecdotally, my neighbour's a bricklayer who
even during the closure periods, a lot of businesses were getting renovations done. Households, even myself, we had renovations done. You know, the federal government investment in that as well, 150,000. So I think that some of that would be flowing through in terms of benefit for us.
Look, I'm happy to move it.
Moved.
Seconded.
Councillor Juricevic, seconded Councillor Stewart. Joe, you had 4, and Amelia can ask questions.
Oh, just one last question.
So no,
okay.
Well, Joe's got the floor.
Excuse me.
And then you.
Excuse me.
Look, I said, considering all things considered, I think we're coming out of this COVID thing better, or at a reasonable rate. I don't think there's any flags or any alarms there at this point in time. But of course, with the environment we're in, it's a wait and watch and keep concerned. And so I'm very pleased with where we're at. Thank you for all of your again for all of your hard work. It's lovely to see you back at the table, Michael. By the way, your face has been missed. So. Beautiful face. Amelia, you had a question?
I'm just on page 76. I just wanted to know whether it was of concern that year to date we've spent 316,000 on legal expenses, and year to date I'm talking over the last 3 months, as I've understood. So, is that correct, and is that of concern? It represents, I think, 29% of the annual budget. It should probably represent 25%. So is the increase something that we should be concerned about?
The increase is in terms of the areas we've budgeted for. For example, in terms of our standard legal arrangements with development appeals and governance related matters, we are actually in line with budget in those areas. There's been some unforeseen legal expenses that have come up in a few areas in the organisation that have required additional legal advice. So that's what's driven that minor increase from budget year to date. But in terms of our larger, if you like, share of the legal expenses, which is appeals, it's still running along with budget. So at this point in time, we would see that those one-off legal consultancies that we've required, when we get through to the full financial year, shouldn't make a significant difference.
Okay, thank you.
If that's helpful.
Ron.
Mine's only a question as well. I noticed in rates in arrear we're at the peak of the cycle, but the peak in September is lower than the peak in February. Is that a normal thing in each year, or does it suggest there's a bit of recovery happening there? Like in February it was over 10%, and now it's just below at 9.6%.
So
is that normal for the difference between February and September because February follows Christmas, or?
There is. You'll also have because we've issued the rates slightly later this time around, and we've that 60-day payment terms. For those rate payers that would have been on payment arrangements leading into this process, their arrears would have increased coming into the peak of the cycle as well. So we've got a bit of a timing benefit in there. Now we won't know, as mentioned in the report, we won't know until we come out of the follow-up cycle for those late payments.
For those who were at the Service and Organisation Committee meeting on Tuesday last week, Kelly presented her report on the overall rates, and what she's saying is anecdotally she's not seeing a lot of difference, but she'll know better once she's done her follow-up from the 60-day stuff. She'll know in the next week or two. But there's no red flags out there about significant arrears at the moment.
At this point in time, I mean,
Yeah.
this is an ongoing thing, so it, the years 2 and 3, we'll see how.
Yeah, sort of nothing more than our normal challenging ratepayers who we work with to try and get their arrears paid, but they're not a significant impact from what we've seen due to COVID, which is interesting. It's good.
Other councillors wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Trent and Michael, again. Look, everywhere I look on here, it says on track, on track, on track. As Councillor Wilkie said, you know, where the waste utility charges are above budget. I mean, plumbing application fees above budget. Holiday park sales above budget. I mean, and the only issue was the capital expenditure. But I mean, we have 43, and as you said, Trent, we've got the procurement processes and getting all that. So when we hit go, that'll move pretty quickly. We've got 43 shovel-ready projects, so that'll change very quickly. So this is the calm before the storm, I guess, in this respect. So yeah, I think we're in a very strong position financially, and that's all to do with corporate services. So thank you very much. And Brett.
These guys, they do all the work. They do a great job.
Jody, wish to close? Put the motion, those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thanks.
Thanks. We now move to the last item on the agenda. Can you believe it? Item 9, update on the Sunshine Coast Airport flight path issues, a report from our esteemed CEO, Brett Chastel.
It's 3:20.
It's a new record.
Is it a new
It's like
record?
a school day.
We didn't even do the votes today. What time we were going to finish?
No.
Yeah, aren't you glad I deferred that?
Yeah, okay. Brett, would you
cancel your physio.
perhaps like to just give an overview of where we're at with the post-implementation review and the council's involvement in that process?
Yeah, sure, happy to do that. Probably difficult to know where to start. Maybe I'll cast back to about 12, 18 months ago, where Air Services Australia and Sunshine Coast Council, as the owner of the airport, were consulting about where the new flight paths should go. And I think it's pretty well accepted now that that consultation process was somewhat of a schmozzle, and a lot of angst within our community about lack of information and consistent advice, people being unaware of what the flight paths might be or how it might affect them. And that led to a significant number of complaints to the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman. So that's an ombudsman whose role is to have oversight of Air Services Australia and take complaints about the processes they use. And that's an organisation that's clearly had some challenges over the last few years with a number of these consultation processes they run in other states. Particularly there's one in Hobart where they copped quite a scathing report from the Ombudsman. So the Ombudsman doesn't have a right to overturn a decision of Air Services. What they have a right to do is to make recommendations to the Board of Air Services about what they need to do. And our council was one of many who put in submissions to the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman about the process and the problems that have been there. We probably 4 or 5 different submissions, one major one, provide a lot of other information as well. So I've attached to the agenda the report of the ANO, Aircraft Noise Ombudsman, and probably the most important thing there is that they made 2 recommendations. The first is about the lack of coordination between the owner of the airport, in this case Sunshine Coast Council, and Air Services, about who had roles and responsibilities for undertaking that community engagement, and how Air Services Australia needs to fix that for future type issues. So that issue not going to change what's happened here. It's really a process issue for them. The second one is about the requirement for Air Services Australia to go back and undertake a post-implementation review of how the flight paths were determined, and that will also involve looking at community-led alternatives to what the flight paths are. And the reason for that, if I can quote from the report by the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman, probably the most fundamental issue is what they said was there was never any realistic prospect that residents in the general area, despite the chance to provide their feedback, had any significant opportunity to influence the proposed flight paths. This quickly became apparent to them during the process and was the fundamental basis of the complaints to the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman. So in other words, the first time that Air Services Australia did this process, it was a process that really didn't give the community any say or capacity to influence what those flight paths should be. And that's what the post-implementation review was designed to deal with. So in other words, go back and have a look at it again, but this time engage the community, look at their alternatives and have a process so the community would have a genuine opportunity to influence the outcome, because they didn't have that the first time around. So that's where we stand at the moment. So we started that process, and also the Air Services Australia have committed, their board have committed to going down that path. So the process commenced a couple of weeks ago with Air Services Australia holding a community meeting to talk about the terms of reference that will guide that review. And the terms of reference are critical for any review, because really, once you get once you get the terms of reference sorted out, the process really follows from there. It just works its way through. And the held a meeting down at Maroochydore, attended by, I'm guessing, 30, probably less than that, 25 representatives of different community groups, many from Noosa, and also Flight Path Forum. That's an incorporated association that is, if you like, an umbrella organisation for a lot of the community groups that are affected by the flight paths. And I attended on behalf of Council. So at that time, to their credit, Air Services Australia put their hand up and acknowledged that they had a trust deficit from the first round of community engagement, and committed to working with the community groups and others to provide a copy of draft terms of reference that we could comment on. So since I actually prepared this report, and I think I finished it on a Thursday last week, and I think on the Friday they published their draft terms of reference, so I'm starting to go through those. So I haven't touched upon that in the report, what they look like, and we have to make comments on those back to Air Services Australia by, I'm doing it from memory, it's in the report here, just bear with me. Just trying to find the date. Anyway, it's in the next couple of weeks, so I'll need to, 1st of November. So that's where it sits at the moment, and what I'm recommending to Council is that you authorise me to make comments on the terms of reference to make sure they get it right this time round, and that our community who are affected, those parts of our community who are affected, can actually have an influence on the final result, because last time no matter what they said, they really weren't going to get to influence that. And also that Flight Path Forum, who, as I said, it's the umbrella organisation looking at a lot of community groups across our shire and the northern part of the Sunshine Coast Shire, are looking at doing getting an independent person to come up with some alternative flight paths, which then goes into that process that they'll be assessed against, safety and all the operational issues as well. So that's where it sits at the moment. I'm suggesting that the Council chips in some money with our community groups to get that piece of work done. So happy to take any questions.
Concerned that if they go and review it and they find other flight paths that start impacting on other residents, then those residents might get the opportunity to turn around and have their 2 cents worth without being impacted.
No, so the whole idea of this process is that whatever flight paths are put out there, people can comment, whether you're affected or not affected or it changes. But you're right, Joe, that there are going to be flight paths, and flight paths affect people. The question is which people, and are there better flight paths than others? Do people have an opportunity to put forward ideas about this? But it's a zero-sum game. There are going to be flight paths somewhere.
But it's not the path of least resistance that doesn't
have
a flight path. It's got to be an element of...
Correct. There are a whole lot of different principles that the public meeting talked about the other day, which was, do you concentrate that into less populated area, or do you disperse it so that more people get affected but not as much, and things like that. So that comes back to the flight path design, and there are some technical issues that impact on flight path design. The most critical one is safety. You can't have unsafe designs, so you've got to work around hills.
Wind direction,
yeah, sure.
Just in regarding to the funding provided by Council, where will that come from?
So the CEO's got a budget that deals with consultancy. It happens to be $5,000 every year, so I haven't touched that for anything else. So.
Right, so we won't be incurring, the ratepayer won't be incurring any.
It's in the existing budget.
Yeah, great, good. I'm happy to move it.
I'll move Councillor Stewart, second to Councillor Finzel.
I won't speak. I think Brett, thank you for taking the lead on that, and I know that Flight Path Forum meeting you attended was about 5 hours of a Saturday afternoon, so you took a hit for all of us on that one.
It was an important meeting.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's good. We have to support our community.
And I think it's important that we put our money where our mouth is in this, and we do provide some funds to support the commissioning of an independent study. I think a lot of people feel that they were, their voices weren't heard and somewhat ignored. So I think we need to rectify that and try and get the best result we can for the residents of our shire. I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
I think it's important point you made there, Brett, that flight paths have to go somewhere. The expansion of the airport and the growth of the airport, someone's going to be impacted by this, and there may be some. It may be the same lot of disgruntled residents. There may be a whole other bunch of unhappy residents that flight paths end up over anyway. But this is the inevitable part of the expansion of the airport. Part of the reason why we were hesitant in being overwhelmingly supportive of it in the first place.
Right.
Yeah, I think the report's useful in both charting how we've got here and charting the potential ways ahead. I think it's really important to acknowledge that this issue has caused a considerable amount of stress to this community. There is no issue that generated maybe more than 5% of the level of complaint and concern that we received in the last term. It's true that it appears that thanks to the Ombudsman report that we're now in a fairly genuine public participative process, and in that regard I think it's great that we as a council can support the community in providing independent study to look at options. I think the issue has been that previous consultations appeared to deliberately avoid engaging Noosa Shire residents. It's true that the first lot of consultation around the EIS was very soon after the amalgamation, and we're in the middle of a rather messy divorce, and it was possible that a lot of people in this community feel that it was a deliberate battle over custody. We'll move the noise north. But the next one was equally as bad in terms of not providing those most impacted with sufficient advice, acknowledgement and information. I said at the time, and people thought I was joking, but I was real, if this was a development application for a model aeroplane club, Noosa Shire would have demanded more information to go out to the public for consideration. It's not a model airport, it's one that prides itself to be attracting to international. So it's not the airport's problem as we're seeing here, it is about those responsible for designing their flight path that they're never easy. You know, we can look at the Western Airport in Sydney that went for decades in terms of the arguments there. But I think all we can ask is that the decisions going forward do take the informed input of our community seriously and adopt an equitable approach, that it does maximise safety and minimises impact.
I just wanted to sort of add that this is a reminder that we can't ignore what happens outside our own shire. We do need to take notice, and we do need to work collaboratively with other councils.
I'd like to just raise the point that the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman did make recommendations for this post-implementation review that alternative flight paths be assessed for their impact, and that the community has input into these alternative flight paths. That was a recommendation only, so it is to Air Services Australia's credit that they did adopt those recommendations and are acting upon them. It is an opportunity for them to put this issue, this contentious issue, to bed once and for all by having oversight of a genuine community consultation process where the participants do feel heard and that all alternatives are rigorously assessed for their impact on residents, noise, safety, distance. I don't want to flag what the end result may be, but the integrity of the process is all important. And there's been some robust discussions between CEO and other community representatives with ASA about the construction of this consultation process and the terms of reference, which have yet to be reviewed, but it does seem that they are taking those concerns on board and they are hearing the message loud and clear that this does need to be this time it does need to be a genuine and thorough community consultation process. I understand that the report by the independent aeronautical consultant is in the realms of $20,000. The community is fundraising for that, and I think it's entirely appropriate, and I thank the CEO for contributing $5,000 for his consultancy funds towards that project. Of course, I support the recommendation. Other councillors wish to speak or close? Put the motion, those in favour? That's unanimous. And I dare say that is the end of the meeting, and thank you, each and every one of you, for your patience and your discipline today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.